In a modern city, powerful dragons and spirit beasts soared around the skyscrapers of the Junior Spirit Guardian Academy. In a high-tech classroom, a serious teacher warned the students. There's less than a week until the academy entrance exams, the teacher concluded, asking the whole class to focus on studying for good results in next week's exam, then dismissed them. As soon as class ended, some students gathered, complaining that with their strength, they shouldn't even dream of the 4 top academies. Getting into a regular school would be lucky. A blonde girl seemed quite confident, asserting that she had enough strength to enter a high-level academy, while her friends around her were still discussing their goals. The main character sat alone, his face stern, secretly thinking about the exam and the ironic truth that he was a transmigrator. A quick flashback showed that a week ago, his soul had entered this body from another world. The main character's eyes flashed, showing that he had fully accepted the memories and current situation. He realized this world was a battlefield, where monsters ran rampant, and humanity could only huddle for survival behind giant city walls. To fight against the monsters, humans had evolved into spirit guardians, warriors specialized in taming and fighting alongside powerful spirit beasts. Real spirit guardians were incredibly powerful. One gesture from a guy could summon a giant fire phoenix, burning everything. They not only guarded the city, but could also carve a bloody path outside, like this old man with his fierce-looking purple lightning tiger. Therefore, every child's dream in this world was to become a powerful spirit guardian, like that cool big sister riding a pair of ice wolves. By law, anyone who turned 18 was given a monster egg by the Federation. Signing a contract immediately granted them their first spirit beast. But life wasn't a dream. This had nothing to do with Yahello, because the body's previous owner had hatched the egg before he transmigrated, and it produced a puppet doll that looked utterly useless. Yahello buried his face in his hands in despair when this ugly, clumsy monster couldn't even walk, only hopped around like a jiangshi. Yahello felt his soul leave his body when he realized this jiangshi spirit beast had strong defense but weak offense, and most importantly, couldn't evolve. A useless pet from the egg. Yahello complained dejectedly to his friend. Other transmigrators get cheats, earth-shattering power, but I got stuck with a burden. The orange-haired friend placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. Yahello, don't overthink it. He continued, saying that if he couldn't pass the exam, he could just become a normal office worker for safety, avoiding the trouble of dangerous adventures. Yahello complained dejectedly to his friend Chenji, telling him, "Don't comfort me anymore. Your wind wolf is awesome and can even evolve. Look at my Jiangxi here." Suddenly, a virtual notification panel appeared before Yahello. First spirit beast with 100% growth rate detected, successfully activating the Spirit Guardian system. Yahello froze for a few seconds, his face flushed with extreme joy. He was so thrilled he drooled, screaming in his head, "Holy crap, this notification sound is so sweet, my cheat has finally arrived." Yahello's eyes flashed with a confident light, his aura changing 180 degrees. Chenji saw his friend suddenly laughing like an idiot, so he grabbed his face and shook it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Thinking his friend was still down, Chenji patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Never mind, just try your best. Who knows, maybe you'll get into a low-level guardian school." Yahello just smirked mysteriously, replying curtly, "Don't worry." Now, with the system in hand, Yahello confidently declared in his mind, "A mediocre school isn't my goal." Immediately, a purple-haired nerd sitting nearby heard him and burst out laughing mockingly. "Haha, did you guys hear what he said? Even Yahello is looking down on low-level schools." A rich kid named Liu Wu sat sprawled out, sneering and taunting. "Yahello, with your trash zombie, you think you can get into a guardian academy? How laughable." Chen Zi's blood boiled, and he growled a warning. "Liu Wu, don't rely on the Liu family's influence to bully people here." Then he turned to tell his friend to ignore him. Yahello was different now. He calmly held his friend back, explaining that the Liu family was a renowned second-tier family, and now wasn't the time to provoke them. With a confident smile, Yahello declared, "A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Just let me get into a top-tier academy. Then, well, see what the Liu family can do to me." Liu Wu's lackey overheard and added a sarcastic remark, boasting that his boss was about to take the advanced exam for the top academy, while Yahello quietly picked up his bag and left. The scene shifted to a modern complex, likely a school or training center. Outside, Chen Ji said he was going to the training room and told Yahello to find him if anything happened, while Yahello replied curtly that he was going home first. Yahello smirked expectantly, thinking, "I need to go home right away and see just how powerful this spirit guardian system really is." As soon as he arrived at his apartment, Yaling plopped onto the sofa with his puppet spirit beast and called out loudly in his mind, "System! System! Come out now!" The system panel appeared, announcing its official activation and revealing two main functions: helping the master understand spirit beast information, and most importantly, increasing experience points to level them up as fast as a cheat. Yiling smirked confidently, muttering about the core feature of the newly activated system: upgrading spirit beasts at light speed. Yiling's personal information panel appeared, confirming his rank, energy, and basic skills, while also naming his spirit beast Black-Eyed Zombie. He swiped his hand across the control panel, focusing on his beloved pet's information section. The puppet's stats panel popped up. Name: Black-Eyed Zombie, mediocre growth potential, but a 100% growth rate. And most importantly, a dazzling line of text: evolution path. Yaling was utterly shocked, stammering as he realized the unbelievable. Evolution path? Could it be that my useless zombie can actually evolve thanks to the system? The system explained the power tiers of spirit beasts, from trash tier all the way to mythical tier, revealing that no mythical spirit beast had ever appeared in the entire Federation. Now Yaling understood. A pet with mediocre potential could only be upgraded to a maximum of tier 5, making it completely trash in the eyes of others. The system continued to analyze, stating that only epic tier spirit beasts had a chance to reach tier 9 or tier 10, let alone touch the legendary threshold. Yiling sneered, confidently declaring that as long as it could evolve, his black-eyed zombie would no longer be trash, and if it reached its final form, the red-eyed zombie king, it would be a genuine mythical tier creature. Yiling leaned back on the sofa and let out a hearty laugh, confidently asserting that with the game-cheating system in his hands, the door to the top academies was now completely within his reach. Just as he was feeling confident, Yaling suddenly paused, realizing a harsh truth. Evolving spirit beasts required materials. It wasn't free. The system immediately activated beginner mode, announcing incredible benefits, allowing the master to evolve their spirit beast for the first time for free, consuming no resources, and even granting 2 potential points. Yiling looked at the doll, declaring firmly, "If it's destiny, then it's time to upgrade, evolve." Without a second's hesitation, he pressed the evolve button on the system screen. A stream of emerald data enveloped the doll. It began to transform, from a ragged puppet into the enchanting figure of a white-haired maiden. Yiling's jaw dropped when he saw his pet's new form, thinking, "Holy crap, did I accidentally buff it too much? Such a powerful creature." His new spirit beast was now a platinum-haired, red-eyed zombie girl with a perfect body, who gently bowed her head. "Master, please take care of me." The girl floated in midair, her overwhelming aura making Yaling freeze for a few seconds. She gently landed on the ground, each step exuding an elegant yet deadly aura. Yiling smiled contentedly, secretly assessing. The zombie is incredibly beautiful after evolving. I wonder how truly powerful she is. Yiling began to check out his new pet, declaring that he needed to see her stats to know how to go about farming monsters. The detailed stats panel appeared. White-eyed zombie, Zerif tier, normal growth, physical damage reduction talent, and also the blood drain skill. Yiling exclaimed delightedly, "Awesome." Yiling analyzed the blood drain skill. It both healed HP and increased attack. Combined with the damage reduction talent, this pet was truly a genuine tank. He asked the system how to earn skill and talent points. The answer was, free points. A free resource that could be used to buff both pet and master. He currently had 2 points. Yiling's eyes lit up when he realized that free points could also be used to upgrade his own skills. It truly was a comprehensive cheat. The system explained Spirit Envoy skills, rare and difficult to learn abilities, of which current schools only taught 3 basic ones. 3 basic skills were demonstrated: Soul Chain, Soul Shield, and Soul Vision, all grind heavy, taking an absurd amount of time to upgrade. Yiling assessed his own strength. His current spirit energy was too weak to upgrade his own skills, so he decided to pour all his points into the white-eyed zombie first. The system listed a series of talents that could be allocated to the pet: magic damage reduction, high-speed recovery, and berserk, all top tier. Staring at the 3 overpowered talents before him, Yaling couldn't help but feel stunned, exclaiming, "All 3 are incredibly strong. A zombie without recovery is useless." Yiling decisively invested points into the high-speed recovery talent. As long as it wasn't one-shot, this pet would be an immortal meat shield. With this ability, as long as the pet wasn't instantly wiped out, it would continuously recover. Truly an absurdly powerful ability. Spirit beasts are also living creatures. A critical hit means instant defeat. To avoid a tragicomic situation in combat, this recovery talent was a must-have. Next up was the hot item, Berserk. This skill allowed burning HP to buff, attack, and speed. A true double-edged sword. But what about combining Berserk with Blood Drain? Burn HP to increase attack, then use that increased attack to drain HP, and recover. A perfect loop. At this rate, his zombie girl would become an unstoppable war machine, both incredibly tanky and dealing terrifying damage. Thinking it over, Yahello chuckled gleefully. Without hesitation, he immediately put the remaining points into the Berserk skill. After upgrading, Yahello looked at his pet and realized she could no longer be called a black-eyed zombie. Now, she had to be a white-eyed zombie. He curiously reached out and pinched her cheek, surprised to find her skin had become soft, no different from a normal person's. Startled by the cheek pinch, the white-eyed zombie blushed, shyly asking her master what he was doing, proving she now had clear consciousness and emotions. Yahello scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed as he realized his pet now had sentience. Sorry, I've just been calling you zombie all this time. It must have been annoying. To make amends, Yahello decided to give her a proper, dignified name. From now on, I'll call you Shueyo. How does that sound? The zombie girl, now Shueyo, looked extremely pleased with her new name, her eyes lighting up with joy. Yahello finalized it. Okay, from now on, you're Shueyo. Then, he conveniently opened her status panel, while Shueyo gently nodded in agreement. The status panel appeared, confirming her new name as Shueyo, possessing a combo of 4 overpowered talents and skills, with a final evolution path reaching the mythical tier. Red-eyed Zombie King. Yahello smirked triumphantly. His pet now far surpassed the small fry of the same level. But to continue on the path of evolution, they both needed to go monster hunting. Without further delay, Yahello declared it was time for them to go hunting to level up and test out their new power. This world was no joke. Technology advanced rapidly with flying cars and modern cities, but the core energy source wasn't electricity or gasoline, but spirit energy. However, outside the safe cities was a literal graveyard, where monsters ran rampant, and anyone who drove out was committing suicide. To travel between cities, the safest means wasn't cars but airships soaring through the sky, far from the reach of the ground monsters. A high-level spirit envoy explained the safety mechanism. As long as there was a powerful escort and they didn't encounter flying monster swarms, airships were almost completely safe. Yahello realized this world also used money like his previous life, except the currency unit was credit points, and payments were made by scanning QR codes. He hailed a flying car, directly asking the driver, "Driver, take me to the South Gate." The driver glanced at the school uniform and warned, "You're a student from Tianhui Academy, going to the South Gate alone? That place is very dangerous." Yahello merely smirked, replying nonchalantly, "That's right, of course I'm going there to hunt monsters." Tianhui City appeared as an impregnable fortress, enveloped by an energy shield, while outside, a swarm of monsters flew around like flies. Each city gate was strictly guarded by heavily armed soldiers, constantly repelling waves of monster attacks. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Yahello confidently declared to himself, "But now, I'm no longer a good-for-nothing." Just as he was about to enter, a guard stopped him, requesting his ID card. Without a hint of hesitation, Yahello presented his electronic ID card, his expression cool. After checking the ID, the guard waved him through. "You may proceed." Yahello ventured alone into the wilderness. He knew full well that high-level monsters were far away. Only small fry lingered around the city. He activated soul vision, his third eye glowing brightly on his forehead, telling himself, "In the wilderness, it's always better to be careful." Yahello summoned Shueyo, his overpowered zombie pet, his hand gliding over his electronic device. "Good thing I checked the monster distribution map for the South Gate beforehand." The map pointed directly to the graveyard, a prime farming spot with low-level skeleton soldiers, which also dropped evolution materials for Shueyo. The objective was clear. Yahello smirked. "Deal. Shueyo, let's hunt." The two ventured deeper into the gloomy forest. The system reminded him that the first evolution was free, but from now on, to get stronger, he would have to farm materials himself. Shueyo's status panel appeared. White-eyed zombie, level 2. 100% growth potential, with a clear evolution path from common to mythical. To evolve further, Shueyo needed 4 items, a perfect bone, a dark heart, 10 level 2 dark crystals, and 10 dark blood essences. Yahello and Shueyo entered the graveyard. A deathly aura enveloped the area, and he was certain he could farm 2 of the 4 necessary materials right here. Yahello rechecked the information, confirming the 2 materials he needed to farm were perfect bone and level 2 dark crystals. As soon as they arrived, Shueyo sensed something, hesitantly signaling, over here. Yiling saw his pet stop and wondered, "What's wrong, Shueyo? This is our destination." Shueyo, with the instincts of a zombie, her face expressionless, but her warning firm. "Undead, undead everywhere." Yiling confirmed nonchalantly, "That's right. We came here to hunt undead." He walked along, muttering about how the map indicated level 1, rank 3 skeleton soldiers were here, yet he hadn't seen a single one. Completely unaware, he was walking right on top of them. Suddenly, a bony hand emerged from the ground, gripping Yeling's ankle tightly. A whole swarm of skeleton soldiers scrambled up from underground, reaching out to cling to Yeling, intending to drag him into their graves. Grabbed by the neck, Yeling remained unfazed. He growled an order to his trump card. "Shueyo, deal with these skeleton soldiers." Just as the battle was about to erupt, a green notification panel appeared before Yeling. New quest, which surprised him. The system popped up a new quest. Kill 20 skeleton soldiers. Reward: 50% of pet's current experience bar. Yeling gleefully shouted, "Shueyo, wipe them all out." A skeleton soldier with glowing red eyes charged forward to attack, looking quite formidable. But Shueyo was even faster. She transformed into a red blur, tearing through the enemy formation, sending bones flying everywhere. The notification panel continuously displayed kill feed messages. 4 kills, clean and swift. Yeling chuckled smugly, realizing his pet was too overpowered, and urged, "Crush them." From within the forest, 2 more sword-wielding skeleton soldiers charged out, determined to fight to the death. Yeling pointed, giving a decisive order. "Shueyo, annihilate them, leave none alive." The skeleton soldiers raised their swords, their eyes glowing red, ready to engage in battle. Shueyo leaped into the air, transforming into a white-haired harbinger of death, descending to unleash terror upon the small fry monsters. Shueyo's claws were coated with corpse poison, but against skeletons immune to most negative effects, this move was practically useless. But the skill gap was too vast. Shueyo used pure strength to tear apart a skeleton soldier, proving that these level 1 rank 3 monsters were nothing but trash. The notification panel continuously updated the count. Yeling smirked gleefully as he saw Shueyo had swiftly dealt with 6 over 20 targets in the blink of an eye. Too amazing. This quest will be done quickly. From within the gloomy forest, another skeleton soldier scrambled forward, but Yeling and Shueyo merely stood there waiting, treating it as if it were thin air. Shueyo stood tall, blocking her master, exuding an overwhelming cold aura, while Yeling stood behind her, his eyes clearly showing surprise and satisfaction. Not just one. An entire horde of red-eyed skeleton soldiers roared and appeared simultaneously, determined to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. In response, Shueyo's crimson eyes merely gleamed with deadly coldness, regarding the rabble before her as mere trash. Smack! Without another word, Shueyo charged straight into the horde, a single swing of her arm sending the skeletons flying, shattering into pieces. First battle complete. The system announced that Yeling received 50% experience from his pet after clearing out 20 skeleton soldiers. He excitedly shouted, "Let's go, Shueyo! We're about to level up!" Immediately, a brilliant golden pillar of light enveloped Shueyo, energy surging as she officially leveled up. Yeling couldn't help but be surprised. His pet had leveled up after just one fodder monster farming session, a result beyond his expectations. The system notification clearly displayed, "Congratulations! Spirit Beast Shueyo has successfully advanced to level 1, rank 3, granting 1 free potential point." Yeling calculated, deciding to allocate the newly acquired potential point to buff Shueyo, prioritizing his beloved pet's leveling speed. With sufficient attack power, Yeling invested in magic resistance for Shueyo, transforming her into a comprehensive tank, ready to withstand all types of damage. Fully equipped, Yeling informed Shueyo of their next target on the map, an elite skeleton soldier, and the two immediately set off to hunt. Shueyo flashed a confident smile, her crimson eyes gleaming with belligerence, ready for the next solo encounter. While searching, they suddenly discovered another battle. A girl in a yellow dress was being blocked by an elite skeleton soldier. Yeling hid behind a rock, immediately recognizing the target he was looking for, a skeleton soldier. This elite skeleton soldier looked completely different from the small fry before. Its entire body was armored, it held a long sword, and purple aura emanated fiercely from it. Without further ado, the skeleton soldier swung its sword and charged straight ahead, unleashing an extremely powerful downward strike towards the girl. Contrary to expectations, the girl in the yellow dress merely snorted coldly. her demeanor utterly calm, treating the elite monster's attack as a joke. Observing from afar, Yahello realized he had stumbled upon a good show. This girl was clearly no ordinary person. Whoosh. The elite skeleton soldier's purple-tinged sword slashed down with terrifying speed. Yahello froze as he recognized the girl. It's her, Huo Xian'er. How did she get here before me? In the gloomy forest, Huo Xian'er faced the elite skeleton soldier, which was brandishing its weapon, alone. Hiding behind the rock, Yahello wondered. Huh? Where's her spirit beast? Is she planning to solo this thing barehanded? But immediately after, the scene before him left, Yahello utterly dumbfounded. Huo Xian'er curled her lip in disdain, growling as she summoned her formidable companion. Earth Dragon. A colossal earth dragon appeared, its aura overwhelming. The system confirmed it was a rare sub-dragon type with extremely high base stats. Huo Xian'er winked confidently, ordering her pet. Earth Dragon, clean it up, stop wasting time. Receiving the command, the Earth Dragon roared and charged straight at the elite skeleton soldier, the ground trembling with its every step. Without a chance to resist, the elite skeleton soldier was seized by the Earth Dragon, its power completely crushing the dry bones. The Earth Dragon delivered a devastating slap, its pure physical strength utterly overwhelming. Crack! The elite skeleton soldier's armor and bones shattered, unable to withstand a single blow. From his hiding spot, Yahello stared blankly at the Earth Dragon standing atop the wreckage that was once the elite skeleton soldier. Yahello's jaw dropped, only one thought remaining in his mind. Unbelievable! The Earth Dragon let out a roar of dominance, stepping on the shattered skeleton. The Earth Dragon's crimson eyes flashed with bloodlust. It wasn't finished yet. It lifted its foot, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the elite skeleton soldier's skull. The elite skeleton soldier could only look up in despair, its purple soul about to vanish. Whoosh! The Earth Dragon plunged down like a meteor, completely extinguishing the enemy's existence. A stream of purple soul fire was drawn from the skeleton and flew straight into the Earth Dragon's body. After clearing the battlefield, Huo Xian'er pulled out a soul jar, preparing to harvest her spoils. She absorbed the stream of purple energy, the soul fire of the skeleton monsters, into a spirit orb. From his hiding spot, Yahello broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the formidable individual before him was from the Huo family, one of Tianhui City's 3 dominant clans, and even her equipment was top-notch. Huo Xian'er turned to stroke the Earth Dragon, praising it for a good job of clearing the trash. Suddenly she smirked, her sharp gaze directed straight at the bushes. Come out, what are you hiding for? Exposed, Yahello froze, his mind calculating the power disparity. Damn, the eldest young lady of the Huo family, the campus belle Huo Xian'er. She's already level 7, rank 1 at such a young age, while I've been grinding for over half a year just to crawl to level 2. Yahello stepped out of his hiding spot, facing Huo Xian'er and her massive Earth Dragon, which was glaring at him. He scratched his head, trying to smooth things over. Miss Huo, believe me, I was just passing by. But Huo Xian'er immediately recognized him. You're Yahello? Huo Xian'er crossed her arms, calmly explaining. Oh, Eve heard about you at school, the one with the first zombie spirit beast that couldn't evolve. She narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him, and questioned bluntly. What are you doing alone in a dangerous place like the graveyard? Challenged, Yahello retorted calmly. Miss Huo, where I go is none of your business, is it? Immediately, Huo Xian'er's Earth Dragon growled, veins bulging, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to be rude to its master. All 3 fell into a standoff. The massive Earth Dragon tilted its head, looking at Yahello as if asking, Who are you? Without further ado, the Earth Dragon opened its maw and lunged to bite Yahello, making him scream in terror. Witnessing the scene, Huo Xian'er merely covered her mouth, trying to suppress a delighted laugh. She put on an adult facade, smiling as she ordered, All right, Earth Dragon, stop scaring him. Yahello, scared out of his wits, panted on the ground while Huo Xian'er stroked her beloved pet, which was snorting smoke from its nostrils. Regaining his composure, Yahello turned back, his gaze firm, no longer showing fear. Huo Xian'er stood beside the Earth Dragon, kindly reminding Yahello, This place is very dangerous. You'd better go home soon. Yahello retorted decisively, his eyes sharp. No need. Yahello growled. I can take care of myself. You don't need to worry. But Huo Xian'er merely smirked. Who do you think you are, putting on airs? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Yahello turned his back, dropping a challenging remark. Do you think I'm still the trash I used to be? Ha ha ha. He decisively waved goodbye without looking back, leaving Huo Xian'er and her Earth Dragon stunned. The Earth Dragon growled, clearly annoyed at being ignored by him. Huo Xian'er was irritated that her kindness was treated as nothing, deciding to wait and see what this fool planned to do in the graveyard. She recalled her spirit beast, muttering that few third-year students dared to venture here alone, let alone a bottom-ranked student like him. With an intrigued expression, Huo Xian'er resolved, "Let's see what you're capable of." True to her word, she quietly followed Yahello deeper into the gloomy forest. Yahello suddenly stopped, feeling something was off, and wondered what this girl was really up to. Peeking from behind a tree, Huo Xian'er watched curiously, her lips slightly pouted, looking both curious and a little annoyed. Yahello brushed aside thoughts of his stalker, focusing only on grinding levels, when a bony hand suddenly shot up from the ground, grabbing his leg tightly. A swarm of skeleton soldiers rushed out from the shadows, led by a horned skeleton officer, giving Yahello no time to breathe. The skeletons emerged from the ground, blocking every escape route. Yahello realized he had fallen into a prearranged trap. A whole swarm of skeletal monsters, as numerous as ants, appeared. Yahello cursed upon seeing their overwhelming numbers. Hiding behind a tree, Huo Xian'er clicked her tongue, thinking to herself, "This idiot is definitely done for." Facing 3 skeleton officers and an entire army of minions, the skeleton officer bared its dry teeth, its glowing red eyes locked onto its target, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. It roared, raising its sword high, gathering all its strength to unleash a finishing blow towards Yahello. Whoosh! The sword blade, imbued with a stream of purple evil energy, cut a fatal arc through the air. Facing the attack, Yahello didn't flinch. He growled defiantly, "Come on," and extended his hand, blue energy surging forth. "Shueyo!" Yahello shouted, a brightly glowing blue summoning circle appearing right beneath his feet, ready to meet the skeleton officer's sword strike. Clang! The skeleton officer's sword was blocked not by a shield, but by the heel of a newly appeared figure, crushing its blade with ease. From within the summoning circle, Shueyo, in her white-eyed zombie form, officially made her debut, radiating an overwhelming aura, dominant in every detail, making Yahello behind her look like a final boss. Hiding behind the tree, Huo Xian'er's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes. A zombie? How can it be so incredibly beautiful? Is it a mutated or evolved spirit beast? How is this possible? Yahello growled his command, pointing directly at the enemy. "Go, Shueyo." Immediately, Shueyo shot forward like a red arrow, her hand transforming into sharp claws aimed directly at the skeleton officer. The skeleton officer panicked, hastily raising its shield to block the attack in vain. Crash! The impact created an extremely powerful shockwave. Shueyo used one hand to stop both the officer's shield and sword. Completely overwhelmed, the skeleton officer staggered back, trying to resist Shueyo's unimaginable power. Giving it no time to breathe, Shueyo closed in, her glowing red hand seizing the skeleton officer's skull. Crack! The helmet shattered under Shueyo's powerful grip, signaling a tragic end for the commander of the dry bones. Crack! Shueyo crushed the skeleton officer's skull with one hand, finishing it off as easily as squeezing a tomato. After dispatching the commander, Shueyo stood tall, her cold gaze sweeping across the battlefield, her aura completely overwhelming. Hiding behind the tree, Huo Xian'er broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe the power of this zombie. If it's this strong, can it even be called a zombie anymore? Yahello stood with his arms crossed, a confident smirk on his face as he declared, "This is just the warm-up. The real show is yet to come." Just then, Yahello's system suddenly activated, signaling a new development. 2 quests appeared. One was to defeat 20 skeleton soldiers for 50% experience and an outfit for the spirit beast, and the other was to slaughter 100 of them to instantly level up the spirit beast. Yahello analyzed the situation, admitting that grinding 100 dry bones sounded a bit tiring, but the rewards were too good to pass up. Yahello's eyes flashed with determination. It was time for some mass monster farming. The remaining skeleton soldiers, knowing no fear, roared and charged towards Shueyo and her master. Yahello sneered. It was time to activate slaughter mode. Shueyo, activate Berserk. Following her master's command, Shueyo activated Berserk, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her sharp fangs exposed, full of bloodlust. A brilliant red aura erupted. Shueyo officially entered Berserker mode, her entire body radiating an overwhelming killing intent, ready to sweep across the battlefield. From afar, Huo Xian'er was stunned as she realized this overpowered combo. Berserk sacrifices blood for increased speed and strength, combined with lifesteal? This zombie is completely broken. Shueyo glanced at the dry bones, her glowing red claws raised, her eyes cold as if looking at a pile of trash. Without another word, Shueyo plunged into the midst of the skeleton soldiers like a red whirlwind, shattering several skeletons with a single swing of her arm. A skeleton soldier had barely realized it was the target before a devastating punch crushed its skull. An elite skeleton soldier carrying a shield charged forward, intending to block her path, but in front of Shueyo, it was nothing more than small fry. Yiling smirked, deciding to test his new skill. Perfect timing. Let's see the effectiveness of this soul skill, soul chains. Immediately, purple soul chains appeared from thin air, tightly coiling around the elite skeleton soldier. The elite monster shrieked helplessly, its entire body bound by the soul chains, becoming a living target dummy. From mid-air, Shueyo plunged straight down onto the bound elite skeleton soldier, delivering a killing blow that gave her opponent no chance to react. Yiling growled his command, his eyes sharp. Shueyo, go! Exploding with a blood-red killing aura, Shueyo descended like a grim reaper, unstoppable. Shueyo's red eyes were icy cold, locking onto her target with the gaze of an absolute predator. Thud. Shueyo's landing created a powerful shockwave, the ground cracking beneath her feet. Without wasting a word, Shueyo swung her leg up, preparing to deliver a finishing kick straight to the elite skeleton soldier's face. Wham! The powerful kick landed directly on the monster's skull, instantly cracking it open. The kick was so strong that the elite's skull flew high into the air, spinning like a top. Amidst the battlefield of shattered bones, Shueyo stood tall, radiating an overwhelming aura, while Yiling merely watched from a distance with his arms crossed. Hiding behind a tree, Huo Xian'er broke out in a cold sweat, admitting in horror, "This berserker is terrifying. It seems my earth dragon doesn't stand a chance." Yiling smirked confidently as he saw new monsters appear, while Huo Xian'er was still hiding and observing. Hey, what an interesting surprise. He crossed his arms and commanded his spirit beast, radiating an imposing aura. Shueyo, clean them up quickly. In front of Shueyo, a new squad of skeleton soldiers, led by a skeleton officer, charged forward. Weapons at the ready. Shueyo's red eyes flashed with a deadly glint, locking onto her target. Swish! In just an instant, Shueyo had darted past the skeleton commander, unleashing a lightning-fast slash. The skeleton officer hadn't even had time to react, only able to gape in horror at the unimaginable speed. A brilliant red sword energy swept through, Shueyo coldly tearing apart everything in her path. The battle ended swiftly. Shueyo crushed the commander's skull in her hand, standing amidst a pile of skeletal remains. Not stopping there, she fired 2 brilliant red laser beams from her eyes, piercing through the remaining skeleton soldiers. Boom! The last dry bone's chest exploded, ending the slaughter in the blink of an eye. After the slaughter, Shueyo stood amidst the shattered bone field, purple aura surging, proving her status as a true powerhouse. Hiding behind the tree, Huo Xian'er couldn't believe her eyes, muttering, "I can't believe that everyday good-for-nothing has become my biggest rival for entering the academy." Seeing Yiling and his spirit beast leave, Huo Xian'er gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. "No, I can't give up this easily." Yiling was deep in thought. Clearly the battle just now was merely a warm-up. He had many bigger plans in his mind. He bent down to pick up a skull, checking the spoils after farming monsters. Yiling looked at the empty skull in frustration, grumbling, "Why did I kill so many skeleton soldiers but not a single good item dropped?" As he walked and picked up items, he complained about the inconvenience of manual looting. "This is so annoying. If only there was an auto-loot function, that would be great." Immediately, a green system panel appeared before Yiling, as if it had heard his complaints. The system issued a new quest, Reach Tier 2, Level 1, to unlock the auto-loot function, leaving Yiling speechless. "What the fuck? You want me to grind my ass off just to unlock this tiny feature?" Annoyed, Yiling plopped down onto a pile of bones, when he suddenly noticed an object emitting a dazzling golden light, seemingly a rare drop. Amidst the pile of bone fragments, Yiling found an item glowing intensely, and he wondered, "Is this a perfect bone?" Yiling smirked confidently, confirming that this was one of the evolution materials for Shueyo. He was visibly delighted. It seemed when luck was on his side, nothing could stop him. He hadn't expected to find the first material so easily. The system panel appeared, confirming the 2 potential evolution materials in this graveyard area were the perfect bone and a Tier 2 dark crystal. "Shueyo, let's go. Many more targets await us," Yiling commanded, and his spirit beast immediately obeyed. A few hours later, Shueyo encountered a new group of skeleton officers, who looked tougher than the small fry soldiers from before. Facing the enemies, Shueyo merely frowned slightly, as black and red aura began to erupt around her, showing no signs of fear. A skeleton officer roared in anger, its glowing red eyes shining brightly, preparing to charge and attack. The skeleton commander leaped into the air, raising its sword high, aiming straight at Shueyo to strike down. In a disadvantageous situation, Shueyo was surrounded on all sides by an army of skeleton officers. Yet she stood firm, ready for a melee battle. The chaotic battle erupted, and before the skeleton officers could even understand what was happening, they were blasted away by a dark energy orb. It turned out to be her own doing. Shueyo erupted with a crimson-killing aura, charging straight into the enemy formation like a goddess of war. With a clean finishing blow, the skeleton officer's skull shattered under Shueyu's brutal attack. The battle ended as quickly as it began. Yahello casually placed his foot on a remaining skull, an act to assert his victory. He frowned slightly, as the system panel displayed a notification of completing the quest to eliminate the skeleton soldiers. The results seemed to exceed expectations. The quest notification appeared. Clear, 20 elite skeleton soldiers, receive 50% experience progress, and an exclusive outfit for Shueyo, pushing her EXP bar to 80%, which utterly shocked Yahello at this unbelievably fast grinding speed. The new equipment was named the Blood Feather Robe, a premium item with resistance to both physical and magical damage, and it even had self-cleaning and indestructible properties. Yahello called his spirit beast, Shueyo, who immediately turned back with her usual cold expression. The stats of this outfit are excellent, quickly change into it. Yahello handed the blood robe to Shueyo, unable to hide his satisfaction. With absolute obedience, Shueyo took the outfit and replied, "Yes, master." Amidst a magical glow, Shueyo began to change into the blood feather robe. Yahello immediately covered his eyes but still peeked through his fingers, screaming internally, "Damn it, who could handle a sight like this?" The outfit gradually took shape on her perfect body, from her bare back to her slender legs. Swish. Shueyo completed her transformation, donning the extremely battle-ready blood feather robe, her cold demeanor unchanged. Just then, a group of skeleton soldiers wandered nearby, and Yahello pointed, commanding, "All right, go test it out." The red-eyed, bony small fry were bewildered, unaware that death was about to knock. Shueyo curtly replied, "Yes, master," then shot off, a crimson-killing aura erupting around her. Yahello crossed his arms, smirking as he casually explained, "This dress has a self-repair function." Before he could finish speaking, Shueyo had already seized a skeleton soldier, proving that this outfit could be worn for extended monster farming. Without any wasted movements, she swung her arm, preparing to turn the pile of dry bones into dust. Shueyo swept away the dry bones, and a brilliant golden level-up pillar of light shot straight into the sky, signaling a rapid level-up. Yahello watched in disbelief. No way, 2 levels in one day, straight to Tier 1, Level 4. The system announced congratulations to Shueyo for reaching Tier 1, Level 4, and awarded her master a free point. Yahello rubbed his wrist, deciding to retreat. "Its late-night monsters are more dangerous, let's head back first." Yahello led the way out of the gloomy forest. "Shueyo, let's go home." The petite zombie girl obediently replied, following behind, "Yes, master." As night fell, the two returned to the modern city, with its neon-lit skyscrapers. Back in his high-tech apartment, Yahello lay back on his bed, hands behind his head, enjoying the fruits of a day's relentless grinding. He opened the status panel, scrolling through Shueyo's stats, which had changed drastically in just one day, and told himself he needed to grind even more furiously to prepare for the Academy's selection. Thinking it over, Yahello finalized his plan. "That settles it. I'll call the teacher tomorrow to ask for a day off." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa nestled in a secluded forest, lights still shone brightly under the tranquil night sky. Suddenly, purple energy erupted, and shimmering soul chains appeared from thin air, ready to bind their target. Swish. Countless purple chains shot rapidly towards Huo Xian'er, a surprise attack right in the young lady's own courtyard. Huo Xian'er's aura flared, and she muttered bitterly, "No way. I don't want to lose to him." In the courtyard, Huo Xian'er's father appeared and called her name, making her turn around in surprise. Her father looked at his daughter and asked directly, "It's so late. Why are you still awake?" Huo Xian'er quickly reported her shocking discovery. "Father, today I personally witnessed a zombie evolve." Her father dismissed it, believing she had misseen, as by all logic, how could a zombie possibly evolve? Seeing his daughter seemed stressed, he patted her head, comforting her not to put too much pressure on the Academy's selection, just do her best. Huo Xian'er obediently complied, and her father told her to go inside and sleep. 3 days passed, and the scene shifted to a futuristic city with airships zipping by. Yahello was ready, standing in the heart of the city and muttering, "Today's the day." Yi Ling's face shone with confidence. He had been waiting for the Academy's selection day for a long time. In the center of Tianhui City, the mayor's manor stood tall like a crystal tower, surrounded by hovering airships. Whoosh! A fleet of modern battleships sliced through the wind, descending onto the plaza. The sight was incredibly grand, with high-tech vessels arriving from all directions. Chen Zhe and the other students could only gape. Amazing. Airships from the Spirit Guardian Academies. An old man with a cane and a monocle stepped out, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. Finally, everyone's here. I've been waiting for you all. He was the mayor of Tianhui City, Shang Lingkong. Mayor Shang turned, facing the newly landed airships to welcome the important figures. Lu Feng, the representative from Azure Dragon Academy, a Tier 7, Level 8 expert, stepped out and greeted them with a dignified bow. Next was Bai Tong, the muscular man from White Tiger Academy, whose skill was also not to be underestimated. A Tier 7, Level 7 expert. A pair of powerful high heels stepped down, drawing Mayor Shang's attention. The woman named Huo Ling, representative of Black Tortoise Academy, a Tier 7, Level 7 expert, introduced herself as being from the Huo family in Holy City, and was here to observe the young lady of the Huo family rumored to be a genius. Mayor Shang Lingkong warmly welcomed Huo Ling, while another female representative from the Vermilion Bird Academy was also present. The old mayor spared no praise for Huo Xian'er, declaring her the #1 genius among the younger generation of Skyglow City. The woman named Hong Xiu, a Level 7, Rank 8 representative from the Vermilion Bird Academy, smiled confidently, suggesting they get straight to the point and begin the assessment immediately. All the candidates were herded into a colossal stadium, the arena for the upcoming life-or-death selection test. Amidst the noisy crowd, Chen Ji anxiously looked around, repeatedly calling out Ye Ling's name. His best friend began to panic, muttering that he hadn't been able to contact Ye Ling for days, fearing that he had chickened out and given up. Just as Chen Ji was feeling disappointed, a familiar voice rang out from behind him. Yi Ling appeared with a completely different demeanor, confidently waving like a celebrity. Am I not too late? Chen Ji was both happy and annoyed, lightly punching his friend's shoulder. You devil! Where have you been these past few days? I thought you died in some ditch. Yi Ling merely gave a faint smile, casually replying that he had been busy cultivating, which stunned Chen Ji as he realized his friend's aura had changed in an overwhelmingly powerful way. Yi Ling answered his friend's question with a confident smile. Different, you say? Perhaps it's because I'm about to receive an invitation from a top academy? Immediately, the gossiping students around them began to whisper and scoff, mocking Ye Ling as a delusional fool who didn't know his place. Another group continued to taunt and disparage his spirit beast as trash, asserting that after today, he would still just be a commoner. Yi Ling didn't bother to argue, merely smirking as he declared directly, Go ahead and laugh, but after today, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Suddenly, a student in the crowd shouted, pointing towards the main platform. Look, the representatives of the 4 great academies and even the mayor have arrived. On the main platform, a gigantic holographic screen displayed the words, Selection Test, signaling the official start of the event. With a flash of purple energy, Mayor Shang Lingkong led the 4 representatives, Lu Feng, Bai Tong, Huo Ling, and Hong Xiu, appearing with an incredibly imposing presence. Mayor Shang Lingkong looked with satisfaction at the enthusiastic crowd, then turned to his purple-haired aide. Let's begin. A voice from the main platform echoed throughout the stadium, demanding silence from everyone as the assessment was about to begin. From the back, Ye Ling stared intently forward, his eyes filled with determination, ready to sweep aside all opponents. Ye Ling smirked confidently, his gaze seemed to say, Just you wait. A teacher stepped forward to explain the rules again to the gathered students. Round 1 is survival. Everyone will be teleported to a secret realm, and must survive for 3 days against the attacks of rank 1 demonic beasts. Those who pass round 1 will proceed to round 2, where the difficulty will be elevated to a new level. Round 2 is combat, paired in one-on-one matches. Winners advance, losers become stepping stones for others. Fail round 1, and you'll only get into a local school. The more you win, the wider your path to a prestigious academy. The ultimate goal, make it into the top 10 for direct entry into a top academy, or at least secure a spot in a reputable school. The teacher concluded with a chilling warning. Play within your limits. Overstep, and you'll pay with your life. Survival is paramount. A female student frantically asked if people really die, and received the blunt answer that here, you can only save yourself. Hearing that, Ye Ling merely scoffed, roaring inwardly, Come at me if you dare. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, a system notification appeared in his vision. New quest activated. Yiling's system popped up with a notification. New quest. Pass the first round of the Spirit Power Guardian Academy's selection test. Reward. Spirit Power Crystals X3. Yiling smirked, confidently declaring in his mind. This secret realm is full of only rank 1 demonic beasts. It'll be a piece of cake. An eager student pointed forward, shouting loudly. Look, the one at the front of the line is Huo Xian'er. Huo Xian'er turned around, her sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, thinking to herself, where is that scoundrel? The crowd continued to whisper. One student said, I heard Huo Xian'er is the top seed of this test. All the major academies are here to scout her. Another wondered, is the Huo family really that powerful? Yiling clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Today, I'll show you who the real genius is. The large screen in the middle of the stadium displayed the words Selection Test, signaling the official start of the game. Shang Lingkong, the city mayor, stepped forward and shouted loudly, Candidates, silence. At the same time, a purple spatial vortex began to open right before him. The gate to the secret realm had opened, and the mayor solemnly declared, the first round of the test officially begins. The crowd of candidates immediately rushed towards the teleportation gate, each wanting to enter first to secure the best positions. Huo Xian'er coldly uttered a, and then confidently stepped into the teleportation gate, leaving the small fry students behind. In the stands, Huo Ling smiled proudly. My young lady of the Huo family is truly extraordinary. The muscular Bai Tong, representative of the White Tiger Academy, smirked, as if he had discovered something interesting. Oh? It seems. Yiling calmly entered last, catching Bai Tong's attention. The last candidate to enter the gate is quite interesting. Another representative reminded him that admission rankings must be based on performance. But Bai Tong maintained his stance, his eyes never leaving the screen. Let's keep observing for now. Yiling walked past the glaring students, thinking scornfully to himself. I'm letting you guys go in first. This secret realm is mine. He flashed a confident smile, already having a plan in his head. This is the perfect place to farm materials. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiling stepped straight into the spatial vortex alone, his back exuding an absolutely domineering aura. Inside the secret realm was a vast world with all sorts of harsh terrains, from volcanoes and deserts to ice plains and dense forests. In a dense forest at dusk, a mysterious blindfolded man was also moving. His objective unknown. Upon entering the secret realm, a blonde student was hit with a random teleportation and landed directly in a freezing river. Meanwhile, another unlucky soul was thrown into the scorching desert, looking quite miserable. In contrast to the small fry, Yiling appeared with a calm expression, observing his surroundings. This place. He realized he was on the peak of a towering mountain, looking down at a vast expanse of land. No wonder it's so damn cold. Realizing the situation, Yiling decided not to go solo, but to summon his subordinate first, to be safe. Summon Shueyo first. With a whoosh, dark energy surged forth, and Shueyo, the zombie war goddess, materialized with blood-red eyes. With his companion by his side, Yiling gave an order. Let's go, Shueyo. Our first objective is to descend the mountain. The two began to move, Yiling's steps decisively leading them into the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. After walking for a while, Yiling found it strange how peaceful everything was, with not a single person or monster in sight. How strange. Is this entire secret realm deserted? Just as he finished speaking, a gigantic shadow swooped down, the sharp talons of a monstrous bird poised to snatch them both from above. A piercing shriek tore through the air, startling Yiling and making him curse under his breath. A gigantic, monstrous bird plummeted like a rocket from the sky, its sharp talons ready to seize them both. Yiling quickly composed himself, recognizing it as a steel-winged bird, but judging by its wingspan, it was just a juvenile, not strong enough. He smirked scornfully, ordering his beloved pet, Shueyo, teach it some manners. Shueyo, with blood-red eyes burning with killing intent, replied concisely, Understood, master. Yiling casually took a step back, crossed his arms, and watched the show, completely disregarding the bird. As soon as the order was given, Shueyo burst forth with speed, charging straight at the steel-winged bird like a dark bullet. A devastating collision in midair, Shueyo unleashed an extremely powerful blow, scattering the monster bird's feathers everywhere. The steel-winged bird shrieked miserably, struck by a painful blow, and began to lose control. Having taken a beating, the steel-winged bird tucked its tail and flew away. Yiling watched it go, taunting, You fly fast, but next time, your luck will run out. Yiling walked, regretting that Shueyo couldn't fly. Otherwise, that bird would have been gone. He told himself that this time, he absolutely had to find a flying pet. The steel-winged bird still hovered in the air, letting out a shrill, provocative cry. Finding a cave, Yahello decided this was an ideal shelter for survival. Blood Ghost, we'll set up camp here for now. Just as they entered the cave, the bird's wicked cry echoed again, persistent as a hungry leech. Yahello covered his ears, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili, because the steel-winged bird kept clinging on relentlessly. He growled, "If we don't deal with it, we won't get any sleep." Yahello quickly analyzed the situation, realizing this bird feared Shuo, but its true target was him, a spiritual envoy who seemed easier to deal with. With a plan in mind, Yahello ordered Shuo, now called Blood Ghost, to temporarily retreat into the cave so he could act as bait. Yahello stepped out alone, looked up at the sky, and crowed loudly, provoking the steel-winged bird. "If you're so good, come down here. Dive at me." The steel-winged bird let out a series of provocative cries, but it was met only by Yahello's calculated silence. Yahello smirked, realizing this fellow was quite cautious. He immediately retreated further to lure it. "Let's see if you dare to come down." It took the bait. The steel-winged bird couldn't hold back any longer. It swooped down like an arrow, aiming straight for Yahello. Yahello ran while analyzing, knowing that the dense forest terrain was a death trap for flying monsters. He was certain the bird would soon make its move. The monster bird roared piercingly, determined to settle the score with the small bait that dared to challenge it. Whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of feathers, sharp as daggers, shot out, raining down like a steel shower aimed at Yahello. Yahello sneered, green energy gathered in his hand. "Smart. You know to probe first? But I've already prepared everything." He tensed his arm, activating Spirit Shield. A blue energy dome appeared, perfectly blocking the feather rain. Clang, clang. Feathers struck the shield, sparking. Yahello had to admit this bird's attacks were quite formidable. The steel-winged bird dove straight down, intending to pierce the spirit shield with its steel-hard beak, but Yahello had anticipated this move, giving his opponent no chance. Yahello unleashed spirit chains. A series of glowing purple energy chains shot out from thin air. A net of chains spread across the sky, tightly entangling the monster bird flying at high speed. The steel-winged bird shrieked in helplessness as each chain tightened around its body, completely neutralizing its ability to fly. Yahello tensed his body, tightening the spirit chains, completely controlling the bird, turning it into a suspended meat target. Yahello smirked confidently, ordering his trump card. "Blood Ghost, deal with it." Receiving the order, Shuo immediately appeared directly above the bound, steel-winged bird, replying concisely. "Understood." Blood Ghost exuded an overwhelming killing intent, her glowing red eyes devoid of emotion, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Bound tightly by spirit chains, the steel-winged bird was now just a motionless target, completely at the enemy's mercy. Without a shred of mercy, Shuo plunged down like an arrow, her sharp claws aimed straight at the tightly bound steel-winged bird, feathers scattering everywhere. Swish. A dark, deadly slash cut through the air. Blood Ghost delivered a clean finishing blow to the unfortunate monster bird. The steel-winged bird crashed to the ground, officially gone. Yahello crossed his arms and smirked. "No more flying now, huh? Let's see what evolution materials you have." Yahello checked the spoils of war. The system displayed all high-quality items, feathers, claws, and beak of the steel-winged bird. He muttered, determined to reach level 2 as soon as possible. Carrying the bird's carcass on his shoulder, Yahello grinned, showing off to Blood Ghost that this bird's neck meat was a high-grade ingredient in 5-star hotels, declaring, "Tonight, we feast." Both headed towards a cave. Yahello walked ahead, carrying the spoils, and casually asked a very difficult question. "Blood Ghost, do zombies eat raw food or cooked food, or do they not need to eat at all?" This caused Shuo to freeze. It turned out all their actions were being broadcast live on giant screens at a stadium, where the selection exam was taking place. In the stands, Huo smiled with great interest. She hadn't expected a level 4 steel-winged bird to be dealt with so easily, and found this student quite interesting. Beside her, Lu Feng and Bai Tong also nodded in agreement, believing Yahello's strength at this age was rare, especially with that unique humanoid spirit beast. Hongshu sighed regretfully, because Vermilion Bird Academy only recruited females. Meanwhile, a subordinate presented a tablet containing information to Mayor Shang Kong. Taking a sip of tea, Shang Kong scrolled through the information and muttered that he remembered something about this class. Suddenly, Shang Kong's eyes flashed, as if he had discovered an unbelievable detail in the data. The old mayor choked on his tea, coughing violently to the astonishment of the academy representatives, stammering, This. Huo Ling was the first to react. She was utterly shocked when she looked at the stats panel on the screen and screamed, "What? His spirit beast is a zombie?" The entire panel of judges shot to their feet, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe a zombie could participate in the exam. Bai Tong boldly put forward a hypothesis. Could that zombie have evolved? But Hong Xiu immediately dismissed it, arguing that there was no way a zombie could evolve. Contrary to everyone's skepticism, Bai Tong smirked with great interest, muttering that things were getting extremely interesting. Bai Tong declared confidently that as long as he could bring Ye Ling to his academy, all mysteries surrounding this unique zombie would be unveiled. In a dangerous secret realm, Liu Wu stood before the colossal venomous scale python and sneered. Only a fool would provoke this monstrous thing. He confidently patted the black venomous snake on his shoulder, believing that by using it to conceal his scent, he could safely pass through the trial in 3 days. From another rock outcrop, Ye Ling saw smoke rising in the distance and clicked his tongue. Nighttime is the most dangerous. What idiot would start a fire out here? It turned out that idiot was Ye Ling, casually grilling meat by the fire and inviting, "Shuio, if you don't eat it, I'll finish it all myself." Without further delay, Ye Ling took a huge, satisfying bite of the grilled meat. The sheer bliss of enjoying the delicious food sent the young man soaring to cloud 9. Eating with tears welling up, Ye Ling praised the tender and delicious meat, saying it was even better than chicken neck. Standing opposite, Shuio could only remain silent, watching her master go wild with a completely speechless expression. Suddenly, Shuio's red eyes flashed with vigilance. She had sensed that something was amiss. Just as Shuio issued her warning, from the darkness of the forest, numerous glowing red eyes of a pack of shadow wolves silently surrounded them. A pair of colossal wolf legs, crackling with vibrant blue lightning, slammed down onto the ground. The boss revealed itself, a white wolf as large as a buffalo, eyes sparking with electricity, leading a pack of shadow wolves menacingly forward. Shuio immediately entered a battle stance, while Ye Ling behind her remained as nonchalant as if taking a stroll. Ye Ling smirked, still holding the meat. "I was just waiting for you guys to show up. Otherwise, how am I supposed to grind for experience on such a long night?" It turned out this guy was the Demon Wolf King. Level 1, Rank 7, a genuine boss. Not some small fry. Looking down from above, the entire wolf pack had completely tightened their encirclement, leaving no escape. Ye Ling was slightly surprised to have lured such a formidable level 7 opponent, but still confidently entrusted his spirit beast. "Shuio, it's all up to you." The Demon Wolf King let out an earth-shattering roar, ordering its pack to tear their prey to shreds. Shuio responded with action, her hands transforming into a pair of blood-red, spiky claws, ready for a massacre. Without hesitation, Shuio charged straight into the wolf pack, swinging her claws to create deadly, crimson slashes, commencing the blood feast. Shuio delivered a clean high kick, sending a shadow wolf straight to its demise. Ignoring the small fries, the Demon Wolf King roared, then gathered lightning and charged straight towards Ye Ling. The boss opened its maw wide, intending to swallow Ye Ling whole in a single bite. Seeing the boss target him, Ye Ling's face turned pale, and he shrieked his spirit beast's name, "Shuio." Immediately, a streak of crimson light tore through the night, as Shuio rushed forward with incredible speed to save her master. Shuio's hand transformed into a colossal blood-red claw, blocking the Demon Wolf King's pounce right in front of Ye Ling. The remaining shadow wolves were no pushovers either. They simultaneously lunged from all directions. Not just defending, Shuio spun around, swinging her other claw to deliver a clean, sharp slash directly to the boss's face. Shuio transformed into a crimson whirlwind, her glowing red slashes continuously tearing through the air, devastating the wolf pack's formation. Taking several slashes head-on, the Demon Wolf King's face was marred with wounds, frozen for a few seconds by Shuio's overwhelming power. Ye Ling stood behind Shuio, calmly remarking, "Shuio, your skill is truly formidable, but there's still a power gap. After all, you're currently only a level 1, rank 9 spirit beast." Having been beaten, the Demon Wolf King furiously let out an earth-shattering roar. Lightning violently erupted around its body, and its eyes flashed with bloodlust. But boasting too soon leads to nothing. A black shadow plunged from the sky, kicking the boss directly in the head, sending it crashing face-first into the ground like a meteor. It was Shuio. She landed with a devastating stomp, aiming directly for the dazed wolf's head. Crash! Shuio's kick slammed directly into the Demon Wolf King's body, the impact force strong enough to deform the very ground. A burst of dust erupted, and the level 7 boss was officially overwhelmed, unable to even gasp. The battle ended swiftly. Yi Ling casually approached the enormous corpse of the demon wolf king. Done. Now let's see what loot we got. From the boss corpse, Yi Ling pulled out a demon heart and a dark blood essence radiating dark energy, exclaiming delightedly, "Jackpot! This is exactly the evolution material I need. Shueyo, with this haul, you'll definitely evolve quickly." Meanwhile, outside the arena, the audience was buzzing. Which class is this Yi Ling from? I've never heard of him before, but he's so powerful. Another whispered, Yi Ling? Doesn't that name sound familiar? Isn't he that good-for-nothing who contracted with a zombie? A bespectacled teacher, his face pale and sweat pouring down, muttered in confusion. Yi Ling. What in the world is going on? His spirit beast is actually... A colossal purple energy vortex erupted, blowing away the small fries, each one screaming in terror. Oh my god, it's terrifying, save me! In the stands, Mayor Shang Linkong roared, ordering the medical staff to enter the arena and carry out the injured students. An eliminated student lay on a stretcher, snot and tears streaming down his face, begging for another chance to compete. A bespectacled teacher shook his head in resignation, delivering a harsh verdict. Eliminated in the first round, this life is practically over. The teacher continued to announce to those remaining in the secret realm. Hold on for one more minute, and you'll get another chance. The crowd outside the stadium fell silent as they looked at the large screen, where only Yi Ling and his spirit beast remained. Lu Feng of Azure Dragon Academy couldn't contain his excitement, pointing and declaring his desire to recruit Yi Ling, but was immediately stopped by Bai Tong of White Tiger Academy. Old Lu, don't forget I saw this kid first. Amidst the argument, Hua Ling of Black Tortoise Academy merely observed silently, her eyes filled with contemplation as Yi Ling's name was mentioned. After a moment of assessment, Huo Ling smiled with great interest, admitting, "Unbelievable. His spirit beast truly possesses remarkable power." The battle to recruit talent grew intense, with Lu Feng continuing to praise the spirit beast's power, forcing Mayor Shang Linkong to intervene. "Everyone, calm down. The exam isn't over yet. There's no need to rush." Mayor Shang Linkong sneered meaningfully, declaring that he would continue to monitor the situation within the secret realm. Meanwhile, Yi Ling realized that the old cave had been tainted with the demon wolf king's blood scent, which would surely turn it into a monster-infested hornet's nest. Without hesitation, Yi Ling and Shueyo immediately moved, deciding to find a safer new farming spot. Suddenly, Shueyo froze, her crimson eyes flashing with vigilance. "Master, something's wrong." Immediately, Shueyo lunged forward, her hand transforming into a blood-red claw to shield Yi Ling, leaving him surprised and unsure of what was happening. Before them, a young man was being chased desperately by a colossal python, screaming for help in despair. Swish! The colossal snake's tail whipped down with a devastating strike, powerful enough to crush everything in its path. It turned out the prey was Lu Wu, frozen in terror before the level 1 rank 9 venomous scale python, his face drained of all color. Yi Ling squinted, recognizing the person in distress. "Huh? Isn't that Liu Wu?" Liu Wu shrieked in panic, bitter that his own snoring had awakened the monster. He had truly brought disaster upon himself. The venomous scale, Python's bloodshot eyes glowed with murderous intent, as it spat a stream of sickly green venom directly at Liu Wu, who was desperately screaming for help. The colossal python swung its tail to attack, and Liu Wu, scared out of his wits, ran headlong to save his life. Falling flat on his face, Liu Wu looked up and was stunned to see Yi Ling. "Huh? That trash Yi Ling? He's still alive?" A malicious thought flashed through his mind, and Liu Wu gritted his teeth, deciding, "This good-for-nothing came at just the right time. Even if I fail, I'll drag him down with me." No sooner said than done. Liu Wu immediately turned and ran straight towards Yi Ling, deliberately luring the venomous scale python to follow. "Come here, you beast. Chase me." Yi Ling was utterly speechless at his opponent's idiotic actions, wondering if Liu Wu had lost his mind. "Yi Ling, you useless trash, die!" Liu Wu roared, luring the python as it opened its gaping maw, ready to swallow them both. So this guy still had a trump card. Liu Wu pulled out a strange device, his face filled with madness. "Even if I lose, I won't let you off easy, Yi Ling." The python charged like a whirlwind, but Yi Ling and Shueyo were one step faster, gracefully dodging to the side. At the same time, in the monitoring room, a giant blue energy vortex suddenly appeared on the screen, leaving the two judges stunned. Whoosh! Liu Wu was kicked out of the secret realm in a teleportation vortex, screaming miserably before the two monitoring staff. Another staff member rushed over to help Liu Wu, offering to take him for treatment of his injuries, but he roughly slapped the staff member's hand away, growling, "Get lost." Liu Wu's face showed extreme resentment, and he gritted his teeth. No need. I'll stay here and watch the show. Slumped on the ground, Liu Wu stared at the screen showing Yaling and muttered curses. Yaling, you good for nothing. Let's see how you die. In the control room, the judges looked at the giant venomous scale python on the screen, and one person asked if Yaling had any chance. Lu Feng sneered, deeming it a pipe dream. Defeat a venomous scale python? Professor Huo? Are you joking? That's a level 1 rank 9 monster, completely different from that steel-winged bird from before. Bai Tong, the representative of White Tiger Academy, smirked provocatively at Lu Feng. How about a bet then? I'll wager 50,000 federal credits. Bai Tong sealed the bet confidently, his eyes full of confidence as he looked at Ye Ling's image. That kid will win. Lu Feng was not to be outdone, immediately accepting the bet. It's a deal. I'll also wager 50,000 credits that he'll run away. Hong Xiu sneered, believing running was the wise choice, and also bet that Ye Ling would turn tail and run. Bai Tong turned to ask Huo Ling about her bet, but she only replied vaguely. Huo Ling's face was cold as ice, and she declared chillingly as the image of the venomous scale python appeared. I bet hell be killed. Mayor Shang Lingkong was invited to join the bet, but he only laughed heartily and refused to participate. Mayor Shang Lingkong declared that the results would soon be clear as the venomous scale python charged to attack, remarking that even with Shueyo by his side, Yaling was still at a complete disadvantage. Yiling immediately realized his level 1 skill wasn't strong enough to deal with this rank 9 monster. Without a moment's hesitation, Yaling decided to upgrade his skill right there in battle. The system displayed, Spirit Chain, Level 2, consumes 300 spirit power, can bind monsters below rank 2, but can only be used 3 times when fully charged. The venomous scale python swelled its throat, preparing to spit venom. Yi Ling shouted for them both to find the right moment. Yi Ling ordered Shueyo to be vigilant, then nimbly dodged the torrent of venom spewed out like a waterfall. Without a moment's hesitation, Shueyo stomped her foot and charged straight at the giant monster. She swung her blood-red claws, tearing off a patch of the venomous scale python's scales, making it roar in pain. Hit by the attack, the python furiously lashed its giant tail, while Shueyo nimbly leaped into the air. Yi Ling realized this creature was no ordinary foe, and quickly shouted a warning. Be careful, Shueyo. Its venom is corrosive. Immediately, the venomous scale python spewed out a torrent of greenish venom like a waterfall, aimed directly at Shueyo. But Shueyo's dodging skills were truly exceptional. She arced in a perfect curve, neatly dodging the deadly acid stream. Just after dodging the spray, the entire area was filled with poisonous gas. Ye Ling was frustrated. I didn't expect it could also spray poisonous gas. Knowing he couldn't stall any longer, Ye Ling's eyes sharpened, and he formed a hand seal, deciding to unleash his trump card. We have to end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Ling activated Spirit Chain Level 2, and a series of blue energy chains shot out, tightly wrapping around the venomous scale python. Bound tightly from head to tail, the giant python could only roar in helplessness, completely becoming a target practice dummy. Bound tightly by the spirit chain, Ye Ling growled an order, all damage now focused on the spirit beast. Shueyo, now it's your turn. Receiving the order, Shueyo shot forward like a red arrow. Her hands transformed into blood-red claws, exuding intense killing intent. A blazing red slash tore through the air, striking directly at the head of the immobilized venomous scale python. The giant python only managed to open its mouth and let out one last helpless roar before the finishing blow landed. Thud! The level 1 rank 9 boss collapsed, lying motionless. Ye Ling praised with satisfaction. Well done, Shueyo. In the observation area, the screen replayed the unbelievable scene. Liu Wu froze, screaming in his mind. Impossible. How could that good-for-nothing Ye Ling kill the venomous scale python? He clutched his head, his face contorted with resentment and shock, muttering like a madman. No way, he's just a piece of trash. The panel of judges also froze. Lu Feng exclaimed in astonishment. That's Spirit Chain Level 2. He trained it to this level in just half a year? Even a genius couldn't do that. Mayor Shang Lingkong stroked his beard, his eyes full of interest. There's such a student in the academy? Why didn't I notice him before? Amidst the stunned silence, Bai Tong laughed heartily, patting Lu Feng's shoulder, demanding his winnings. 3 masters, 50,000 federal credits each. I've already recorded it all. Huo Ling smiled contentedly, as if she had just won a sweet 50,000 credits, then found an excuse to slip away to deal with her sorrow. In reality, she was rushing to report, having already decided in her mind. This kid Yaling is a rare genius. He must be mine. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Yaling was busy looting items from the python's corpse, collecting venomous scales and snake gall. Another bunch of high-grade evolution materials. Yaling grinned with delight. Shueyo's experience bar was almost full. The problem now was, where to go to farm more monsters? As soon as he finished speaking, the howls of wolves roared from deep within the forest, making Yaling immediately go on guard. Scene change. Huo Xian'er and her earth dragon also encountered a swarm of shadow wolves, led by a pure white demon wolf king crackling with lightning. Huo Xian'er grew wary. She hadn't expected such a large pack of shadow wolves to appear. This demon wolf king was no ordinary foe. Level 1, rank 8. On par with the earth dragon, but its side completely overwhelmed them in numbers. Howl. At the alpha's command, the entire pack of shadow wolves charged forward, ready to tear their prey apart. The earth dragon didn't flinch. It roared back, ready for a life-and-death melee with the ferocious wolf pack. The shadow wolves swarmed like ants, rushing in to bite and tear at the earth dragon, a classic tactic of overwhelming with numbers. The weaklings, relying on their numbers, bared their fangs and brandished their claws, gnawing bit by bit at the earth dragon's scales. Even though it was a rare beast, the earth dragon still took damage, as the tenacious wolves clung to it relentlessly. Annoyed, the earth dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, using its pressure to send the lesser wolves flying. Huo Xian'er broke into a cold sweat, realizing the earth dragon's fatal weakness was its speed. If this dragged on, they would be doomed. Knowing she couldn't afford to linger, she immediately ordered the earth dragon to fly up. Finding a way to escape was the best course of action. But the demon wolf king wasn't foolish. It let out a roar, its entire body crackling with lightning, then shot straight into the sky to block their path. With no retreat, Huo Xian'er gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp. Earth dragon. Fight them to the death. The earth dragon was forced to land, falling directly into the encirclement of the wolf pack led by the demon wolf king. The situation was hanging by a thread. Without further ado, the demon wolf king charged like a bolt of lightning, its claws flashing with electricity, aimed directly at the earth dragon's throat. Seeing her spirit beast injured, Huo Xian'er cried out in panic. Earth dragon, are you all right? Trapped by the shadow wolves, Huo Xian'er thought despairingly to herself. Am I really going to die here? The first round isn't even over yet. The demon wolf king, crackling with lightning, lunged forward and bit the earth dragon pet, drawing blood as it roared in pain. Huo Xian'er gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. No, even if I have to give up, I can't let the earth dragon pet die here. Just as the wolves were about to tear it apart, sharp streaks of red blood suddenly appeared, blocking all attacks. Both the pack of wolves and the earth dragon pet were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. In the middle of the battlefield, Yaling and Shueyo coolly appeared, surrounded by surging blood aura. Huo Xian'er looked up, dumbfounded as she saw Yaling casually wave, "Yo, old acquaintance." Her eyes widened, and she stammered, speechless, as she recognized the one who had just saved her in the nick of time. "It's you," Yiling smirked, his tone full of teasing. "Looks like your big, stupid dragon is quite injured, isn't it?" In the monitoring room, Bai Tong teased Huo Ling. "Judge Huo, it seems your genius isn't doing so well. Almost had to hit the retreat button." Huo Ling's face was cold as ice, and she retorted, "Judge Bai, don't crow too soon. It's not the final minute yet." Bai Tong sneered, declaring the philosophy of the strong. "If it were me, I wouldn't have saved them, because in an exam, one less person means one less opponent." Back on the battlefield, Yaling and Shueyo stood face to face with the giant demon wolf king, which was growling, blue lightning crackling around its body. Yiling gave the order calmly, his gaze unwavering. "Shueyo, activate blood rage." Immediately, Shueyo's power erupted, her entire body enveloped in a crimson blood aura, her momentum soaring. Without a second's hesitation, Shueyo charged straight at the demon wolf king like a blood arrow, ready for an all-out battle. The weak shadow wolves rushed out to block her path, but Shueyo immediately transformed her hands into a pair of gigantic, razor-sharp, blood-colored claws. A crimson shockwave emanated from Shueyo, blowing away the entire pack of howling wolf pups, clearing out the minions. Seeing its subordinates wiped out in an instant, the boss Demon Wolf King also paled, beginning to retreat in terror. Seeing the Demon Wolf King start to cower and try to escape, Yaling pointed and ordered decisively, "Shueyo, don't let it get away." Shueyo replied with a concise "okay" and charged straight at the boss like a blood arrow, ready to end the battle. The Demon Wolf King's lightning eyes contracted, It knew this time it was in deep trouble. Giving its opponent no time to breathe, Shuo closed in and unleashed a devastating blood-colored slash. Standing afar, Huo Xian'er gaped at the overwhelming move, while Ye Ling shouted, reminding her to get out of the way. The Demon Wolf King was sent flying like a ball, crashing straight towards the heavily injured Earth Dragon pet. Standing on her spiritual beast's back, Huo Xian'er couldn't believe her eyes. I can't believe he's become this strong in just 1 month. And he even saved my life. Seeing Ye Ling calmly skinning the wolf without even glancing at her, Huo Xian'er felt a pang of pride. Is he pretending not to see me? Do I, the Academy's belle, have to speak first? Ye Ling turned back, coldly advising Huo Xian'er to rest and leave, as the smell of blood would attract more monsters, making it very dangerous to stay. Surprised by his concern, Huo Xian'er blushed, stammering an offer. Ye Ling, how about we team up? Ye Ling calmly sat next to the Demon Wolf King's corpse, while Huo Xian'er froze, staring at him. He secretly thought it would be faster to go alone, but abandoning her while her Earth Dragon pet was injured felt a bit lame. Thinking she was being called a burden, Huo Xian'er quickly spoke up. Don't worry, Ye Ling, I'll pay you handsomely. The young miss directly named her price. 100,000 federal credits to protect her until the end of Phase 1 tomorrow. Ye Ling's eyes lit up at the mention of money, calculating that he could buy a ton of evolution materials, and immediately sealed the deal. Okay, I'll take the 100,000 credits. Huo Xian'er was speechless. She thought he was a gentleman, but he agreed instantly just for money, truly embarrassing her. Ye Ling extended his hand, making Huo Xian'er blush again, wondering if he saw her Earth Dragon pet was injured, and wanted to hold her hand to protect her. She was utterly embarrassed, stammering a refusal. Ye Ling, don't you think this is a bit much? We're not that close. Ye Ling's face was expressionless, shattering her fantasy with a cold remark. The card. Hand over the 100,000 credit card. Understood? Huo Xian'er fumed at his cluelessness, explaining that she was taking an exam and didn't carry money, but as the eldest young lady of the Huo family, he needn't worry about her backing out. Huo Xian'er tried to explain that it was only 100,000 credits, and she would pay once they left the secret realm, as it wasn't certain they would even survive to get out. Ye Ling didn't trust words, bluntly pulling out paper and pen, demanding a proper signed and fingerprinted contract, leaving Huo Xian'er completely bewildered. The young miss was furious, yelling that he was a blockhead, but Ye Ling's face was cold as ice as he simply uttered, sign or not. Helpless against his pragmatism, Huo Xian'er bit her finger, using her blood to fingerprint the IOU. Annoyed, she thrust the contract with the bloody fingerprint in front of Ye Ling, growling if he was satisfied now. With the deal sealed, Ye Ling put his arm around Huo Xian'er's shoulder, declaring the contract established, and that he would ensure her safety today. Ye Ling turned away, giving a thumbs up and adding another teasing remark. Because you're worth 100,000 credits, making Huo Xian'er seethe with anger. Ignoring her, Ye Ling turned to the monster's corpse, declaring he would collect some evolution materials before finding a safe spot. All actions of the duo were being broadcast live on a large screen in the stadium outside for all the judges and audience to watch. In the stands, Bai Tong sarcastically remarked to Huo Ling that she seemed about to be disappointed, because if that kid Ye Ling hadn't appeared, the young lady of the Huo family would have been eliminated long ago. In the stands, the judges discussed animatedly, surprised that Ye Ling could turn the tables. Lu Feng admitted his surprise, while Bai Tong emphasized that his spiritual beast was the real deal. Xiang Lingkong stroked his beard, chuckling with delight, realizing that all 4 academies had set their sights on Ye Ling. Hong Xiu confidently declared that she had received orders from above. The Vermilion Bird Academy, which usually didn't recruit males, was willing to make an exception for Ye Ling. Huo Ling teased Hong Xiu, saying that with an all-female academy having 1 boy, she'd be no different from a matchmaker. Hong Xiu merely sneered, replying that it was a benefit, fair competition. Lu Feng wondered why a genius like Ye Ling seemed so short on money, but Xiang Lingkong revealed shocking information. Ye Ling had no family background, and his record only showed a weak level 1, rank 2. Lu Feng was completely shocked, unable to believe that a kid with no family background and a weak level 1, rank 2, could be so formidable. In the forest, Ye Ling rested, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, while Huo Xian'er sat a distance away, lost in thought. Huo Xian'er couldn't suppress her curiosity, approaching and directly asking Ye Ling when he had become so strong. As in her memory, he was just a good-for-nothing. Ye Ling didn't bother to answer, just telling her to rest, as they still had to escape tomorrow. Huo Xian'er then sat right next to him, determined not to let him evade her, Seeing that talking wasn't working, Huo Xian'er switched to using money, sealing the deal. Alright, talk to me. I'll pay you 5,000 credits. Hearing the offer of 5,000 credits just for talking, Yahello changed his attitude faster than flipping a rice paper, immediately sealing the deal. Okay. Ask whatever you want. Huo Xian'er got straight to the point, questioning why Yahello had suddenly become unreasonably strong and why his spiritual beast didn't look like a zombie at all. Yahello secretly thought he couldn't reveal his overpowered system, so he fabricated a story that Shueyo was a mutated zombie, while the real deal slowly appeared behind him. Huo Xian'er was heavily shocked to see a white-haired beauty instead of a rotting corpse, exclaiming, "What kind of zombie is this beautiful?" While Shueyo looked at her with a disdainful gaze. After composing herself, Huo Xian'er assessed that Yahello had reached level 1, rank 9, skilled enough to enter top academies, and asked him if he had chosen a school yet. Yahello calmly replied that he hadn't thought about it, but his top criterion would probably be a school with many pretty girls. Huo Xian'er was utterly speechless, her face frozen like a statue at his incredibly absurd answer. Having eaten and rested enough, Yahello stood up and urged Huo Xian'er to get going, but she bewilderedly asked why they shouldn't just stay put and wait for the exam to end for safety. Yahello sneered, declaring that while the other small fry were hiding, this was prime time for hunting and leveling up. Shueyo immediately confirmed, "Yes, master." Huo Xian'er watched the backs of the two unusual individuals, secretly cursing Yahello as a madman, but still decided to follow, as it was safer to be with someone strong. After just a few steps into the forest, Yahello's group was blocked by two fierce creatures that burst out from the bushes. Two muscular demonic apes, with bloodshot eyes, bared their fangs and growled menacingly. It turned out to be two, level 1, rank 9, demonic apes. Truly a delicious meal delivered right to their mouths for farming points. Yahello didn't even flinch, simply pointing and giving a concise order to his spirit beast. "Shueyo, attack." Shueyo lunged like a phantom, her crimson streaks tearing through the two demonic apes in the blink of an eye. Huo Xian'er froze, secretly admiring the spirit beast that was both beautiful and powerful, while Yahello merely smirked and ordered Shueyo to finish up quickly. "As you command, master." Shueyo delivered the finishing blow, clearing the battlefield in an instant, not giving the monsters a chance to gasp. The next morning, the exam concluded, and both Yahello and Huo Xian'er received notifications that they had easily passed the first round. Huo Xian'er turned to thank Yahello profusely, but he merely reminded her coldly, "No need for thanks, just pay up. 100,000 credits plus 5,000 inches interest, don't forget." Huo Xian'er puffed out her cheeks in annoyance at his shamelessness, but still affirmed that the Huo family always kept their word, and she would pay in full tomorrow, not a single cent less. Yahello opened a teleportation gate, sighing tiredly about having to prepare for the next round, leaving Shueyo standing still like a statue amidst the wolf corpses. The results board appeared. 82 passed, 403 failed, 75 eliminated. The extremely fierce competition left some small fry celebrating and others weeping. As he stepped out of the gate, Yahello saw his best friend Chenji, waving and calling out to him. Chenji put an arm around Yahello's shoulder, laughing and teasing. "Not bad, no injuries. You must have run fast, huh? It's okay if you failed, at least you're still alive." Yahello merely smirked, raising his watch to show off the brightly lit words passed, which made Chenji freeze, his mouth agape as he cursed. Mayor Shang Lingkong appeared, announcing to all candidates who had passed the first round to rest and prepare for tomorrow. The crowd buzzed as they recognized the mayor, saying he was here to meet Li Shangtian, the Academy's #1 genius. The genius in question, Li Shangtian, son of the Li family, stepped forward to greet the mayor respectfully. The mayor patted Li Shangtian's shoulder, telling him to rest well and sending his regards to his father, indicating an extraordinary relationship. Unexpectedly, the mayor turned to look directly at Yahello and asked, "Are you Yahello?" Yahello casually patted Chenji's shoulder, telling his friend to go rest up for tomorrow's exam, ignoring his friend's worshipful expression. Chenji was still in shock, turning to ask Yahello if he knew the mayor, but the main character innocently denied any acquaintance. Seeing his friend rambling on, Yahello subtly urged him to go to the infirmary, while he himself left immediately, utterly exhausted. The small fry standing far away began to whisper, one of them recognizing Yahello and his trashy zombie spirit beast, wondering why an unknown nobody would catch the mayor's eye. Li Shangtian, the #1 genius, narrowed his eyes, determined to expose Yahello's true strength in tomorrow's round. As night fell, Yahello had returned to his apartment. As he leaned back on the sofa, Ye Ling secretly sighed in relief, fortunate to have activated the system. Otherwise, his life as a spirit envoy would have been over long ago. He opened the system panel, checked the collected materials, and planned to sell off some excess items to earn more money. Suddenly, a transfer notification appeared. Huo Xian'er had sent 105,000 credits, enough money for Ye Ling to buy evolution materials for Shueyo. The system also delivered good news. The mission to pass the first round of the exam was complete, and the reward was 3 soul energy crystals. Ye Ling checked the mission rewards and found 3 soul energy crystals, each granting 500 soul points, totaling 1,500 points, an excellent haul. He calculated that a normal level 1 spirit envoy was limited to only 1,000 points, but now he had 2,400 points, far surpassing the small fry. The next round was practically guaranteed. After grinding all day, Ye Ling stretched tiredly on the sofa, his stomach rumbling. He decided to treat himself to a proper meal, now that he had plenty of money. No sooner said than done, he turned on his communication screen, intending to invite his friend Chen Ji out to eat, as he noticed Chen Ji was quite injured during the exam. Scrolling through his contacts, he saw Huo Xian'er's name, and thought that since she had just transferred him a lot of money, inviting her to a thank you meal was only proper. At the same time, Huo Xian'er's smartwatch, placed next to her bathtub, suddenly rang loudly. Relaxing in her bath, Huo Xian'er picked up the call, her voice a little sleepy. "Hello? Who is this?" Hearing Ye Ling's voice inviting her to eat, her eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, Huo Xian'er immediately agreed, quickly giving him the address and about to say something more, but Ye Ling abruptly hung up. Hung up on, Huo Xian'er puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. That hateful Ye Ling, how dare he hang up on me? Just you wait. Chen Ji's jaw dropped when Ye Ling led him to a super luxurious restaurant, stammering if they had the wrong place, but the main character casually replied, "To celebrate passing the round, and to nourish you after that beating you took." Ye Ling smiled, announcing that there was still one more person, which left Chen Ji dumbfounded, as he didn't think his friend knew anyone else at school. Before he could ask further, Ye Ling pointed outside. "Look, she's here." A white flying supercar slowly descended onto the parking lot right in front of them, and the car door opened. A pair of elegant high heels stepped out, signaling that the owner was no ordinary person. Huo Xian'er appeared in a stunning yellow dress, gracefully waving to Ye Ling. "Ye Ling, I'm here." Chen Zi froze, stammering the name of the school's beauty queen, while Ye Ling maintained his confident demeanor, casually waving back. Ye Ling introduced smoothly, "Chen Zhe, this is Huo Xian'er. I'm sure you know her." Then he turned to introduce his best friend. Chen Ji scratched his head and greeted her awkwardly, while Ye Ling waved them all inside, his stomach rumbling with hunger. As they entered the lobby, all the restaurant staff bowed deeply in welcome. "Please come in, Miss Huo," showing her true status. In the VIP dining room, Ye Ling, Chen Zhe, and Huo Xian'er sat down at a lavish banquet table, served meticulously by the staff. Chen Ji's eyes and mouth were wide open in awe, admitting to Ye Ling that this was the first time in his life he had ever stepped into such a luxurious restaurant, while Ye Ling casually told him to eat freely, as it was all thanks to Huo Xian'er. Huo Xian'er raised her glass, gracefully telling Ye Ling that he didn't need to worry about repayment, as she was happy to be his friend, which prompted Ye Ling to raise his glass in thanks as well. The scene shifted to the Liu Manor in Tianhui City, an ancient mansion exuding an aura of power. Inside the main hall, Liu Wu was kneeling on the ground, being questioned by the family members for failing the Spirit Envoy Academy exam and demanded to explain himself. An elder bluntly declared that Liu Wu should relinquish his position as young master and yield it to a more capable person in the family. Another member added, telling the patriarch that even though Liu Wu was his son, the entire family could not be entrusted to a useless person like him. The Liu family patriarch growled, "Stop!" slamming his hand on the table, silencing everyone. Patriarch Liu Yun revealed himself, his face filled with murderous intent and crisscrossing red scars, declaring that he had made his own decision. Liu Wu looked up at his father, hastily explaining that he was just unlucky, having encountered a venomous scale python in the mystic realm, which led to his failure. Patriarch Liu Yun didn't say much, delivering a chilling declaration. From today onwards, the position of young master is stripped from that troublesome brat Liu Wu. This position will be reselected from the younger generation. With his young master position gone, Liu Wu bitterly realized he had lost everything, from his status to his future. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, directing all his hatred towards Ye Ling, and vowing to make that guy pay with his life. The next day, The colossal stadium was ready for the second round of the selection exam, with numerous arenas set up amidst the grass field. Chen Ji anxiously reminded Ye Ling to be careful in the second round, a one-on-one battle, but Ye Ling calmly reassured his friend that he would give it his all. The students who passed the first round gathered, listening to the announcement about the next competition format. Solo battles, to determine the final results. Mayor Shang Ling Kong spoke in a stern voice, demanding all contestants give their best and display their full strength for the Academy representatives to witness. A virtual screen appeared, confirming that the second round would be a random battle, where true strength would speak for itself. The rules were announced. Surrender, being thrown off the arena, or losing the ability to fight meant defeat, and results would be calculated based on the duration of survival. Ye Ling mentally reviewed the rules, which forbade killing opponents, but he knew that crippling or severe injuries were common in these exams. Mayor Shangling Kong stood on the high platform, solemnly declaring, Phase 2, the random one-on-one challenge round, begins. The large screen displayed the matchup list, and the genius Li Shengtian muttered when he saw his name, and Ye Ling's were both scheduled for the first round. As soon as the list was announced, a ding sound echoed in Ye Ling's mind. The system had just activated a brand new quest chain. A series of quests appeared with incredible rewards. Top 10 received an EXP buff, Top 5 received an epic tier spirit beast, and first place would receive a talent rebirth, along with a legendary tier spirit beast. He was utterly shocked. Damn, the rewards can even stack. A referee on arena number 4 shouted, calling Ye Ling's name while he was still busy checking the lucrative quests. Ye Ling hurriedly ran onto the arena, apologizing for being late, and was warned by the referee that any further delay would result in immediate disqualification. Standing on the arena, Ye Ling observed his opponent and thought to himself that he had never heard of Tian Chen, so he didn't know what this guy's true strength was. Ye Ling's opponent, Tian Chen, stood there with his arms crossed, a confident and disdainful look on his face, acting superior. Without further ado, Tian Chen roared, summoning his spirit beast. A gigantic armored uninoceros pet appeared, enveloped in swirling dark energy. Ye Ling was no pushover. He immediately retaliated by calling his trump card, Shueyo. And the blood ghost zombie girl instantly manifested. Shueyo's appearance caused an uproar in the stands. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Is that a real spirit beast? So beautiful, she looks like a real person. Other small fry were visibly annoyed. One snarled, nonsense, it clearly emerged from a spirit beast mark, while another was envious. I want a beautiful spirit beast too. Even the two female judges, Hong Xiao and Huo Ling, paid attention, admitting that Ye Ling's summoning had stolen the spotlight and made others envious. From the opposite side, Tian Chen recognized his opponent as Ye Ling, the one standing with that formidable humanoid spirit beast. He swaggered, openly looking down on Ye Ling, and shouted, Another useless guy. Uninoceros pet. Go deal with that girl for me. The uninoceros pet let out an earth-shattering roar, its golden eyes glowing brightly, dark energy swirling around its armored body, ready to rampage. Facing the gigantic monster, Shueyo looked small but showed no fear. Crimson blood energy began to surge around her. Ye Ling merely smirked, challenging, a test of strength? Then ordered his trump card. Shueyo, show them your true power, don't hold back. Yes, master, Shueyo replied and shot forward like a blood arrow, her killing intent surging straight towards the gigantic rhinoceros. Whoosh! With a single strike, Shueyo's sharp claws tore through the uninoceros pet's defenses, astonishing her opponent. Tian Chen's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. Ye Ling clenched his fist, coldly ordering the finishing blow. Shueyo, finish it off. Yes, Shueyo replied concisely, her blood-red claws continuing to shred the uninoceros pet's armor. The audience screamed in shock as Shueyo used pure strength to lift the gigantic monster into the air. With a nonchalant expression, Shueyo proved her physical strength surpassed even that of the uninoceros pet, making the crowd exclaim that she was a monster in human form. Crash! Shueyo slammed the uninoceros pet straight onto the arena floor, creating an earth-shattering impact before Tian Chen's horrified eyes. The referee announced the undeniable result. Ye Ling wins, Tian Chen is eliminated, and the uninoceros pet lies motionless on the ground. Tian Chen muttered bitterly, unable to accept the fact that he had lost to someone he always considered useless. Ye Ling walked past, calmly retorting, Useless? No one is useless forever, while the system announced the next round. Immediately after the match, the system delivered good news. Shueyo's EXP was full, upgrading her to level 1 rank 10, and she received 1 free point. The arena loudspeaker continuously announced the results. Chen Ji won on Arena 1, Li Shengtian won on Arena 2, and Ma Xiaojian finished on Arena 3. Yiling checked the system, smirking when he saw that Shueyo had successfully broken through to level 1, rank 10, and his own physique had also been buffed accordingly. He was just one level away from being able to contract a second spirit beast. Chen Ji, his face bruised, patted Yiling's shoulder and called him. Yiling asked worriedly, but Chen Ji forced a smile, acting tough. It's fine. Let's see who the next opponent is. Maybe I'll face someone even worse than me. In the judges' stands, a voice summarized the first round, praising the scions of Tianhui City for their decent performance. Hong Xiu and Huo Ling sat next to each other, discussing that the performance of the young talents from the various families would determine the number of slots into the secret realm, and the battles would become more intense as they progressed. The loudspeaker announced again that the second round for the top 21 strongest contestants had officially begun, and the matchup list was immediately revealed. The electronic board displayed the match. Yiling versus Feng Haotian. Yiling patted Chen Ji's shoulder to comfort him, while Chen Ji, in turn, encouraged his friend, calling him the dark horse of the tournament. Yiling smirked at the title of dark horse, but his eyes sharpened. He told himself not to underestimate Feng Haotian, even if he only came from a second-tier family. Feng Haotian, the next opponent, stood with his arms crossed, a haughty expression on his face, taunting, "Kid, you did well last round, but you're still too weak. Be smart and surrender early, lest you get injured." Yiling cracked his knuckles, smirking as he retorted bluntly, "Less talk. We'll only know who wins or loses after a bloody fight." In the stands, the Feng family faction breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that their darling's opponent was just an unknown nobody. The Feng patriarch crossed his arms smugly, believing that Haotian was incredibly lucky this time to have avoided the top contenders from the three great families, guaranteeing a win. Below the arena, Feng Haotian began to exert his power, blue energy currents swirling around him. He summoned his spirit beast. A gigantic green bird pet appeared, full of imposing might. Feng Haotian stood on his spirit beast's back, pointing down arrogantly. "It's too late to kneel and beg for mercy now." Yiling looked up, remarking that flying spirit beasts were truly troublesome, but Shueyo calmly replied, "Yes, master." Feng Haotian ordered an attack. The green bird pet roared and unleashed wing fire, shooting out a rain of feathers as sharp as daggers. Yiling calmly erected a spirit shield, blocking all attacks. The audience gasped in admiration, while the Feng patriarch sneered, disdainfully thinking that his son would never lose to a small fry. Realizing that passive defense wasn't the way, Yiling raised his hand and decisively ordered, "Shueyo, activate blood fog." Within the blood fog, Shueyo transformed into a gigantic phantom, exuding terrifying pressure that made Feng Haotian and his green bird pet seem like mere small fry. Panicked, Feng Haotian shouted, ordering his spirit beast, "Green bird pet, charge, disperse the fog." Yiling smirked, a spirit chain imbued with electric light appearing in his hand. "Haha, you've fallen into my trap, haven't you?" From within the fog, electric chains suddenly shot out, locking down the flying green bird pet, making Feng Haotian cry out in alarm. Just as his opponent was still stunned, Shueyo closed in right before him, and Yiling decisively ordered, "Shueyo, now." The green bird pet was tightly bound by chains in the air, while below, Shueyo had transformed her hands into blood-red claws, ready for the finishing blow. Yiling confidently declared his power. "No matter how high you fly, it's useless. You won't escape my level 2 spirit chain." He tensed his arm and yanked the chain hard, roaring, "Get down here!" pulling the bird straight from the sky to crash headfirst into the ground while Shueyo delivered the decisive blow. In the stands, the Feng patriarch sprang to his feet, his face paling as he desperately screamed his son's name. The arena was in ruins. Feng Haotian and his spirit beast lay flattened on the ground, and the referee's voice rang out clearly. "The winner, Yiling." Yiling smirked as the system announced the successful defeat of his opponent, his and Shueyo's EXP soaring. A strange white-haired woman in the audience exclaimed in surprise, acknowledging Yiling as the dark horse of this tournament. The entire stadium, the audience still in shock, buzzed about the reckless kid who dared to face a flying-type spirit beast. In the judges' stands, Bai Tong thought Yiling was just a reckless fool, but Huo Ling immediately retorted, "I don't think so." Huo Ling sharply analyzed, believing Yiling had planned everything, his main goal being to upgrade soul chains to counter flying types. An announcer official stepped forward to announce that all 21 matches had concluded, finalizing the list of 20 winners advancing to the next round. Yiling looked at the matchup board, shrugging confidently when he saw his next opponent was Yun Yi, thinking that as long as she didn't have a flying pet, she wasn't a threat. His opponent, Yun Yi, stepped onto the arena with an extremely serious expression, ready for a life-or-death battle. Yun Yi didn't say much, letting out a roar before summoning her spirit beast. Frozen Grizzly Bear. A gigantic frozen grizzly bear emerged from the summoning circle, letting out a roar that shook the entire arena, its chilling aura spreading thickly. Yiling stood calmly watching, while the audience marveled at the rare frozen grizzly bear, acknowledging that ice-type pets had an innate advantage. Without further ado, Yiling called his ace onto the stage. "Shuio," the referee shouted, and the battle officially began, both sides taking their positions, ready for a fierce fight. Yun Yi yelled, ordering the frozen grizzly bear to charge and crush its opponent. Yiling smirked, giving a casual command to his beloved pet. "Shuio, take care of it." As soon as he finished speaking, Shuio vanished in a dazzling golden streak, her speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. The frozen grizzly bear was still charging, brimming with killing intent, unaware that its opponent had vanished. Yun Yi shrieked in panic as she realized Shuio's terrifying speed. "Too fast. Freeze it." The bear immediately opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a deadly blast of ice to retaliate. A gigantic pillar of ice shot straight into the sky. Yiling had to jump back to dodge the attack, secretly acknowledging that rare pets were indeed different, having mastered elemental power. Shuio gracefully dodged the frozen grizzly bear's move, the icy blue aura narrowly missing her. Seeing her pet miss its attack, Yun Yi screamed in panic, demanding it change its attack power. Receiving the order, the frozen grizzly bear roared, channeling all its magic into its mouth, preparing to unleash its ultimate skill, Ice Wave Attack. A massive blast of ice shot straight towards Yiling, the target locked on. Yiling merely smirked, completely unfazed. "Just as expected, it's aiming for me." The icy blast surged forward. Yiling raised his hand to block, preparing to tank this extremely powerful damage. Soul Shield. A cerulean energy sphere enveloped Yiling, blocking the icy blast. Crack! The shield began to crack. Yiling frowned, realizing that the power of a level 1 spirit envoy was still too weak to withstand this attack. While her master was stalling for time, Shuio had circled behind, leaping into the air, ready for a surprise attack from above. Shuio's eyes flashed with a bloody glint, crimson energy erupting around her head, transforming her into a more ferocious combat form. Upon landing, Shuio delivered a devastating heel kick, stomping directly onto the frozen grizzly bear's head, making it roar in pain. The massive pet was flattened like a toy. Shuio stood atop it in a display of power, while the entire audience erupted in shock. "What the hell? A humanoid spirit beast that's as strong as a monster." Yun Yi froze, unable to believe her trump card had been knocked out so swiftly. Panicked, Yun Yi recklessly swung her hand, unleashing soul chains, countless cerulean electrified chains darting out like hunting snakes. Swish! The chains wrapped tightly around Shuio, seemingly locking down the formidable zombie girl. Yun Yi smirked, thinking she had turned the tables. "Excellent. You're caught, frozen grizzly bear. Attack!" But ironically, Yun Yi strained with all her might, yet Shuio stood firm, not budging an inch, even as the chains tightened. Yun Yi's face changed color. She couldn't believe her eyes. "What? Why can't I pull it away?" Yiling then leisurely spoke, delivering a stinging taunt. "You want to pull Shuio away? Isn't it because your spirit power is too weak?" With an absolutely confident smile, Yiling ordered an end to the match. "Shuio, clear the field." Receiving the order, Shuio stood on the head of the subdued frozen grizzly bear, coldly replying, "Understood." Snap! Shuio grabbed the bear's head with her bare hands, her pure strength making it unable to resist. Without expending any extra effort, Shuio lifted the gigantic bear and spun around, preparing to throw it like a toy. Yun Yi gasped in horror as the frozen grizzly bear was flung straight out of the arena. The audience below could only stare wide-eyed as the monster flew away. The referee declared Yiling the winner, while Shuio gently landed on the arena floor, without a single scratch. In the stands, the Yun patriarch was furious, unable to believe his daughter had lost to an unknown, but a family friend accompanying him, advised that this opponent was simply too strong. Several other patriarchs also nodded in agreement, believing that if their own descendants had faced him, the outcome would have been even more tragic. All acknowledged that the humanoid spirit beast was terrifyingly powerful. Yun Yi approached Yiling, bitterly admitting defeat. "I never expected to lose this way." However, Yun Yi quickly regained her composure, smiled, and extended her hand. "But I'm really looking forward to your next performance." Yiling also responded politely, acknowledging Yunyi's strength and encouraging her that she still had many opportunities to enter top academies. After the handshake, Yunyi thanked Yahello for his encouragement and promised to do her best, then turned and left. As soon as his opponent left, Yahello's system delivered good news. Defeating your opponent grants a 10% experience boost, and having entered the top 10, you receive the body enhancement buff. A surge of green energy enveloped Yahello, the enhancement process completed in an instant, and he felt his body lighter and much more powerful. The loudspeakers throughout the stadium blared, announcing that the semifinals were about to begin and the matchups would be drawn now. The electronic scoreboard displayed the matchups, and Yahello had been paired with an opponent named Manhwa in arena number 3. Yahello muttered about his upcoming opponent, having heard that Manhwa was also a formidable character, but with his current strength, he was confident he wasn't afraid. The contestants began moving towards their designated arenas, a tense atmosphere enveloping the entire stadium. In arena number 3, Manhwa had appeared, a burly man with a red scarf and a challenging gaze. Manhwa didn't say much. He raised his hand to the sky, and a swirling mass of dark energy began to gather, signaling a formidable summoning. From within the black smoke, a gigantic undead knight in pitch-black armor, wielding a greatsword, emerged, its aura overwhelming the entire arena. Seeing that his opponent also used an undead type, Yahello smirked, looking intrigued. Without further ado, Yahello summoned his trump card. Shueyo, come out and greet your opponent. The referee declared the semi-final match begun, and both sides immediately charged at each other. The undead knight roared and swung its sword, charging forward like a tank, with Manhwa close behind. Yahello sneered at his opponent's strategy. Is this guy planning a close-quarters fight? Does he think that's cool? I'm so scared. Yahello gave a decisive order, targeting the summoner. Shueyo, prioritize attacking Manhwa, but also keep an eye on his spirit beast. Shueyo received the command, leaped, and with astonishing speed, glided over the head of the charging undead knight. Manhwa and the undead knight were stunned, unable to react to Shueyo's phantom-like movement. Shueyo landed softly right behind the undead knight, while the massive knight was still struggling to turn around. At the same time, Yahello also made his move, the spirit chains accumulating energy, ready to bind the enemy. Manhwa's jaw dropped, unable to believe Yahello's spirit chains could completely bind his undead knight pet. What is this? How is this possible? The undead knight strained to break the chains, but it was useless. Yahello yanked hard, slamming its face onto the arena floor. While the massive pet was incapacitated, Shueyo glided forward like a ghost, swinging her arm to attack Manhwa directly. Manhwa let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying by the dark energy from Shueyo's attack. The muscular man broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color, stammering incoherently as Shueyo stood tall right behind him. Knowing he had no chance, Manhwa quickly raised his hands to the sky, shouting, "I surrender." The referee declared Yahello the winner, advancing to the semifinals, leaving the audience in the stands bewildered. What the hell? The match is over in less than 2 minutes? The Li Patriarch was also astonished by the speed of the match, wondering, a one-hit victory? A strange girl with short black hair suddenly approached and blocked Yahello's path, asking directly, "Are you Yahello?" Yahello calmly looked at her, asking for her identity. "And you are?" The strange mouse-eared girl pointed directly at Yahello's face, acting like a boss. "I don't care who you are, but consider this a warning. Stay away from Huo Xian'er." Yahello watched the girl skip away, speechless. This kid is really weird, isn't she? The large screen announced the semifinal schedule. Arena 1, Yahello vs. Li Shengtian. Arena 2, Huo Xian'er clashes with Zhang Shengnan. The arena was ready, the semifinal atmosphere heating up, the crowd cheering, awaiting the ultimate showdown. In the stands, Lu Feng commented, "This match is getting more and more intense. That kid, Li Shengtian, is the son of the Li Patriarch. His strength is definitely not to be underestimated." Yahello stepped onto the arena, looked at his opponent in the distance, and smirked. "Looks like my luck isn't bad. I get to face you again." Li Shengtian puffed out his chest, looking down on him. "Kid, you've done well enough so far, but facing me, your luck has run out." Yahello simply replied indifferently, "Whatever you say, as long as you're happy," then summoned Shueyo, and a dark aura immediately enveloped the area. Li Shengtian was not to be outdone, roaring as he summoned his trump card. "You brat, rock warlord, come out." Yahello glanced at the stone golem, immediately realizing the challenge. A rock element pet. "Looks like you won't be able to drain its blood, Shueyo." The referee decisively declared the semifinal match begun, and the arena erupted. Li Shengtian wasted no time, roaring as he summoned his formidable pet, Rock Warlord. He immediately gave an order, his voice full of confidence. Erect the stone prison for me. The Rock Warlord gathered energy, while Li Shengtian taunted Ye Ling. Kid, your pet doesn't have elemental skills. Let's see how you break this stone cage. In the stands, the crowd began to murmur, some criticizing Li Shengtian for fighting dirty, others believing it was an effective strategy against an unpredictable opponent like Ye Ling. Inside the stone barrier, Li Shengtian smirked, growling. Enough chattering, Rock Warlord, he roared, ordering his pet to display its full power for all to see. Crash! The Rock Warlord slammed its two hands onto the ground, and the entire arena shook violently. Whoosh! A series of gigantic, sharp stone pillars erupted from the ground, forming an impenetrable fortress around Li Shengtian, completely overwhelming Ye Ling and Shuio. Facing the barrage of sharp stone spikes, Ye Ling dodged while having to admit, this guy actually has some skill. But Ye Ling was no pushover. He unleashed his spirit chains, and the glowing green energy chains shot forward, tightly binding the colossal Rock Warlord. The chains wrapped tightly around the golem's fiery eye-shaped energy core, squeezing hard as if to crush it. Ye Ling strained with all his might, but this thing was too tough. He grudgingly admitted, this rock monster is massive, I can't move it. Out of options, Ye Ling called upon his trump card, roaring, Shuio, it's all up to you. Receiving the command, Shuio shot forward, her blood-red claws aimed directly at the Rock Warlord's eye, slashing down. Shuio's attack struck the diamond-hard stone armor. Ye Ling realized this monster wasn't a living creature, so Shuio's blood-draining skill was completely useless, and he needed a different plan. Crack! The Rock Warlord roared, straining with all its might to shatter the spirit chains binding it. Seeing the situation was dire, Ye Ling quickly shouted a warning. Shuio, be careful. Shuio delivered a devastating kick to the Rock Warlord's head, but the stone golem only dented slightly, hard as steel. The audience in the stands began to murmur, some coveting Ye Ling's spirit beast, others believing Li Shengtian was still holding back and feigning fear. As expected, Li Shengtian sneered, declaring it was time for his opponent to taste true power, and commanded, Stone Warrior, transform into human form. The Rock Warlord's fiery eye flashed ominously, and a crimson energy began to surge violently. Seeing the change, Ye Ling immediately shouted, Shuio, retreat quickly. The Rock Warlord began to restructure, its stone blocks floating and reassembling into a completely new form, astonishing Ye Ling and Shuio. Boom! A massive explosion shook the arena as the transformation completed, sending dust flying everywhere. Ye Ling froze, unable to believe his eyes at this sudden turn, wondering, this is… From amidst the dust and smoke, the sturdy legs of a stone warrior slowly emerged, radiating overwhelming pressure. The Rock Warlord had completely transformed into a humanoid warrior clad in stone and metal armor, looking like a true war machine. Li Shengtian burst out laughing from within his spirit beast, boasting that this was the Rush Warlord's strongest skill, sacrificing its bulky body for superior strength and speed. Ye Ling hadn't expected Li Shengtian to have another trick up his sleeve, but he still coldly ordered Shuio, go. Let's see how strong it is. Shuio said nothing, charging straight at her opponent with sharp eyes, crimson blood energy erupting around her. Whoosh! Shuio's kick fiercely collided with the Rock Warlord's punch, creating a shockwave. Thud! The Rock Warlord's armored fist blocked Shuio's attack. The direct clash between two terrifying powers made the air feel thick. Bang! The shockwave from the collision exploded, sending both Shuio and the Rock Warlord flying back. The Rock Warlord staggered back a few steps, several stone fragments on its body shattering, clearly at a disadvantage in the power struggle. Li Shengtian's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. How can this be? The Rock Warlord lost in terms of strength? He then frantically ordered an attack. Seeing his opponent's opening, Ye Ling smirked confidently, pointing and commanding, Shuio, end this match. Receiving the order, Shuio gave a curt reply and charged forward with terrifying speed, crimson blood energy surging around her. Shuio's blood-red claws plunged straight into the Rock Warlord, easily piercing its rigid stone armor. Without any difficulty, Shuio grabbed the giant golem and hurled it straight into the sky like a toy. Just as the Rock Warlord was still suspended, Shuio delivered another blow, slamming it back to the ground without a second to breathe. Shuio unleashed a sky-shattering blow, aiming directly at the free-falling Rock Warlord, leaving her opponent no escape. Wham! The finishing blow struck the Rock Warlord directly, a pure power that couldn't be resisted. Boom! A massive explosion shook the entire arena, and Li Shengtian could only scream his spirit beast's name in despair. The rock warlord lay flattened in a crater, the audience utterly shocked. Is this even a match? It's clearly a one-sided crushing. Unbelievable that Yahello was hiding such astonishing power. The crowd began to buzz, acknowledging that Yahello had concealed his true strength and envying his powerful and beautiful spirit beast. From the stands, Huo Xian'er smiled and commented, "The Li family's son isn't bad at all." In the stands, Lu Feng stated confidently, "Yahello's spirit beast has definitely reached level 5, rank 10. Such strength at his age is truly rare." Mayor Shangling Kong nodded in approval, deeming this year's final extremely worth watching, and the other judges agreed. The loudspeaker echoed throughout the arena, announcing the undeniable result. The winner of this match is Yahello. The system announced Yahello received the top 3 reward, an unidentified flying-type spirit beast egg. He was delighted to get exactly what he needed, and also received a 10% experience point boost. Leaving the arena, Yahello wondered how Huo Xian'er's match was progressing. The scene shifted to a giant falcon soaring in the air, confronting Huo Xian'er's Earth Dragon, signaling an intense aerial battle. On the ground, Huo Xian'er shouted a warning to her spirit beast. "Earth Dragon, be careful." From the falcon's back, her white-haired opponent, Zhang Shengman, looked down defiantly. "Sorry, Xian'er, but no matter what, I have to reach the finals." Zhang Shengman smiled confidently, decisively ordering, "Storm Falcon, end this match." Whoosh. The Storm Falcon flapped its wings, creating giant tornadoes that descended from the sky, completely engulfing Huo Xian'er and the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon roared in helplessness as it was besieged by a series of giant tornadoes, Huo Xian'er clinging tightly to its back. From the stands, Yahello assessed that this match was tough. Zhang Shengman's power was considerable, and it seemed Huo Xian'er was about to be defeated. Struck by a critical blow, the Earth Dragon wailed miserably, and Huo Xian'er anxiously asked about her spirit beast. Crash! The Earth Dragon collapsed onto the arena floor, the Storm Falcon soared above, and the referee declared Zhang Shengman the winner. Huo Xian'er's face was filled with sorrow, and she hesitantly reported to her father, "Father, I lost." Huo Xian'er's father placed a hand on his daughter's shoulder to comfort her, saying that winning and losing were common and she had done very well. Yahello stood watching from afar, arms crossed, his eyes full of confidence, thinking, "Next is the final match." Stepping onto the arena, Yahello looked back and promised a dejected Huo Xian'er, "Don't worry, it'll help you get back everything," with interest. Zhang Shengman stood high above, looking down defiantly, ready for the final battle. The loudspeaker announced the final match was about to begin, along with breaking news. The champion would receive a special reward from the headmistress, who was also the city lord. The audience buzzed about the city lord's reward, everyone ganging up to bet on Yahello, with one womanizer even eyeing Shuio. Yahello ordered Shuio into position, growling, "Shuio, this is the final match." The zombie girl was ready with her glowing red claws. Yiling's eyes were sharp, and he declared firmly, "The reward doesn't matter, I'm taking it for sure." Zhang Shengman turned around, challenging Yahello and Shuio from the opposite side of the arena. Manifest. Without further ado, Zhang Shengman began to summon, roaring, Storm Falcon King. A colossal Storm Falcon King, radiating overwhelming aura, appeared behind Zhang Shengman, ready to tear everything apart. The loudspeaker echoed throughout the arena, officially commencing the final match of the second round. Yiling paused slightly, realizing this Storm Falcon King was a formidable opponent, a flying-type spirit beast of a completely different caliber, wondering if it had suddenly evolved without him noticing. Zhang Shengman decisively ordered, "Storm Falcon King, attack, show no mercy." Hearing the command, the Storm Falcon immediately unleashed a giant tornado, a howling gale sweeping towards its opponent. The colossal tornado swept across the arena, making Yahello wonder, "Is this a storm?" Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred right in the center of the arena. The storm's power was truly immense. Yahello immediately tensed, erecting a soul shield to protect both of them, and admitted, "The wind is really strong. Shuio, we need a plan." Zhang Shengman was stunned to see his opponent block the attack, but immediately snapped, "Storm Falcon King, accelerate and finish them off." Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Zhang Shengman waved his hand and commanded a new move, Wind Spirit Sonic Wave. The Storm Falcon roared, its wings gathering blue wind energy, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, a barrage of air bullets fired like missiles, rapidly closing in on Yahello and Shuio. In the stands, an onlooker commented that Zhang Shengman's spirit beast had evolved right before the finals, promising a more exciting match than previous years. Hongxiu wondered if the Storm Falcon was guaranteed to win, but Bai Tong believed nothing could be said for certain yet. Lu Feng merely smirked, calmly remarking that this student was a bit too impatient. With the defense time over, Ye Ling sealed the deal. Shueyo, it's all up to you. And the zombie girl replied curtly, understood. Whoosh! Activating her berserker talent, Shueyo transformed into a deadly red blur, charging forward at unbelievable speed. The full view of the arena showed a black flash tearing through the air, covering the distance between the two opponents in the blink of an eye. Zhang Shengman hadn't even registered what was happening, her face blank, only managing to utter, "What?" In the stands, the crowd was also stunned, unable to believe the terrifying speed that had just unfolded before their eyes. No sooner had she finished speaking, Shueyo was already right behind Zhang Shengman like a ghost, completely catching her off guard. How is this possible? Shueyo's glowing red claws were pressed against Zhang Shengman's throat, sealing off all her escape routes in utter terror. Zhang Shengman bitterly realized she had been completely outplayed. It dodged the sound waves, slipped past the Storm Falcon's attack, and aimed straight for me. The match ended swiftly. Zhang Shengman knelt in complete submission, her voice trembling as she admitted, "I lost." In the stands, Mayor Shang Lingkong burst into hearty laughter, clearly extremely pleased with this spectacular upset. Ha ha ha, unbelievable. In the stands, the panel of judges nodded in approval of the spirit beast's strategy to dodge attacks and go straight for the master, so clever. Huo Ling and Hong Xiu also had to admit that the performance was outstanding, combining both courage and strategy. Lu Feng sneered, flatly declaring that Ye Ling was a talent his academy absolutely had to recruit. The loudspeaker blared, announcing the results of the second round. First place, Ye Ling. Second place, Zhang Shengman. Ye Ling confidently ran a hand through his hair, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. The audience in the stands began to murmur, unable to believe that the top contender wasn't a scion of some prominent family. Even Huo Xian'er exclaimed that this was as rare as the sun rising in the west, as the championship title almost always belonged to young masters and ladies. Huo Xian'er proactively approached to congratulate Ye Ling, and he responded with a question about her future plans. She seemed surprised, immediately asking about Ye Ling's choice in return. While the two were talking, the loudspeaker blared once more, solemnly announcing the end of the exam and congratulating Ye Ling on securing the championship title. Ye Ling flashed a confident smile, the aura of a champion beginning to emanate from him. The teacher and his best friend Chen Ji ran over to congratulate him, beaming with pride. "Well done, Ye Ling. You've brought glory to Tianhui Academy." The system announced. For winning first place, Ye Ling received a brand new talent, Rebirth, allowing his spirit beast to revive once, if it unfortunately perishes, retaining its level and experience. Ye Ling rubbed his chin in thought, considering the rebirth skill quite interesting but seemingly unsuitable for Shueyo, simply because his beast was too sturdy to die. While he was pondering, Chen Ji rushed over, slapped his friend's shoulder with a painful thud, and shouted, "Old Ye, look!" On the big screen, the recruitment list of the 4 great academies appeared, and Ye Ling's name proudly sat at the top of the list for all 4 most prestigious academies. The students below erupted, one of them utterly shocked. Holy crap, Ye Ling is the #1 choice for all 4 major academies. Even Vermilion Bird Academy, which usually doesn't accept male students, made an exception for him. From above, Mayor Shang Lingkong remarked that this was a historic moment for Vermilion Bird Academy to recruit a male student, but Huo Ling was quite sober, believing it was merely an exception. A female student dreaming of entering Vermilion Bird Academy had her illusions cruelly shattered by a friend, while the announcement board requested examinees to make their choices. Before Ye Ling, the selection board appeared with 4 shining names: Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. And now was the time for the strongest to determine their future. Ye Ling stood before the selection board, his mind calculating as his name was called out. Lu Feng from Azure Dragon Academy started the bidding, offering Ye Ling 5% extra resources and 3 entries into the secret realm each year. The small fry students below were wide-eyed and open-mouthed. 3 entries into the secret realm each year was incredibly generous, enough to farm plenty of items. Before Lu Feng could gloat, Bai Tong interjected, telling Ye Ling not to decide too quickly. The muscular Bai Tong from White Tiger Academy went big, raising the offer to 8% resources and 5 entries into the secret realm, a deal valid until graduation, making Lu Feng fume. Lu Feng was utterly shocked to hear 5 times, while Huo Ling standing beside him merely sneered. It was Black Tortoise Academy's turn, and Huo Ling made her final offer. 10% resources, 5 entries into the secret realm each year. An offer that couldn't be refused. That wasn't all. Huo Ling played a cunning card, reminding them that fellow student Huo Xian'er was also at her academy, implying they would continue to be classmates. Yi Ling was dumbfounded, wondering why Huo Xian'er was being dragged into this. Clearly, he only cared about benefits. Suddenly called out, Huo Xian'er in the crowd blushed crimson, embarrassed beyond belief. It was Vermilion Bird Academy's turn, and Hongxiu sneered, declaring she wouldn't waste words. She went all in, finalizing the ultimate deal for Ye Ling. 15% resources, and the privilege of entering the secret realm once a month. That wasn't all. Hongxiu revealed her trump card, leaving everyone speechless. Ye Ling would be the first and only male student in the history of Vermilion Bird Academy. The students below erupted, openly envious. Holy crap, the only male student in the academy. 12 entries into the secret realm a year. Vermilion Bird Academy is really going all out. Ye Ling immediately calculated. This deal was too good for power leveling. 12 entries into the secret realm a year would be an incredible stepping stone for his future. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Ling looked at the selection board and decisively declared, "Then I choose Vermilion Bird Academy." The screen confirmed his choice, and the entire crowd roared with envy. Every guy dreaming of entering that harem of beautiful girls. Chen Ji ran over and slung an arm around his best friend's shoulder, utterly thrilled. "You're set, old Ye, the first male student in Vermilion Bird Academy's history. I'm so jealous." Hongxiu stepped forward, looking down at the two boys, and offered her congratulations to Ye Ling. With a triumphant smile, Hongxiu affirmed that Ye Ling had made an absolutely correct choice. Hongxiu instructed Ye Ling to prepare for one day. The Academy's airship would be waiting on the east side of the city tomorrow evening, and he immediately thanked her profusely. With a confident expression, Hongxiu firmly stated that once he arrived at Vermilion Bird Academy, Ye Ling would never regret it. While walking with Chen Ji, Ye Ling was unexpectedly called back by a teacher named Li, who informed him that the mayor wished to see him privately. Inside the Tianhui Academy building, a hearty and powerful laugh echoed from the highest level office. Yi Ling entered the office. Mayor Shengling Kong was already seated there and congratulated him on winning the championship, stating that he hadn't disappointed him. The mayor announced the reward from the academy, a card containing 300,000 federal credits and a high-grade evolution material. Ye Ling solemnly thanked the mayor, promising to continue working hard and not bring shame to Tianhui Academy. As soon as he opened the gift box, Ye Ling was stunned to see a shimmering bone fragment. The system immediately identified it as an undying bone. Ye Ling instantly recognized it as a genuine treasure, a top-tier material from an undead-type monster. Though Shueyo didn't need it immediately, it would definitely be a hot commodity for her final evolution form. Feeling the gift was too precious, Ye Ling offered to decline, but the mayor merely waved his hand, stating that while it was a top-tier material, it was useless to him. Mayor Shang Ling Kong made a blunt statement, saying that the item would be wasted in his hands, but in the hands of a young talent like Ye Ling, it would bring glory to Tianhui Academy. Yi Ling bowed his head in thanks, showing his understanding, and the mayor also waved his hand, telling him to go rest after the intense exam. After Ye Ling left, the assistant wondered why they gave away a high-end item like the undying bone for free, but Shang Ling Kong merely chuckled, asserting that the boy's future was immeasurable. As soon as Ye Ling stepped out, he met his best friend, Chen Ji, who was praising him for being so formidable when a clear voice called his name from behind. It turned out to be the great beauty Huo Xian'er. She walked over to congratulate Ye Ling on achieving his goal and successfully entering Vermilion Bird Academy. Seeing a beautiful girl looking for his friend, Chen Ji immediately acted understanding, made a teasing remark, and then left to give the two some private space. Yi Ling politely congratulated Huo Xian'er in return for getting into Black Tortoise Academy, which made her a little flustered as she replied, "It's just as you wished." Huo Xian'er's face flushed red, and she puffed out her cheeks, thinking to herself about Vermilion Bird Academy, clearly feeling a bit regretful and envious. After speaking, Huo Xian'er turned and left, not forgetting to wish Ye Ling a safe journey at his new academy, while he just watched her retreating figure. Finding her attitude too perplexing, Ye Ling scratched his head and wondered, if there's something, just say it directly, right? He felt that girls truly were complex creatures. As night fell over Tianhui City, Vermilion Bird Academy's airship glided through the sky like a high-tech beast. Yi Ling and Hongxiu boarded the airship, preparing for their journey to the new academy. As soon as Ye Ling stepped onto the ship, he became the center of attention for the female students in the academy. "Is that the first male student? He looks ordinary, and a bit clueless. Hongxiu explained to Ye Ling that the vermilion bird holy city was still far away, so he should take his time to enjoy the rare scenery. Suddenly, a female officer appeared, sternly calling Hongxiu, signaling that something was amiss. The female officer, Li Yuehai, the captain of this ship, a level 7 rank 5 expert, announced that strange targets had been detected on their route. From ahead, a massive swarm of flying monsters, blackening the entire sky, charged straight towards the airship like a storm of flesh. Alarms blared loudly, and the entire ship shook from the unexpected aerial ambush. Li Yuehai updated Ye Ling and Hongxiu on the situation. A large swarm of monsters has been detected, but their individual energy levels aren't high. Hongxiu's expression remained unchanged as she gave a decisive order. "All right, prepare for combat." And Li Yuehai immediately complied. Vermilion Bird Academy's airship tore through the night, heading straight for the holy city. Suddenly, a swarm of crow-like monsters with glowing red eyes, blackening the entire sky, shrieked and charged forward. The monsters attacked frantically, clawing at the airship's energy shield. Captain Li Yuehai immediately ordered all spiritual envoys on board to gather in the cargo bay to engage the enemy. Red alarms blared loudly, and the soldiers swiftly moved to their battle stations. While rushing to the rendezvous point, Ye Ling unexpectedly encountered an old opponent, Yun Yi. Ye Ling quickly asked about the situation, and Yun Yi concisely replied that they were ordered to gather in the cargo bay. Outside, the airship's automatic turrets had opened fire, blowing up a few of the vanguard monsters. Hongxiu appeared, confidently reassuring the students. "Calm down, it's just a bunch of level 1 black crows, small fry." Seeing this as a golden opportunity, Hongxiu ordered Ye Ling and Yun Yi, "Summon your spirit beasts, prepare to defend. It's time for practical training." Without further ado, Ye Ling and Yun Yi directly summoned their heavy hitters. Shueyo and Frozen Grizzly Bear enter the fray. As soon as it appeared, the frozen grizzly bear growled, baring its fangs at Shueyo, openly displaying hostility. Yun Yi quickly tried to calm her spirit beast. "Calm down, Big Bear. She's not an enemy." Ye Ling glanced at the black crows, as numerous as ants, and calmly remarked, "Even if they're low level, their numbers are quite daunting." Suddenly, the system panel appeared before Ye Ling, announcing a time-limited mission. Eliminate as many black crows as possible, within 10 minutes to receive rewards. The black crows, unaware of their impending doom, were still shrieking loudly, preparing to charge in and become cannon fodder. "Haha! This is perfect timing. I can't miss out on these rewards." Ye Ling laughed gleefully as he saw the entire swarm of monsters rushing to their deaths. Without hesitation, Ye Ling commanded, "Shueyo, don't hold back, kill as many as you can." And Shueyo immediately charged forward. Shueyo transformed into a red blur, darting like lightning through the flock of crows, her blood-red slashes continuously sending the birds raining down. The frozen grizzly bear didn't stay idle either. It let out a roar, emitting a chilling aura while Shueyo's slashes continued to clear the battlefield around them. Amidst the black crows, as numerous as ants, Shueyo danced like a bloody whirlwind, mercilessly clearing out the small fry. With a cold expression, Shueyo swung her hand, slicing through every monster in her path, achieving maximum monster farming efficiency. On the deck, the Academy personnel gasped in astonishment. What kind of spirit beast is that? So strong and beautiful. Other students also noticed the massacre, pointing towards a dark aura gathering in midair. "Look quickly. What is that?" In the night sky, the airship's energy shield remained firm, but an unusually large black crow was descending. The final boss appeared, the Black Crow King, a colossal monster with blood-red eyes, letting out a roar of intimidation. All the Academy personnel on the ship turned pale, and Hongxiu shouted a warning. "Be careful, it's a level 2 Black Crow King." While everyone else was still in a panic, Ye Ling merely smirked, calculating the lucrative rewards if he could defeat this boss. To catch the bandits, you must first catch their king. Without a second of hesitation, Ye Ling directly ordered, "Shueyo, deal with that Black Crow King for me," and Shueyo immediately charged straight towards the boss. Hongxiu quickly tried to stop him. "Ye Ling, call your spirit beast back immediately. It's not strong enough to take on a level 2 boss." But Ye Ling calmly replied, "Don't worry, Miss Hong. Shueyo can do it." Seeing Ye Ling's stubbornness, Hongxiu snapped, "Nonsense," and decided to take action herself. Without another word, she channeled her energy. A sea of flames erupted into the sky, and she summoned her spirit beast. "Come forth, fiery hawk." From the magic circle on the deck, a colossal firebird materialized, its imposing aura dominating the entire sky. The level 7 rank 1 fiery hawk officially revealed itself. The Academy personnel's eyes were opened for the first time, marveling at Miss Hong's formidable spirit beast. As soon as the level 7 boss appeared, the Black Crows immediately turned and fled in disarray. Any slow ones would surely turn to ash. Ignoring the display, Yahello focused on his main objective, growling his command, "Shueyo, don't let the Black Crow King escape." Receiving the order, Shueyo lunged like a phantom, swinging her blood-red claws to tear through the air, striking directly at the Black Crow King. Shueyu's attack poisoned the Black Crow King. Hongxiu froze, unable to believe that a zombie could even have a poison effect. Giving the opponent no time to breathe, Shueyu leaped high into the air, delivering another devastating slash down onto the boss's head. Cornered, the Black Crow King panicked and turned to flee. Shueyu shouted, announcing that it had escaped. The flock of crows retreated, and the Academy personnel breathed a sigh of relief that the boss had gotten away. But Hongxiu cursed angrily. Damn it, it still got away. Meanwhile, Yahello didn't care at all, his eyes fixed on the system notification panel that had just appeared. The system reported his achievements. Mission complete. Nearly 5,000 crows eliminated, receiving a level 4 reward consisting of 3 experience crystals and 1 growth crystal. Yahello was stunned, not understanding what these items were. On the airship, the loudspeaker announced that the flock of crows had been repelled, requesting all students to return to their rooms to rest. The system explained, experience crystals can provide 10% of the current level's experience points to a spirit beast. Growth crystals provide 10% growth points. Yahello held the 2 crystals, his eyes shining brightly. Wow. With these items, couldn't Shueyu evolve right now? The notification panel immediately confirmed. Spirit beast Shueyu has met the conditions. Evolution materials are complete. The next evolution stage can begin. Yahello smirked, without a moment's hesitation. Haha, then let's evolve. Dark energy surged, a flash of light appeared, and Shueyu emerged in a completely new form, far more mature and alluring. Her elegant red high heels gently touched the ground, marking the completion of her transformation. Amidst the surging dark energy, Shueyu transformed, her aura completely different from before, forcing Yahello to be wary. Her beauty after evolving was truly remarkable. Her platinum hair grew long, and her delicate face exuded a deadly coldness. Shueyu's entire body was enveloped in dark energy, hovering in midair while Yahello could only watch the transformation process. With a whoosh, Shueyu landed, her blood-red eyes opening, her overwhelming aura gently calling out, "Master." Yahello froze for a few seconds, his mouth agape and eyes wide at his beloved pet's unimaginable transformation. The system panel displayed incredibly powerful new stats. Shueyu, gray-eyed zombie, has reached level 2, rank 1, with rare tier growth potential, her talents upgraded to mid-tier, and a new skill, blood manipulation. Yahello chuckled with delight, telling himself that this one had not only grown stronger, but her growth rate had also reached a new level. His investment was truly worthwhile. The system explained the new skill. Blood manipulation can control blood within the target's body, an incredibly powerful skill, and also reminded Yahello that his spirit beast had successfully reached level 2. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of the auto-loot function and rewarded the master with a mysterious item, leaving Yahello bewildered. A dazzling golden box appeared, inside which was a pitch-black card with brilliant golden patterns, clearly a high-quality item. Yahello held the shimmering golden card in his hand, his face unable to hide his astonishment. "Is this a talent card? I can't believe it's real." The system confirmed it was a unique item, talent card, allowing the user to copy a spirit beast's talent, with a total of 5 uses. Overjoyed, Yahello hugged Shueyu, declaring this item to be incomparably powerful, something that had never existed in the Federation, causing her to ask bewilderedly what her master was doing. Without further ado, Yahello looked directly into Shueyu's eyes with a determined expression, declaring he would try to copy her talent right away. The system delivered good news. Hyper-regeneration and blood mist transformation successfully copied. Yahello excitedly boasted that he now also possessed Shueyu's talents, while she simply congratulated her master. Not stopping there, Yahello pulled out a glowing contract egg, announcing to Shueyu that there was an even better show to come, and that they would both witness the summoning of his second spirit beast. Yahello dripped blood onto the egg, activating the contract with a growl. "By my blood the contract forms. Awaken." And dark energy began to violently erupt. With a confident expression, Yahello poured all his strength into the egg, shouting, "My second spirit beast," causing the egg to explode with dazzling light. A massive energy explosion erupted from the airship, illuminating the night sky, signaling an earth-shattering event occurring inside. Inside the airship, the other Academy personnel ran in panic, not understanding what was happening or what powerful pet had just appeared. A brown-haired staff member was startled to see Hong Xiu rushing towards the explosion, wondering what the teacher was doing and if this was another one of her spirit beasts. Amidst the chaotic energy, a giant firebird appeared right before Yahello and Shuio, leaving him stunned. The firebird spread its blazing wings, its aura soaring to the heavens. Yahello looked up in astonishment, realizing this was a phoenix. Yahello was ecstatic, secretly marveling at how amazing the system was for granting him such a powerful, epic-tier phoenix. The information panel appeared. Unnamed Phoenix, Level 1, Rank 9, Epic Tier Growth Potential, Evolution Path straight to Mythic Tier. The real deal, not fake. Yahello suddenly realized a fatal flaw, a phoenix without the Nirvana rebirth talent. But then he remembered he possessed the rebirth skill. The system announced successful talent acquisition. Yahello had transferred the rebirth skill to the phoenix, transforming it into a genuine Nirvana rebirth. Yahello laughed gleefully. Now his new pet was flawlessly perfect, a true war machine. He decided to name it Fengju, nickname Aju, and the phoenix immediately agreed, liking the name. Yahello froze, his jaw dropping when he realized Aju could speak. Truly an epic-tier being, utterly terrifying. The airship sliced through the wind, soaring across the sky, as the loudspeaker announced to the students that they were about to land in Holy City. All the new recruits were wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the city's grandeur, especially the colossal fiery phoenix statue. Hong Xiu smiled meaningfully, introducing to the female students that their first destination was where their true cultivation would begin. The airship landed directly on the grounds of Vermilion Bird Academy, a massive complex with a fiery phoenix emblem right in the center. Hong Xiu allowed everyone to move freely and get acquainted with the environment, announcing that accommodations would be arranged later. Yahello, however, received special privileges. Hong Xiu declared that because he was the first male student in history, the academy had built a private villa just for him. As they walked, a bright green jet-powered sports car pulled up, and the driver inside greeted Hong Xiu. A short-haired woman poked her head out of the car, stating that the headmistress had sent her to pick up a student named Yahello, and Hong Xiu immediately pointed to the protagonist. The female driver was utterly shocked to see Yahello was a boy, stammering to ask if he was a trap, which made Yahello assert gruffly that he was a real man. Hong Xiu explained that Yahello was a rarity, sought after by all 4 great academies, so the driver immediately changed her attitude and invited him into the car to take him to the dormitory. Yahello bid farewell to Hong Xiu and Yun Yi, saying he would head to the dormitory first, while Hong Xiu promised to take him to meet the headmistress later. Whoosh! The bright green sports car carrying Yahello sped off like lightning, leaving the 2 women behind. Rumors that Vermilion Bird Academy had a male student spread, and a group of female students buzzed with discussion, unable to believe it was true. One girl confirmed she had seen him pass by with her own eyes, making the group even more curious and excited. In another corner, a group of female students were scrutinizing Yahello's profile, the exam champion, both marveling at his good looks and wondering about his true strength, believing that such a rare exception admitted to the academy must be extraordinary. The craze for the sole male student spread, and the girls were excited that there was finally a boy in the school. One female student even declared with a determined expression, "I've decided, I must win him over." Sitting in the car, Yahello silently observed the scenery outside, seemingly contemplating something. The car stopped in front of a modern skyscraper, brightly lit with neon lights, looking no different from a 5-star hotel. Afterward, Hong Xiu led Yahello to a large door and reported, "Headmistress, we have arrived." Hong Xiu led Yahello into the luxurious office, introducing him to the boss. "Headmistress, this is Yahello." A silver-haired woman wearing a fox mask appeared, confirming that Yahello was indeed the first male student in the history of this all-female academy. The headmistress got straight to the point, inquiring about the rumor that Yahello had mastered a level 2 skill even as a level 1 rookie. Yahello confirmed without hesitation, "Yes, headmistress." After Hong Xiu asked about class placement, the headmistress saw through Yahello's limitless potential and declared coolly, "Put him in the Vermilion Bird class." The headmistress showed anticipation for Yahello's performance, while Hong Xiu prepared to take him to his class. On their way amidst the skyscrapers, Yahello wondered about this Vermilion Bird class. Hong Xiu explained that this was the elite class, full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and warned Yahello that as a unique individual, his every move would be scrutinized. Yahello replied nonchalantly, and Hong Xiu said she would take him to the classroom afterward. Finally, They arrived before the elite classroom door, where the Vermilion Bird class sign was clearly visible. As Yahello stepped into the Vermilion Bird class, the group of female students immediately recognized him and whispered, "It's him. That guy really joined our class." Amidst curious gazes, one female student asserted confidently that Yahello's skill level was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to enter Vermilion Bird Academy. Yahello found a seat, his face slightly flushed, and secretly thought it would be hard to live a low-key life now. Gao Yu walked in, slammed her hand on the desk, and ordered the entire class to be silent. Gao Yu introduced herself as Gao Yu, the homeroom teacher of the Vermilion Bird class, and announced that the entire class would be divided into training groups of 3 to 4 people. Gao Yu began reading the group assignments, calling out each student's name. Finally, she called out the name that was the center of attention, Yahello. Gao Yu announced that Yahello was assigned to Group 1, under the guidance of advisor Hong Xiu, and he obediently accepted. The entire class of female students was shaken, discussing animatedly because Hong Xiu had stopped taking students a long time ago, speculating that this was special treatment for the new male student. After completing the group assignments, Gao Yu ordered everyone to begin the training session, and the entire class responded in unison. Upon arriving at the training ground, a melodious female voice called out Yahello's name. It turned out to be his 2 new teammates, He Shui and Sun Ning, who looked quite curvaceous, eagerly greeting the sole male member. Yahello politely greeted them back, acting like a newbie who needed to be looked after. Just then, advisor Hong Xiu appeared, interrupting their introductions. Hong Xiu confirmed that He Shui and Sun Ning were Yahello's teammates, declaring that she would lead this team until graduation. Without a single wasted word, Hong Xiu declared directly, "You're all elites, no messing around, let's get straight to work." As soon as she finished speaking, an explosion echoed across the field, and the training session began with extreme intensity. He Shui and Sun Ning immediately lunged at each other, unleashing attacks without holding back, demonstrating the high level of the elite class. While the 2 girls were fighting fiercely, Hong Xiu turned to speak privately with Yahello, reminding him of the promise the academy had made to him. She handed him a mysterious black card, introducing it as a secret realm pass, a VIP ticket allowing entry to farm once a month. Hong Xiu patted Yahello's shoulder, pointing the way to farm. "Go in there and find good stuff. It's a shortcut to increasing your strength." Yahello gripped the black card tightly, his eyes shining brightly. He finally had a ticket to enter the secret realm and farm monsters. Before him was the magnificent secret realm Grand Hall, where all of the academy's secret realms were kept, rumored to require guards of level 7 or higher. One weak student wished to enter just once, while another immediately poured cold water on the idea. Dream on. In a flash, Yahello appeared right in front of the Grand Hall's entrance, leaving the small fry in the dust. Yahello politely asked for directions to the secret realm, but the secret realm guard snapped at him. "Nonsense." The female guard looked him up and down, her voice full of suspicion. "What's a new student doing, loitering around the secret realm?" Yahello didn't say much, simply extended the black card in front of her, signaling that it was genuine. The female guard was speechless, muttering under her breath about whether the academy had gone mad to let a newbie into this VIP area. Reluctantly accepting, the female guard led Yahello deeper into the Grand Hall. "Follow me, the secret realm entrance is at the end of the corridor." As she led the way, the female guard explained the rules. These stone doors lead to different secret realms. Newbies should know their place and choose the lowest level, because if you go in and can't get out, you'll be buried in there forever. Yahello simply nodded nonchalantly, indicating he understood. "Okay, I get it." The female guard further warned that the level 2 secret realm would be much tougher, with an exploration time of 3 days, which slightly surprised Yahello. "Huh? 3 days in there alone. Will my current level be enough?" The system panel appeared, directly assigning the Explore Level 2 Secret Realm quest with a mysterious reward. Great! Yahello immediately decided. If the system points the way, what's there to be afraid of? I'll choose Level 2. While the female guard was still nagging him to be careful, Yahello gripped the card tightly, his aura soaring as he charged straight into the teleportation gate. "Secret Realm, I'm here." The teleportation gate closed, and the female guard could only sigh in exasperation. These newbies nowadays truly don't know what it means to fear death. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Yahello saw hordes of monsters roaming everywhere, all low-level fodder of level 1 and 2. Scanning his eyes around, Yahello smirked, preparing to get to work. All right, let the monster farming feast begin. Without hesitation, Yahello summoned both of his ace spirit beasts, Shueyo and Fengjiu, with an overwhelming presence. "Fengjiu, It's time to get to work. Phoenix Fengju looked around in confusion, asking where they were. Yaling immediately explained, "Ah, Ju, this is a special farming ground prepared just for you. Grind quickly and level up to level 2. As soon as she appeared, Phoenix Fengju haughtily perched on Yaling's shoulder, ordering, "Take your hand off me, don't touch me so casually." The phoenix unfurled, transforming into a gigantic fiery form, boasting loudly, "It's just leveling up, what's the big deal?" Yiling was speechless with his new pet, turning to his old companion. "She won't even let me touch her, truly hot-tempered. Shueo is still more obedient. Let's go, girl, let's get to work." True to her word, the phoenix transformed into a giant fireball, plummeting straight down towards the bewildered low-level monsters on the ground. The small fry monsters hadn't even had time to understand what was happening, only able to look up at the sky as the destructive fireball hurtled towards them. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion swept across the ground. The monsters only had time to let out a tragic howl before vanishing. At the epicenter, the phoenix held its head high, its aura soaring, letting out a powerful cry. Its entire body erupted with pure flames, officially activating its formidable phoenix form. Yi Ling's eyes shone brightly as he looked at his new pet, unable to hide his delight. "Wow. Fengju, aren't your transformation effects a bit too flashy?" Snapping back to reality, Ye Ling quickly reminded her, "Hey Fengju, this is a secret realm. Making such a ruckus is like shining a spotlight and inviting all the monsters on the server here." Just by causing a commotion, Ye Ling immediately attracted a formidable opponent, a level 2 wasteland wolf leader, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. The phoenix named Fengju circled in the sky, completely overwhelming the low-level wasteland wolves below, making Ye Ling marvel. Ye Ling quickly assessed the situation. Just then, the system displayed an exclusive quest notification for his new pet. Allow the phoenix to solo its first battle to receive a X2 EXP card. Ye Ling's delight was evident, and he decided to let Fengju handle it herself. Fengju arrogantly declared, "A bunch of ants. I'll clean them up with ease," then warned the boss, "You lot better stand far away, lest you get caught in the crossfire." The wasteland wolf leader roared in fury, beginning to gather power, flames erupting from its mouth, preparing to unleash a counterattack. But the phoenix struck first. A destructive torrent of fire descended from the sky, engulfing the alpha wolf. Yiling smirked, immediately recognizing his opponent's type. "Oh, so it's a fire elemental wasteland wolf leader." Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. Yiling and Shueyo watched as the boss took the full combo, the ground shaking violently. Despite taking a critical hit, the wasteland wolf leader hadn't fallen. It let out a roar full of indignation. The battle had only just begun. Yiling watched the spectacle, commenting with delight as he saw the boss's flames were useless against the phoenix. "I almost forgot. Fengju has advanced fire resistance talent." He pointed directly at the growling wasteland wolf leader, smirking mockingly. "Fire won't do anything to her. Your time is up, pal." The phoenix roared, fierce flames erupting around its body, and it boldly declared, "Turn into ashes for me." Without further ado, the phoenix unleashed its hellfire skill. A ghostly blue sea of flames engulfed the wasteland wolf leader. The boss sank into the blue sea of flames, its silhouette completely consumed by the destructive fire. Standing from afar with Shueyo, Yiling could only admire the overwhelming power of his new pet. Truly terrifying. In a flash, both the pack of wolves and their leader screamed tragically before evaporating into ashes under the blue flames. After a single strike, the battlefield was devastated, with only the charred remains of the wasteland wolf leader lying defeated. The automatic loot system continuously reported, "Wolf Claw, Wolf Heart, low-grade fire crystal." Yiling chuckled delightedly. "Ah, Ju, that was truly brutal." The phoenix landed, shooting a sidelong glance at its master as if to say, "I told you to stand back," while Yiling urged it to go farm another spot quickly. After the fierce battle, Phoenix revealed its true form, grumbling at Yiling. "You always make me run errands without caring how tired I am." Meanwhile, at the academy, He Shui and Sun Ning had just finished their hellish training session. Sun Ning complained of exhaustion and demanded to eat to recharge, to which He Shui retorted, "Is all you ever think about food?" In the cafeteria, Sun Ning urged the group to eat quickly so they could continue training, then wondered, "Hey, He Shui, why isn't fellow student Ye Ling training with us?" He Shui casually revealed while eating, "I heard teacher Hongshu say Ye Ling went to the secret realm." All the girls were shocked. "What? He went alone?" A pink-haired student looked incredulous, believing a rookie like Ye Ling couldn't enter the secret realm alone without a teacher, as it was too dangerous, and Sun Ning agreed. The pink-haired student continued with a critical question, directly addressing the decision-maker. Why would teacher Hong Xiu let him go alone? The news reached the teachers, and Gao Yu flew into a rage, shouting in her office, "Let a rookie enter the secret realm alone?" Without a second's hesitation, Gao Yu stormed into Hong Xiu's office, slamming her hand on the desk and demanding, "Hong Xiu, what on earth are you thinking?" Hong Xiu sat with her legs crossed, her face impassive, and coolly retorted, "Gao Yu, I'm his direct instructor, and I'm not worried, so what are you worried about?" In another corner of the academy, two mysterious female students were conversing. One directly asked, "All right, my esteemed teacher Hong Xiu, tell me what's going on with Ye Ling. What's your plan?" Gao Yu questioned Hong Xiu, but she calmly replied, "Don't worry, I know Ye Ling's skill level. A Tier 1 secret realm is no problem." Gao Yu snapped back. "But he entered a Tier 2 secret realm." Hong Xiu smirked, revealing a shocking trump card. "So what if it's a Tier 2 secret realm? Ye Ling is already a Tier 2 spiritual envoy." Upon hearing the shocking news, Gao Yu was speechless. She put her sunglasses back on and conceded, "All right, you win. I won't comment on your teaching methods anymore." Gao Yu left, not forgetting to throw back a warning to take responsibility with the headmistress if anything happened, while Hong Xiu whispered with full expectation, "Ye Ling, don't disappoint me." Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Ye Ling suddenly let out a loud sneeze. He mumbled, wondering who was talking about him, while the fiery phoenix majestically soared overhead. Shuio, in her battle-ready adult form, suddenly warned, "Master, there's something ahead." Ye Ling squinted into the distance but couldn't see clearly, only vaguely discerning some creature moving. He then ordered his powerful pet, Ah Ju, "Carry me and Blood Ghost higher up to see what they are." Phoenix Ah Ju responded haughtily, setting a condition. You want me to carry you? Then you'll have to make me delicious food tonight." And Ye Ling immediately agreed. The phoenix accelerated, roaring. "Hold on tight," carrying Ye Ling and Blood Ghost as it shot through a sea of flames. Ye Ling gleefully enjoyed the sensation of flying, while Blood Ghost, standing behind him, was a little unaccustomed to being held by her master. From above, the team discovered a new pack of monsters resembling lions with fiery manes and tails moving below. It turned out to be a pack of flame lions confronting a herd of Earthshaker bulls, both sides growling, ready to charge at each other. Ye Ling realized that Tier 2 monsters were abundant in this secret realm, muttering that time was precious and couldn't be wasted watching a show. One flame lion couldn't hold back, letting out a roar before leaping into the air, sharp claws aimed directly at its enemy. The Earthshaker bull was no pushover either. It bellowed and seemed to summon earthen walls for defense. Crash! The flame lion slammed into the bull's defenses, creating an earth-shattering collision. Ye Ling seized the opportunity, ordering from above, "Blood Ghost, it's time for covert action. Seize the chance. Don't let a single one escape." He turned to Blood Ghost, confirming the plan. "We don't have time to watch their antics. Time in this secret realm is gold." She simply replied coldly, "Understood." Without further ado, Blood Ghost plunged straight down from the sky, targeting a bewildered flame lion. Boom! The phoenix unleashed fire from above, creating a terrifying explosion right in the middle of the two monster packs' battlefield. Ye Ling ordered the phoenix, "Ah Ju, it's our turn. Coordinate with Blood Ghost from above and below. Don't let a single one escape." On the ground, Blood Ghost coldly activated her blood manipulation skill, radiating intense killing intent. She landed directly amidst the monster packs, her crimson energy spreading, causing both the flame lions and Earthshaker bulls to halt. A Tier 2 Rank 5 flame lion roared furiously, intending to charge and deal with the intruder. The beast lunged, but Blood Ghost gracefully glided past, her sharp blood blades already waiting. Swish! A clean slash, and the flame lion was instantly obliterated. Ye Ling commented from above, "Tsk." Shuio's arm got burned. Despite being hit by the flames, Blood Ghost's arm quickly regenerated as if nothing had happened. Truly, a high-grade product. Roar! The phoenix roared, unleashing fire from the sky, raining down a storm of flames upon the flame lions. A sea of fire engulfed the entire battlefield. A truly high-grade cleanup operation. Meanwhile, at the Black Tortoise Academy, news had spread. Have you heard? Some rookie dared to venture into the secret realm alone. Two other students gossiped, showing disdain. A rookie going solo? Hez probably about to be wiped out. Let's just wait for the show. On the ground, Blood Ghost said nothing, charging straight into the monster pack like a poisoned dagger. One flame lion didn't know its place, and as a result, was torn apart by Blood Ghost in an instant. Blood Ghost's face remained cold, It seemed these small fry monsters weren't enough to even warm her up. From the air, Yeling reminded his beloved pet, Fengju, if you want to reach Tier 2, you have to act yourself. Otherwise Shueyo will clear the entire map. The phoenix haughtily replied, I know, stop nagging. Isn't it just leveling up? Easy peasy, leaving Yeling speechless. Zhang Siwen was gossiping with Huo Xian'er. Have you heard? That Yeling went into the secret realm alone on his first day of school. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Huo Xian'er thought to herself, her face full of worry. Yeling, you're getting strong too fast. Meanwhile, Yeling and Shueyo had set up camp to rest. He declared, time in the secret realm is precious. Let's rest for a bit, then continue, Fengju. The phoenix immediately grumbled. Can't I rest for a bit? I'm tired, I'm not a zombie. Yeling could only indulge. All right, you decide. Suddenly, Shueyo called out, Master, causing Yeling to spin around and ask, What is it, Shueyo? She pointed towards the forest. Over there, there's something. They both discovered a strange plant emitting a mystical blue light. Yeling didn't hesitate. Huh, what the heck is that? Let's go check it out. Approaching closer, it was a strange, tear-shaped fruit. Shueyo wondered, what kind of fruit is this? The Federation's books don't mention it, but it looks truly rare. Yiling's eyes lit up as if head found gold, unable to hide his excitement. Wow. Just as he was about to pick the fruit, Shueyo suddenly sensed killing intent and quickly shouted a warning. Master, be careful. It turned out, the fruit was just bait. A giant carnivorous plant suddenly attacked, but Yeling quickly pulled Shueyo back. From the shadows, a two-headed python slowly emerged. This terrifying Tier 2 monster was the true boss of the show. Its two heads growled, bearing long, sharp fangs, its eyes glowing red, as if wanting to devour everything. Yeling clicked his tongue, apparently not enjoying this cat-and-mouse game. Do you really have to be so dramatic? Without further ado, he immediately unleashed his soul chain skill, and a series of magical chains shot out, tightly coiling around the monster. But the python was too tough. Yeling immediately realized his Tier 2 soul chains weren't strong enough to muzzle it. Crack! Crack! The chains began to crack and break under the two-headed monster's furious strength. Seeing the situation was dire, Yeling shouted for high-end reinforcements. Fengju! Fengju! Responding to the call, a giant fireball tore through the sky, plunging straight towards the bewildered two-headed python. From within the sea of flames, Fengju appeared, grumbling about her interrupted sleep. How annoying. Can't a person get some peaceful rest? As soon as she landed, Fengju created a protective ring of fire enveloping Yeling and Shueyo, repelling the stunned python. Without another word, the phoenix craned her neck and unleashed a destructive pillar of fire, scorching the ground right in front of the enemy. Safe within the ring of fire, Yeling wondered, Wow, Fengju, why didn't you use this protective move earlier? But only received a cold snort in response. Fengju roared, her entire body erupting in fierce flames, her gaze locked onto the python. Dare to wake me, and you shall pay the price, she shouted, Hellfire. A terrifying surge of brilliant blue energy exploded, making Yeling hastily remind her. Fengju, be careful not to burn that fruit to a crisp. I know, you talk too much, the phoenix snapped, diving down like an arrow of light, her beak gathering a point of deadly energy. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed everything. The two-headed python stood no chance. In its dying throes, the two-headed python spewed out a sea of green toxins, intending to drag the entire forest down with it. But that death struggle was futile. Its two heads slumped before the protective ring of fire surrounding Yeling and Shueyo. Yeling stood tall before the giant, lifeless snakehead, his eyes filled with utter disdain for the fallen boss. With everything concluded, Yeling clapped and praised the phoenix. Well done, Fengju. Looks like we'll be having snake meat again. After dealing with the boss, Yeling approached to collect the spoils, a mysterious blue energy orb. Let's see what kind of rare fruit this is. The system displayed a notification. This is a spirit fruit, a high-grade evolution material for undead spirit beasts. An unimaginable boon exclusively for Shueyo. Yeling laughed gleefully, deciding to fully exploit this lucrative secret realm. Shueyo, Fengju, let's grind levels. We can't waste a single second. Day 1. Shueyo took action. Her soul chains bound an entire flock of winged beasts, clearing the area in an instant. Day 2. It was the ape creature's turn. Shueyo made a few graceful moves and the entire pack was wiped out while Yeling stood behind, just talking big. On the third day, Yeling continued to lure a pack of fire-headed apes, shouting for his two farming machines, Shueyo, and the Phoenix, to get to work. After 3 days of intense grinding, Shueyo had reached level 2, rank 2, while the Phoenix soared to level 2, rank 3. Yaling nodded, looking satisfied. The clock signaled the time was up. Yaling realized his time in the secret realm was almost over. It was time to leave. A swirling blue spatial gate opened in the middle of the night. It was the exit from the lucrative farming zone. In the headmistress's office, Gao Yu reported an urgent situation. Headmistress. The manager reported that the second phase of the secret realm has been incinerated by hellfire, and it needs time to recover. Gao Yu continued to report that the sole culprit was Ye Ling, a newly admitted freshman, which caught the attention of the headmistress, who was idly toying with a blue orb. Ye Ling? How interesting. The fox-masked headmistress showed great interest, ordering the manager to close the secret realm and send a recovery team to deal with the ashes. Gao Yu wondered if Ye Ling should be punished, but the headmistress immediately dismissed it. No need, I already have special arrangements for him. Upon returning to the academy, Ye Ling immediately became the center of attention. A female student instantly recognized him. It's Ye Ling, the big shot, while others whispered about him dominating the school's homepage for the past few days. The female students gathered, gossiping about Ye Ling, the first male student in history to enter the secret realm on his first day of admission. Some praised his good looks, others dreamed wistfully, but he merely walked past silently and uttered a blunt remark. Dream on. Becoming the center of attention made Ye Ling somewhat uncomfortable. He thought to himself, am I going to be scrutinized everywhere I go like this? I'm not used to it yet. Ding. The system announced good news. The mission to explore the second phase of the secret realm was complete, rewarding the soul skill Eyes of Truth along with 5 soul crystals and 5 experience crystals. The new skill, Eyes of Truth, could check the information of any target, though it consumed 20 spirit power per second and couldn't be upgraded. Ye Ling still decided to test it out immediately. He immediately tried it on a maple leaf. The information panel appeared. Red maple tree, over 30 years old, possesses the special ability to keep its leaves red year-round, only costing 5 spirit power. While engrossed in testing the skill, Ye Ling unexpectedly encountered Wang Lingyu approaching. Ye Ling didn't hesitate to check her out immediately. Wang Lingyu's information panel appeared. Level 1, rank 9, her blood dragon lion spirit beast. Also level 1, rank 9, but what shocked him was that the system even displayed her 3 measurements. Stunned by the system's overwhelming power, Ye Ling awkwardly made a strange gesture and then fled directly, leaving Wang Lingyu bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Regaining his composure, Ye Ling spotted Hongshu in the distance and immediately called out to her. Hongshu sauntered over to check on Ye Ling after he had ravaged the secret realm, her tone full of hidden meaning. How does it feel, sweetie? In the middle of the school grounds, Ye Ling wondered about the 2 other students when Hongshu cut him off, delivering shocking news. The headmistress has specially promoted him directly to 2nd year. Ye Ling was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to skip a grade so quickly. Having just entered school, he was already a senior to the entire cohort. Hongshu confirmed firmly, explaining that 2nd year students have continuous missions, so they need to prepare their equipment properly. The teacher handed Ye Ling a black card and the address of Heavenly Feather Pavilion, the most famous equipment shop in Holy City, as his promised admission reward. After assigning the task, Hongshu immediately left to arrange teachers for Ye Ling, leaving him to go shopping for equipment on his own. Holding the paper and card in hand, Ye Ling headed alone to the upscale district, where the top-tier equipment shop was located. Upon arrival, Ye Ling was overwhelmed by the grandeur of Heavenly Feather Pavilion. It looked no different from a magnificent palace. Inside, the space was vast and luxurious, with even a tiger skin hanging on the wall. A staff member immediately approached Ye Ling, asking if he needed assistance. Ye Ling got straight to the point, asking the staff member where to sell materials, while also confirming he was a student of Vermilion Bird Academy. The manager pushed up her glasses, her eyes full of suspicion, and bluntly told Ye Ling he was lying because Vermilion Bird Academy had only ever admitted female students. Even though Ye Ling tried to explain, the manager still didn't believe him and unceremoniously showed him the door, demanding he leave immediately. Just as he was being pushed towards the exit, another female voice rang out, asking what was happening, causing both Ye Ling and the manager to freeze. The manager was startled to see the newcomer, hastily greeting, "Young miss," while Ye Ling turned to see who it was. A blonde girl with a lollipop appeared, introducing herself as Shen Menggao, a 3rd-year student of Vermilion Bird Academy, and extended her hand to greet him. Ye Ling politely greeted senior sister Shen, but she frankly told him to just call her by her name for familiarity. Shen Mengyao asked Ye Ling what he wanted to sell and declared that Heavenly Feather Pavilion was her family's business, promising to give him an extremely good price. Seeing that he had found a great deal, Ye Ling didn't say much, agreeing immediately and held out his spatial ring. Ready to unload his goods, Ye Ling didn't say much, dumping a pile of materials head farmed from the second-tier secret realm in front of Shen Mengyao, declaring them 100% authentic. Shen Mengyao's eyes lit up. She acknowledged that Ye Ling's goods were all top-notch and confirmed the rumors of him soloing the secret realm were true. Among the pile of items, she discovered a unique treasure, an emerald, a gem radiating a faint green aura. Shen Mengyao was overjoyed, clutching the gem tightly and revealing that this was exactly what she had been searching for to evolve her spirit beast. Ye Ling casually replied that he didn't have a grass-type pet, so the item was useless to him, and he conveniently gifted it to his senior. Shen Mengyao immediately ordered the pavilion manager to calculate the value of the items and the emerald in alliance points, demanding a very favorable price. Ye Ling took the opportunity to ask about purchasing some low-level equipment and materials, and Shen Mengyao promised that someone would handle it at a discounted price. Outside the Heavenly Martial Pavilion, Shen Mengyao announced that everything Ye Ling purchased would be delivered directly to him. Ye Ling bid farewell to his senior to return to school, but she waved her hand and reminded him to just call her by her name for familiarity. The pavilion manager noticed her mistress's unusual attitude and curiously asked if she had fallen for this student, Ye Ling. Shen Mengyao, sucking on a lollipop, casually delivered a cryptic remark. Read more news, and mind your own business. It'll be good for you. At Vermilion Bird Academy, rumors of Ye Ling being fast-tracked directly to the second year began to spread everywhere. The female students buzzed with excitement. Some were annoyed that the only boy in their class was leaving, while others deeply regretted losing the chance to confess to the Academy's unique treasure. Ye Ling walked, mentally calculating. The pile of farmed materials had been successfully sold for 450,000 alliance points. After deducting 170,000 points for new equipment and materials, Ye Ling still had a hefty sum remaining. Suddenly, a cool-looking girl named Wu Xuan blocked his path, questioning, "Are you Ye Ling?" and received an affirmative answer. Without a word, Wu Xuan launched a dangerous high kick straight at Ye Ling's face, making him snap. "What the hell? Who are you to attack me on sight?" Ye Ling subtly tilted his body to dodge the attack, a look of annoyance on his face. "Classmate? I don't know you at all." Wu Xuan landed steadily, her attitude extremely provocative. "You don't need to know who I am." She lunged to attack again, yelling, "Let's fight first, then talk." But Ye Ling dodged, irritably replying, "Nonsense. I have other things to do. I don't have time to solo you." Left behind by Ye Ling, Wu Xuan could only sigh helplessly, muttering, "This is truly absurd." Furious at being brushed off, Wu Xuan clenched her fists and roared, "Ye Ling, you bastard. Don't let me see your face again." Ye Ling ran frantically to the meeting point, calling out loudly, "Teacher Hong Xiu." Hong Xiu stood waiting with her arms crossed. Seeing Ye Ling's breathless state, she asked, "Ye Ling, what's wrong?" Ye Ling, still panting, explained, "Sorry, Teacher Hong Xiu, I'm late. I ran into some crazy person on the way, so it was a bit troublesome." Hong Xiu chuckled, teasing that as the school's only rare talent, and being fast-tracked to the second year, he'd have to get used to the attention. She then promised to introduce him to his new tutor. A silver-haired figure appeared, speaking in a chiding tone. "Hong Xiu, you're back and didn't even bother to see me? Are you that busy?" The silver-haired woman revealed herself, radiating an imposing aura, her name tag clearly displaying her formidable rank, Li Xingyue, level 7 rank 3. Hong Xiu immediately introduced, "Ye Ling, this is your second-year tutor, Teacher Li Xingyue." Then she turned to her colleague and instructed, "Xingyue, this is the Ye Ling I told you about, the Academy's only male student. I'm entrusting him to your training." Ye Ling immediately played the role of a good student, scratching his head and grinning as he greeted his new teacher. "Hello, Teacher Li. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on." Upon meeting, Li Xingyue immediately adopted a dominant tone, questioning, "Yo, you're Ye Ling, huh?" Li Xingyue pinched Ye Ling's chin, praising his looks while criticizing his courage. "Handsome. No wonder all the girls in school are talking about you. But with a rabbit's heart like this, how will you get anything done with me later?" Seeing this, Hong Xiu intervened, telling Li Xingyue to stop teasing the new recruit, then waved her hand and slipped away, citing personal business. Li Xingyue slung an arm around Ye Ling and pulled him along, declaring she would take him to meet his new classmates. emphasizing that they were even tougher than her. News of the school's only rare talent joining their group spread like an explosion, causing a stir among the female students. A group of second-year female students were gossiping, expressing disbelief that a brand-new first-year kid could directly join their group, where senior Siyu was the boss. Li Xingyue led Ye Ling directly in front of the crowd, interrupting their gossip. "All right, stop chattering. I've brought someone for you all." The female student with sunglasses immediately welcomed him. Li Xingyue also stated directly, "That's right, no lengthy introductions. This junior, Ye Ling, is entrusted to your care." Li Xingyue explained the rules to Ye Ling. Second-year rankings are determined by combat performance, and the person standing in front of you is the block's final boss. The female student with sunglasses extended her hand, her boss-like aura evident. "Hello, Junior Ye Ling. I'm Zhao Siyu, the second-year block leader." Ye Ling narrowed his eyes, feeling that these seniors were a bit off. Suspiciously enthusiastic. Without overthinking, Ye Ling immediately used his system to check her stats. Senior Zhao Siyu's profile appeared. Level 2. Rank 8. Possessing 2 rare spirit beasts. Truly formidable. Ye Ling boldly challenged the final boss. "If rankings are based on combat, then if I punch Senior Zhao Siyu away, can I go straight to top 1? Li Xingyue chuckled delightedly at the junior's audacity, then conveniently pushed the task of explaining the rules to Zhao Siyu, and slipped away to report on her mission. Zhao Siyu, acting like the boss, explained the rules. "You want to challenge me, kid? You need to get into the top 10 first, and right now, you don't even have a rank." Just as Ye Ling complained about the troublesome ranking system, a challenging voice cut in from somewhere, declaring that there was no need for complications. Wu Xuan, rank 3 inches the second year, stepped out and loudly declared, "Defeat me, and I'll give you my rank 3 spot. Lose, and get out of the Vermilion Bird class." Ye Ling was slightly surprised by the new opponent, but Wu Xuan gave him no time to think, forcing the challenge on the spot. "Well, do you have the guts to accept the challenge?" The other seniors started whispering, thinking Wu Xuan was going too far by pressuring a newcomer, while Zhao Siyu casually remarked as if Ye Ling would surely refuse. But Ye Ling was no pushover. He replied concisely with an expressionless face, "I accept." "All right." Wu Xuan smirked. The challenge was set. "Let me show you." Wu Xuan didn't say much, getting straight to business. A brilliant purple summoning circle erupted beneath her feet. Watching the spectacle, Zhao Siyu commented with her arms crossed. "Oh, Wu Xuan's going all out right from the start." The glowing red eyes of a colossal lightning beast flashed in the shadows of the summoning gate. The thunderous bear, a formidable level 2 rank 7 beast, materialized majestically behind Wu Xuan, purple lightning crackling across its every muscle. The second-year students gasped, the thunderous bear's overwhelming presence making the entire area tremble. "It's real. The power of a top 3 is truly different." The system quickly analyzed Wu Xuan's stats, level 2 rank 7, with a rare thunderous bear spirit beast, an opponent not to be underestimated. Ye Ling calculated. A level 2 rank 7 spirit beast, plus close combat skills. This seems tough. Then he growled. "Come out." Blue energy surged from Ye Ling's hand. Shueyo was summoned in a digital vortex. Shueyo Mo landed with an imposing aura, her cold eyes fixed on her opponent, ready for battle. The watching students gasped, buzzing with chatter, because Ye Ling's spirit beast was incredibly impressive. Some were even annoyed that a pet was more beautiful than themselves. Wu Xuan crossed her arms, taunting directly. "Aren't you going to summon your second one? Or do you think this humanoid doll can solo my thunderous bear?" Ye Ling replied with full confidence, his gaze unwavering. "No need to worry, just come at me, senior." Wu Xuan roared a command. "Thunderstorm, tear it apart for me." And the colossal thunderous bear let out an earth-shattering roar before charging forward. Ye Ling simply stated calmly, "Shueyo, handle it yourself." And Shueyo replied concisely, "Understood," as she charged straight at her opponent. Crash! Shueyo raised her hand to block the thunderous bear's devastating swipe, 2 terrifying forces colliding head-on. A massive explosion erupted at the point of impact, shaking the entire arena and kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Shueyo stood firm without a scratch, while the thunderous bear's arm had a sharp gash. Ye Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's some thick skin." "I have to admit, this formidable beast is incredibly tough," Wu Xuan sneered, declaring that the real show had just begun as the thunderous bear channeled its energy, purple lightning enveloping the entire arena, signaling an even fiercer battle. Seeing his pet lightly scratched, Wu Xuan roared, getting serious. "Thunderous bear." The bear tensed, activating its thunder armor skill, as surging purple lightning enveloped its entire body. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, leaving the gossiping students wide-eyed in astonishment. In the eye of the electric storm, Ye Ling and Shuio stood firm, directly facing the immense pressure. The thunderous bear was now clad in a complete lightning armor, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. Looking like a living tank, Yi Ling frowned in analysis, realizing this armor was not only tough, but also capable of reflecting damage upon contact. The female students watching began to whisper, believing the thunderous bear's power was unstoppable, that one punch from it was enough to destroy heaven and earth. But Shuio didn't care. She charged straight into the lightning barrier as if it were nothing, her hair fluttering amidst the lightning bolts. Whoosh! Shuio closed in, ignoring the electric armor discharging in all directions, and launched an attack directly at the thunderous bear. The opponent's lightning was nothing more than an itch. Shuio stood tall, her glowing red hand ready for the next tearing strike. A haughty, pointy-eared senior with glasses declared that Ye Ling's spiritual beast had taken reflected lightning damage, and its hands were now useless. But Wu Xuan gasped when she saw Shuio's hand, which she thought had been charred, regenerating at an insane speed within a dark aura. Super fast regeneration, Ye Ling sneered. How could these clueless rookies know that my Shuio possesses such divine regenerative abilities? Wu Xuan gritted her teeth, admitting she had underestimated her opponent, and growled, "You forced my hand." With that, Wu Xuan summoned her second trump card, a level 2 rank 6 Phantom Lizard, ready for a joint attack. The Phantom Lizard darted forward, officially turning the match into a 2-on-1 battle. The crowd was astonished by the unbelievable sight. Shuio alone was taking on both the Thunderous Bear and the Phantom Lizard, completely overwhelming the two level 3 monsters. A brown-haired teacher remarked that Ye Ling's spiritual beast was too formidable, its attack frequency showing no signs of slowing down, while the students nearby couldn't believe Wu Xuan was about to lose. Shen Mengyao, a blonde-haired student with a lollipop and sharp eyes, looked displeased. Shen Mengyao muttered, "Bullying the weak is one thing, but now they're resorting to overwhelming numbers with the Phantom Lizard." Wu Xuan secretly thought that this kid, Ye Ling, was truly pitiful, about to be ganged up on by the Phantom Lizard. She smirked, signaling her trump card. "It's time." The Phantom Lizard materialized silently behind Ye Ling, ready to strike, but our protagonist remained unfazed. They thought Ye Ling was retreating in fear, but it was merely a high-level feint. Ye Ling gracefully dodged the attack, landed directly on the lizard's back, and taunted, "Finally decided to make your move. Huh, I've been waiting for you." Wu Xuan was utterly shocked, yelling in disbelief at how he could have possibly detected her Phantom Lizard. Ye Ling pointed to the glowing third eye on his forehead, revealing he had activated his Eyes of Truth long ago, and called out his ultimate trump card, Feng Jiu. A colossal, fiery phoenix was summoned, and Ye Ling ordered it into battle to clear the field. Feng Jiu wasted no words, directly spitting a massive fireball that incinerated the Phantom Lizard. Seeing her beloved pet about to be wiped out, Wu Xuan frantically screamed for it to return, but it was in vain. Boom! The Phantom Lizard evaporated in a horrific explosion under the attack of Phoenix Feng Jiu. The lizard's body vanished into a ghostly green smoke, officially eliminated from the arena. A pointy-eared senior with glasses in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment at the power of Ye Ling's spiritual beast. Feng Jiu let out a defiant roar, its entire body erupting in green flames known as Purgatory Hellfire. Seeing the overwhelming area of effect skill, the pointy-eared senior frantically yelled for everyone to scatter and save themselves. Streams of green hellfire spread everywhere, forming deadly energy orbs ready to explode. Not just one. The thunderous bear also took a hit, battered by the green flames, unable to retaliate. Wu Xuan collapsed, helplessly watching both of her spiritual beasts easily defeated. She could only utter a single, speechless phrase as the phoenix still circled above. Too terrifying. The fodder students fled for their lives, while a mysterious senior remained still, observing from afar. A woman in a gray suit questioned Hong Xiu about the divine phoenix, but Hong Xiu was equally shocked, admitting she had never seen it before. Ye Ling broke out in a cold sweat, quickly yelling for Feng Jiu to stop, shouting that it didn't need to go all out like that. The phoenix turned back, its tone arrogant, grumbling. "Humph. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Wu Xuan knelt on the ground, sweat pouring down her face, trembling as she admitted defeat before the overwhelming presence of Ye Ling, Shuio, and the now shrunken phoenix. Wu Xuan officially accepted her loss, declaring that from now on, Ye Ling would be the third-ranked student of the second year, and all resources associated with that position would be transferred to him. The crowd of admiring students erupted, praising Ye Ling as the school's treasure, their new idol, and envying his unbelievable rate of advancement. The system immediately announced that Ye Ling had successfully claimed the third-year, second-year rank and received a mysterious item as a reward. Ye Ling calmly reviewed the reward notification, while the female students around him began to whisper, their eyes shining with curiosity. A pink-haired student in a sailor uniform boldly approached Ye Ling, directly asking for his secret to becoming so powerful. Immediately, a crowd of other female students swarmed him, surrounding Ye Ling, some asking for secrets, others for contact information, leaving the young man quite speechless. While being mobbed by fangirls, a haughty red high heel stepped forward, and a woman's voice called out Ye Ling's name. It turned out to be Teacher Hong Shou, accompanied by Teacher Li Xingyue, who ordered Ye Ling, "Come with me for a moment." On the way, Hong Shou couldn't hide her curiosity, directly asking Ye Ling about the Divine Phoenix, only to receive his vague reply that he had only acquired it recently. The silver-haired senior, Li Xingyue, announced bluntly, "Teacher Li Xingyue has a new mission. You are to prepare and depart immediately," leaving Ye Ling stunned by the urgency. Ye Ling rushed back to his dormitory to prepare for the sudden trip. Back in his room, Ye Ling immediately checked his hot reward, a blood phoenix crystal, an item that allowed him to summon a level 9 rank 10 divine phoenix for 5 minutes, but only usable 3 times. Ye Ling marveled at the item's overwhelming power, but also felt a bit regretful that it was a rare item with only 3 uses. The system then reported that he had received an alliance coin from Wu Xuan, the recently dethroned 3rd-ranked student, and Ye Ling realized it was time to depart. As soon as he stepped out the door, Ye Ling was stopped by a group of 3 female seniors who called out loudly, "Hello, Junior Ye Ling." It was Zhao Siyu, the 2nd-year senior, with 2 of her juniors. She waved and teased, "We meet again. You certainly gave us a big surprise." "No, it was more like a huge scare," Ye Ling boasted confidently. Having just reached 3rd rank, he immediately challenged the 2nd-year senior. "Zhao Siyu, Senior, I'm strong enough now. Are you ready?" Leaving her speechless. Just then, a silver-haired figure of authority appeared, interrupting their banter. "Is everyone present?" It was Teacher Li Xingyue. She confirmed Ye Ling's achievement. "I heard you just climbed to 3rd place in 2nd year?" Ye Ling feigned modesty, saying it was just luck that he defeated Wu Xuan, but Li Xingyue just scoffed. Knowing his true capabilities, Li Xingyue got straight to the point, her voice serious. "Ye Ling, this time we have an urgent mission to carry out." The mission was revealed. A swarm of low-level demons was erupting near Heian City, and the entire team was dispatched to clear out these small fry under the teacher's supervision. Li Xingyue concluded, leaving no room for argument. "Speak now if you have any questions, otherwise we depart immediately." Ye Ling didn't hesitate, replying concisely, "No problem," and Li Xingyue immediately ordered the team to depart. The group boarded an off-road vehicle that sped through the city, heading straight for Heian City, with Phoenix Feng Jiu soaring above as an escort. Inside the vehicle, Li Xingyue handed Ye Ling a tablet containing all the information about the demons and the mission objectives for him to grasp the situation. Ye Ling checked the information on the tablet, confirming with Zhao Siyu and Buns-haired Senior that the enemies this time were a horde of undead demons. Upon arrival, the entire team was overwhelmed by the sight of a sea of demons, as numerous as ants, swarming towards Heian City, while Feng Jiu flew high above, scouting. Up close, the demons revealed themselves as a chaotic mix of skeletons, ghouls, and muscular monsters with glowing red eyes, roaring as they charged forward like a storm. Zhao Siyu broke into a cold sweat, realizing the situation was more serious than expected. These were supposed to be low-level monsters, right? Why are there mid-level and even high-level ones here? Li Xingyue calmly analyzed, suggesting that the mission information was wrong or the situation had changed. Without hesitation, Li Xingyue gripped the steering wheel tightly, giving a decisive order. "Hold on tight, forget them. We're charging straight into Heian City first." The off-road vehicle roared, transforming into a meat grinder, plowing straight into the demon formation, sending the obstructing small fry flying. A muscular monster swung its gigantic saber, bringing it down directly onto the vehicle with the intent to cleave it in 2. Demons from all directions leaped onto the vehicle. A grotesque monster with a mouth on its belly plunged down from above, and a warning shout rang out. Clang! The saber struck a blue soul shield that had been erected just in time, protecting the entire team from the fatal attack. Li Xingyue's expression remained unchanged as she shouted another order to the team while still pressing the accelerator. "Hold on tight." The vehicle, enveloped in brilliant golden energy, transformed into a drill, plunging straight into the sea of demons, scattering the obstructing small fry. Boom! The vehicle shattered the city wall in an instant, landing directly inside Heian City, leaving a bewildered horde of monsters behind. On top of the newly breached city wall, a dark figure landed, hellfire erupting from beneath his feet. A Death Knight, riding a flaming skeletal warhorse, appeared, its final boss aura permeating the entire battlefield. He bared his flaming skeletal jaw, growling. "All of you are my sacrifices." The Death Knight raised his great sword high, purple lightning rumbling in the sky as he roared that all living beings in Heian City would be sacrificed to the Blood Moon. Meanwhile, in a magnificent castle, seemingly a temporary base, the other academy students were still unaware of the impending disaster. Inside the Grand Hall, a group of elite students gathered, confusedly questioning a commander. "Lord Luo, explain yourself." A man in full armor named Luo stood on the platform, delivering the bad news. "My apologies, elite students. The situation is extremely dire. The number of demons is surging." Luo's face was tense as he concluded with a statement that silenced everyone. And worse still, a Death Knight has appeared. Hearing the news of the Death Knight's appearance, the elite students began to panic, their faces drained of color, shouting that this was truly disastrous. As the group trembled uncontrollably, a decisive figure stepped forward, flatly declaring that waiting to die was the most foolish option. That person was Li Xingyue, who concluded with a spirited statement. "It's better to attack proactively." Li Xingyue advanced alone towards City Lord Luo, who was seated on the high platform, her overwhelming aura making the surrounding small fry only able to look up in awe. She reported directly to City Lord Luo that the demons were pouring in increasingly, and if they just waited for reinforcements, Heian City would surely fall. Li Xingyue proposed a proactive sortie, and City Lord Luo began to ponder deeply, seemingly convinced. City Lord Luo muttered, seemingly having decided to go all out, bringing out powerful assets to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Yahello's group was walking down a deserted street, remarking that Heian City didn't look very bustling. Zhao Siyu began to grow impatient, wondering why teacher Li Xingyue had gone to meet the city lord and hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, a blue-armored soldier rushed past, hastily urging his comrades to move faster, signaling that a major event was about to unfold. The soldiers strenuously carried out a gigantic soul cannon, and Zhao Siyu explained that it was a powerful weapon. Zhao Siyu frowned, realizing the situation was more tense than she imagined, when their side had to bring out this dark, crystal-consuming weapon. An earth-shattering explosion echoed from afar, and Yahello calmly declared, "The battle is about to begin." Yahello pinpointed the explosion's direction as the city wall. The entire team, without further ado, decided to go check it out immediately. At the city wall, undead monsters like zombies and ghouls were roaring, climbing up like ants from a disturbed nest. The soul cannon fired, a destructive energy blast sweeping away the small fry below, turning them into dust. An officer yelled himself hoarse, urging the soldiers to reload continuously, determined not to let the monsters break through. Just as they set foot on the city wall, Li Xingyu appeared, announcing that the team had arrived just in time to prepare to charge out and hunt monsters when the barrier opened. Li Xingwei warned that there was a Death Knight among the monsters. Zhao Siyu's face turned pale upon hearing this, muttering that such a formidable foe had to be at least level 6 or higher. Li Xingye coldly assigned the mission, stating directly that she had other matters to attend to, and that in the chaotic battlefield, they should look out for themselves. The entire group nodded seriously. As the team charged forward, Zhao Siyu turned to warn Yahello. "You're really unlucky, encountering a Death Knight on your very first mission. Watch yourself, and don't rush in head first." The system panel suddenly appeared, announcing a time-limited mission. Defend Heian City. The more monsters killed, the greater the reward, which made Yahello visibly delighted, knowing he was about to farm loot. As soon as he arrived, Yahello caught the crowd's attention. Some female students began to whisper, "Look, it's the only male student from Vermilion Bird Academy." Seeing Yahello seem distracted, Zhao Siyu called him back. "Yahello, are you even listening to me?" Zhao Siyu pointed at Yahello's head, uttering a remark that was both threatening and caring. "Be careful, don't die, or I'll have to pick up your corpse." A blue beam of light swept across the plaza, signaling the imminent appearance of an important figure to stabilize the situation. A man in gleaming white armor, exuding an overwhelming aura, descended. An information panel appeared. Luo Junshan, City Lord, Level 7, Rank 5, possesses a lineup of rare spirit beasts. Yahello also gaped in astonishment at the terrifying power emanating from the City Lord. Luo Junshan drew his sword, roaring to rally his soldiers. "Raise your weapons high and deliver a fatal blow to these detestable monsters." The entire army, brimming with fighting spirit, collectively roared, "Kill!" Yiling also had to secretly admit that this city lord's leadership was truly exceptional. Disregarding defense, City Lord Luo Junshan roared a powerful command. "Good, the monsters are coming. Open the city gates and slaughter them all outside." Crash! The colossal gates swung wide open, and the city's army immediately poured out like a flood, charging straight into the sea of monsters waiting outside. The battlefield instantly erupted with continuous explosions, soldiers and monsters clashing in a bloody battle to the death. Low-level demons of all grotesque shapes, from hellfire-blazing skeletons to bizarre, corpulent monsters, charged forward fearlessly. Undaunted, the soldiers with modern equipment formed ranks, unleashing skills and firepower upon the advancing monsters. The city lord also didn't stand idly by, unleashing his formidable lineup of spirit beasts, from green dragons and ox demons to golden armored warriors, ordering them to coordinate their attacks. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Yiling instructed Shueyo, "It's very chaotic here. Don't stray too far from me." And the zombie girl simply replied, "Yes, master." On the cliff, the Death Knight watched humanity's counterattack with disdain, letting out a cold snort at their feeble efforts. His bony face gleamed with malevolence as he sneered, "A bunch of idiotic sacrifices." With that, the Death Knight roared, "Come forth," summoning a colossal monster from the fiery abyss as a hideous spider leg slowly emerged. From the sea of flames, a swarm of hideous cave spiders began to emerge, ready to slaughter. The Death Knight cackled savagely, waving his hand to command his minions. "Go, go," he roared, urging the spiders to climb over the city walls and tear at the enemies. "Devour them to your heart's content." Suddenly, a pterodactyl beast swooped down from the sky, causing a fleeing purple-haired girl to shriek in terror. Just as another brute demon charged to finish off the girl, Yiling immediately commanded, "Shueyo, go." With a whoosh, Shueyo darted like a phantom, delivering a thunderous blow straight to the brute demon's jaw. The colossal monster collapsed on the spot, and the purple-haired girl hastily thanked Shueyo profusely for saving her life. But before she could even catch her breath, Yiling spotted another danger approaching from afar. "Look, what's that?" The purple-haired girl's face paled as she recognized an army of cave spiders swarming towards them. "It's cave spiders, so many, we're doomed." The colossal spiders roared, charging straight towards the group of students with terrifying speed, the ground trembling beneath their every step. The colossal cave spiders suddenly appeared, and the fodder students, including Yiling, could only run for their lives. The monster's blood-red eyes locked onto its target, reflecting the image of two students embracing, awaiting death. A blade-sharp spider leg descended, and the purple-haired girl could only let out a desperate warning scream. Boom! Just before the pair could be crushed, a dazzling energy blast shot forth, halting the cave spider's attack. Yiling recognized his teacher as the one who had come to their rescue, quickly calling out, "Teacher Li," while Li Xingyue maintained her battle-ready stance. Li Xingyue reloaded her weapon while warning Yiling, "Be careful, the attacks of these cave spiders have a corrosive effect." The purple-haired girl reported in a panic, "Teacher Li, more cave spiders are swarming in, they're attacking." The spiders, numerous as ants, swarmed forward, easily overwhelming and attacking the students who were weakly trying to resist. Whoosh! A brilliant golden slash tore through the air, effortlessly cutting down several charging cave spiders. A colossal, red-cloaked lion spirit beast descended from the sky, landing right in the midst of the monster horde with the aura of a king. The crimson lion beast let out an earth-shattering roar, its overwhelming aura sweeping away the trashy cave spiders. Yiling was also stunned, secretly admitting that this spirit beast was truly formidable. Riding on the lion's back, an armored knight swung his greatsword, cutting down the spiders as if they were mud. The lion rider roared his command, leading the army of city soldiers into the fray. The city soldiers immediately obeyed, surging forward to attack the scurrying cave spiders. The defense force began to unleash fire, brilliant golden energy streams piercing through both the muscular demons and the multi-legged spiders. Li Xingyue warned the group, "The monsters are gathering in increasing numbers, and more formidable ones are sure to appear. Be careful." Yiling merely smirked, looking at Li Xingyue with confidence. "It seems it's time for Aju to come out and play." With that, Yiling raised his hand to the sky, summoned a colossal fireball, and called out, "Aju, it's your turn to shine. Provide support for the team." A colossal, fiery phoenix tore through the night sky, leaving the lion rider and other students agape in astonishment at its overwhelming power and beauty. While a fodder student sneered, "What good is beauty in battle?" The phoenix ripped through the sky, diving straight into the battlefield, while the Death Knight watched from the city wall as if it were a play. As it landed, the phoenix left the students and a teacher dumbfounded. A divine phoenix? The teacher's face went pale as he cried out, "How can there be a phoenix? Who exactly is this kid?" The lion rider also looked up, admitting, "So it's a phoenix." Indeed, the new waves push the old. This young generation is truly terrifying. Yi Ling smirked and commanded, "Aju, show them what you've got." The phoenix immediately responded and plunged straight into the scurrying monster horde below. Boom, boom. The phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing a rain of fireballs that decimated the demon ranks amidst earth-shattering explosions. Seeing the tide turn, the Death Knight on his skeletal warhorse snarled disdainfully. "Still not giving up? You trashy insects." He roared, "Immortal frenzy!" And the Death Knight's entire body and his warhorse erupted in hellfire, their aura skyrocketing. Under the skill's influence, all the demon minions shrieked wildly, their eyes bloodshot, their bodies ablaze, and charged forward as if stimulated. A crimson-winged skeletal monster suddenly appeared, swinging its razor-sharp claws to attack a dazed student. A city soldier screamed tragically as the Death Knight's red energy stream possessed his body. Dark energy escaped, transforming into a red demon hovering in the air, while Li Xingyue and Ye Ling could only watch helplessly. Li Xingyue gritted her teeth and warned, "Damn it. The monsters have been buffed by the Death Knight, their speed and attack power have skyrocketed." In the thick of the battle, an armored student suddenly entered the fray, roaring the name of his spirit beast, Ice Crystal Turtle. He swung his sword and plunged it into the ground, an incredibly powerful surge of ice energy erupting to form a colossal turtle shell. From the ground, a colossal ice crystal turtle emerged, ready to face the rampaging demons. The turtle roared, unleashing its full ice energy power and shouting the skill name, Frost Domain. A terrifying blizzard swept across the battlefield, freezing everything within its range. All the demons, from the colossal spider to the minions, were slowed to a crawl by the ice energy, losing all their speed. Yi Ling witnessed the display, unable to help but exclaim in admiration, "Oh, this slowing effect is quite impressive." Supported by the ice crystal turtle, the city soldiers immediately seized the opportunity, their commander roaring, "Counterattack!" Slowed but not entirely incapacitated, the cave spiders still charged frantically, their sharp legs swinging like deadly blades. At that moment, Ye Ling, riding Phoenix Fengju, tore through the sky, plummeting like a fiery meteor and unleashing a colossal fireball onto the ground. Yi Ling commanded coolly, "Fengju, show them what you're made of," and the phoenix replied with a powerful voice, "They brought this upon themselves." Fengju roared, unleashing its full power with the skill Phoenix's judgment, a colossal two-colored orange-green pillar of fire engulfing everything. The green hellfire erupted, spreading outwards with terrifying speed, ready to sweep across the entire battlefield. Yi Ling reminded, "Be careful not to roast our allies with that hellfire." But Fengju confidently replied, "Don't worry." A sea of green flames swept across the battlefield, and the low-level demons could only shriek in despair before vanishing in an instant. The students watching from afar could only gape, stunned by the display of power. "Holy crap, what kind of overpowered spirit beast is that? I'm so jealous." Even City Lord Luo Junshan was stunned, gripping his greatsword tightly as he recognized the legendary spirit beast, a divine phoenix. So it really exists. The phoenix's hellfire continued its sweep, and the low-level demons could only let out a single shriek before evaporating completely. The Death Knight looked up at the phoenix in the sky, his jaw dropping in disbelief. "What? Impossible." The skeletal boss roared in panic, unable to accept the truth. A divine phoenix? Why would such a mighty divine beast form a contract with a human? He still couldn't believe it, muttering bitterly, "Impossible." Whoosh! Not giving the enemy time to react, Ye Ling, riding his phoenix, plunged down like a missile, aiming straight for the Death Knight's head. A terrifying explosion sent the low-level demons flying. The Death Knight took the full impact and screamed for help. "Great Master, please grant me strength." He raised his sword to the sky, and a dark vortex began to form as he yelled, "Sacrifice these wretches." With fiery eye sockets, the Death Knight roared contemptuously, "Useless ants." On the ground, the city soldiers looked up at the deadly vortex, one of them anxiously asking, "What the hell is happening? What is the Death Knight summoning?" City Lord Luo Junshan also frowned, realizing this situation was not simple. Could it be that there's another mastermind behind the Death Knight? From the summoning portal, a skeletal entity rose, its blazing red dark energy draining the life force from the low-level demons below. The fodder students on the ground turned pale, the white-haired woman stammering in horror. Could this be the Lich King? The Lich King, upon appearing, immediately displayed its final boss-level power, emitting a terrifying pressure that swept away the remaining forces on the battlefield. The fodder students' morale plummeted. One of them started wailing, "This is horrible. We're really doomed this time." He was immediately snapped out of it by a teammate. The gray suit woman growled, trying to rally the team's spirits. "Calm down. The city lord is still fighting. How can we give up now?" Li Xingyue, a true warrior, kept a cool head, shouting a warning. "City Lord Luo, there's someone even more terrifying behind the Death Knight. We must deal with them quickly." City Lord Luo Junshan replied with authority, entrusting the task. "Teacher Li, take care of the students. Leave the Death Knight to me." With that, Luo Junshan, riding his crimson lion beast, charged forward, but Li Xingyue immediately followed, declaring, "It's too dangerous. I'll assist you." Li Xingyue erupted with power, flames engulfing her as she unleashed her skill. Blazing fiery kite. In the air, Yahello didn't stay idle either. He instructed Zhao Xiu, then told the teacher, "I'll go help City Lord Luo deal with the Death Knight." He received a trusting nod from Li Xingyue. "Don't worry." The Death Knight swung its sword, directly confronting a blazing fiery hawk that shot towards it like a missile. Meanwhile, Luo Junshan, riding his crimson lion beast, charged through the fray, cutting down the low-level crimson wraiths. After clearing out the minions, Luo Junshan roared, "Go back to your hell," then swung his greatsword straight at the Death Knight. Clang! The two swords clashed, sparks flying. The Death Knight blocked the attack effortlessly and taunted. "Haha, you insignificant ants don't know your place." Luo Junshan was pushed back, while the Death Knight arrogantly declared, "My power is not something you can withstand." A demonic dark aura appeared behind him. Seeing the situation was dire, Li Xingyue immediately acted, shouting, "Blazing fiery kite, fire wave attack, protect City Lord Luo." A colossal fiery hawk was summoned from Li Xingyue's flames, charging straight towards the Death Knight with overwhelming momentum. The Death Knight merely sneered, as a gigantic dark phantom, with grotesque horns slowly emerged from behind him. Yahello watched from afar, his face pale, his mouth agape in disbelief. What the hell is that?" Whoosh! The colossal dark monster's fist slammed down, crushing Li Xingyue's fiery hawk like a fly. Yahello was caught by the gigantic dark hand, completely bewildered. What kind of monster is trying to capture me? Standing on her fire spirit beast, Li Xingyue immediately realized the enemy's plot. Damn it! It's a lure the tiger out of its mountain lair trap. They want to capture Yahello. The dark hand dragged Yahello straight into a swirling black vortex in the sky. The fodder students watching could only gape. Why would they capture a level 2 spiritual envoy? One fodder student watching was so terrified that he fell backward after sensing the horrifying aura from the vortex. Riding on Fengju, Shueyo roared, charging straight towards the vortex like a bolt of lightning. "Release Ye Ling!" Dragged inside, Ye Ling frantically yelled, trying to recall his spirit beast. "Blood Phantom, return to my spirit beast mark immediately." Fengju breathed fire. Shueyo unleashed her blood energy. Both furiously attacked the black vortex to save their master, but it was useless. Luo Junshan stood beside the Death Knight, helplessly watching the scene, gritting his teeth. It's too late. Just when everything seemed to be over, a dazzling light flashed from the center of the vortex. Li Xingyue growled, "There's no more time." From within the light, a white-haired woman appeared with an overwhelming aura, laughing contemptuously at Luo Junshan and his group. "Ha ha ha ha. Useless ants." Li Xingyue's eyes sharpened. She declared firmly, "I will. Reclaim the lives of the students you've taken." The Death Knight roared back, demanding she pay the price. The Death Knight laughed maniacally as a colossal, fiery hawk charged straight into its face. The blazing phoenix plunged down like a meteor, making the Death Knight curse the shameless attacker. Not just one. Other experts also joined in, summoning roaring lion spirit beasts to gang up on the boss. Boom! A series of earth-shattering attacks collided, and the Death Knight's greatsword was stopped. Li Xingyue sneered confidently as the Death Knight was brought to one knee, looking as if it was about to be defeated. But the boss refused to yield. It stood up, its fiery eye sockets burning with contempt. "A bunch of pathetic ants. Do you think you've won?" It channeled energy, its entire body glowing red as if about to explode. Someone yelled a warning, "Be careful, it's going to self-destruct." Boom! Instead of an explosion, the Death Knight's body shattered into a swarm of hideous low-level demons, scattering in all directions. Li Xingyue cursed the damned undead. as the low-level demons from the Death Knight's explosion began to pour out like a broken dam. The dark tide swallowed the city soldiers, transforming them into frenzied monsters screaming in agony. A colossal low-level demon with blazing red eyes charged straight at Zhao Xiyu, determined to devour her alive. Zhao Xiyu was caught off guard, startled as a series of sharp dark spikes erupted from thin air, trapping her tightly. But the head of second year's skill was not to be trifled with. She channeled her power, and a terrifying fiery explosion erupted, incinerating the monster to ashes. Zhao Xiyu rushed to inform Li Xingwei. "Teacher Li, Ye Ling has been captured." But the teacher calmly ordered, "The Death Knight is dealt with. Clear out these small fries first." In a pitch-black space, Ye Ling woke up beside Feng Zhu, bewildered, wondering where he had been teleported. Yi Ling sensed a dangerous presence and growled, challenging the hidden figure. "Stop playing games, show yourself." A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, exuding a deadly dark aura, directly confronting Ye Ling and Feng Zhu. The enemy revealed himself, an immortal lich named Li Wei, level 8, rank 3, a formidable member of the Scourge organization. He sneered, "As expected of one who contracted with the Divine Phoenix, you have guts." Yi Ling broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the enemy's level was 8. Rank 3, a completely different league. Li Wei floated in the air, questioning Yi Ling how a mere boy could contract with the Divine Phoenix, a spirit beast never before seen in the Federation. Yi Ling maintained a calm expression, retorting with a taunt, "Curious about me? I'm just a measly level 2 spiritual envoy, nothing special." Li Wei sneered at the boy's arrogance, his colossal figure completely overshadowing Yi Ling. The lich bared his hideous fangs, asserting that Ye Ling didn't understand the true value of the phoenix he possessed. Yi Ling growled, directly asking his purpose. Li Wei then cast a spell, declaring he would show him something interesting. Boom! The scene changed. Li Wei threw Ye Ling into an illusion of a ruined city, engulfed in deadly green toxic smoke. Amidst the desolation was a chaotic army of undead and monsters, the minions of the Scourge organization. Li Wei began his recruitment speech, inviting Ye Ling to join him to overthrow the Federation, create a world of equality, and promised to grant him world-destroying power. Ye Ling didn't buy into the empty promises. He retorted bluntly, "You've been talking all this time, but there's no concrete plan or evidence. It just sounds like hot air." Losing patience with the taunts, Li Wei roared, "You brat! You refuse my offer, so you want to suffer the consequences." He then unleashed his undying corruption skill, intending to turn Ye Ling into his minion. The lich gave Ye Ling one last chance to back down, but our protagonist never backs down. He coldly activated his phoenix bloodline, preparing to go all out. Realizing his usual tricks wouldn't cut it, Ye Ling decided to go all in, crushing an item in his hand to unleash his ultimate skill. Seeing the stubborn brat, Li Wei snarled, "If you're useless to me, then get out of my sight." He then gathered a giant sphere of dark energy. At the same time, the battlefield outside erupted into utter chaos as the monsters simultaneously went berserk, turning to slaughter the students. Li Xingwei shouted loudly, ordering all students to summon their spirit beasts and immediately form a defensive line to block the monsters' frenzied assault. The students were utterly panicked, frantically screaming for their spirit beasts to return amidst the battlefield that was like a disturbed beehive. Zhao Xiyu anxiously ran to ask Li Xingwei about Ye Ling's situation, but only received a cold reply that he could only fend for himself now. Powerlessly gazing at the dark spatial vortex in the sky, Zhao Xiyu could only silently pray for Ye Ling to return alive. Back in the alternate dimension, a dazzling golden light explosion suddenly erupted from Ye Ling's side, stunning even Li Wei. "Huh? What the hell is going on?" From the explosion, an earth-shattering wave of firepower swept across the space, making Li Wei freeze in place. Li Wei was stunned, trying to identify the terrifying source of power that had just appeared. "This is..." The lich was speechless as he sensed the enemy's level, his voice trembling. Level 9. It turned out to be the Phoenix, the legendary divine bird, spreading its fiery wings behind Ye Ling. Yi Ling, with an overwhelming aura, called out the boss name directly. "Li Wei. Is that all you've got?" Li Wei couldn't believe his eyes, muttering that a mere level 2 spiritual envoy couldn't possibly summon a level 9 divine phoenix. The lich roared, questioning Ye Ling's true identity, but only received a mysterious smirk in return. "Heh, you won't get the chance to know." Without further ado, the phoenix unleashed its heavenly firestorm skill, engulfing Li Wei in a sea of destructive flames. Amidst the sea of flames, Li Wei was unwilling to accept defeat. He began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash his last trump card. The lich summoned a skeletal monster from the realm of the dead, unleashing its Death's Cloud Alley skill to counter the Phoenix flames. Ye Ling, with the Phoenix at his back, snarled a challenge at Li Wei, who was still engulfed in flames. Let me show you the true power of a level 9 Divine Phoenix. Without hesitation, Ye Ling ordered the finishing blow, and the Phoenix plunged straight down, tearing through the Lich's dark defense. The divine flames incinerated the skeletal monster, making it vanish amid screams, while Li Wei could only stammer in horror, a level 9 Divine Phoenix. After the sea of flames dissipated, Ye Ling stood in the empty space, wondering if the Lich had been annihilated or managed to escape, when he noticed a faint blue light on the ground. It turned out to be the Lich's spatial ring, a drop item after the boss was defeated. Ye Ling picked it up and excitedly checked his spoils. Realizing the Phoenix's duration was about to expire, Ye Ling decided to quickly escape the scene before anything else happened. But before leaving, he didn't forget to swing his hand, adding one last fiery blow, determined to turn this entire area into ashes to erase all traces. Elsewhere, the residual energy from the battle formed a giant vortex in the night sky, making the students below, including Zhao Xiyu, look up in astonishment. Zhao Xiyu frantically turned to ask Li Xingyue what it was, while the other students were frozen stiff by the earth-shattering sight. Li Xingyue, an experienced teacher, could only stare, stunned and speechless by the terrifying power that had just been unleashed. Having just finished dealing with the Lich, Ye Ling was directly ejected by a spatial portal, free-falling from the sky to everyone's astonishment. Below, Zhao Xiyu reacted extremely quickly, shouting to summon her storm dragon, which soared into the air. Quick, catch Ye Ling! At the same time, the dark demons surged forward like a flood, but Hongshu's fiery hawk appeared just in time, spreading its giant fiery wings to shield all the students. The fiery hawk roared, then unleashed a massive pillar of fire, sweeping away the dark minions in an instant. The storm dragon caught Ye Ling and landed safely. Zhao Xiyu rushed over to shake his unconscious body, while teacher Li Xingyue also rushed over anxiously. Our protagonist was temporarily out of commission after expending all his strength to deal with the level 8 boss. Ye Ling slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the worried expressions of Zhao Xiyu and teacher Li Xingyue, he immediately reassured them that he was fine. Li Xingyue sighed in relief, scolding him affectionately. If anything had happened to you, your teacher would surely tear me apart. Just then, another student cheered. Look, the demons are retreating. Indeed, the entire demon army, from the spiders to the minions, simultaneously fled. Li Xingyue muttered, It seems their king has returned. Sitting on the ground, Ye Ling looked up, his eyes sharp, and raised his voice, rallying the warriors of Black Rock City. Receiving the order, a lion rider roared, leading the army straight into the battle. Wipe out the demons. Meanwhile, as Li Xingyue and Zhao Xiyu helped the exhausted Ye Ling, a soldier reported that the demons were fleeing. Li Xingyue then asked him where he had been taken. Ye Ling leaned on his teacher's shoulder, calmly recounting. It's a long story. I was captured by a necromancer named Li Wei and taken to a dark dimension. The information about a level 8 enemy named Li Wei deeply shocked Li Xingyue. She couldn't believe Ye Ling had escaped from such a formidable opponent. Overwhelmed with worry, Li Xingyue quickly pulled Ye Ling back to the city. Hurry, let's get back so I can check if you're injured. In a villa, someone was contemplating, confirming that the Scourge organization was the mastermind behind the entire monster invasion. In a lounge, Ye Ling was surrounded by senior students and teachers, all marveling that he had returned alive from a level 8 boss. But he humbly said he was lucky. Li Xingyue ordered everyone to let Ye Ling rest, while she had to report this shocking incident to the academy. Zhao Xiyu and the senior students left, and Ye Ling waved goodbye to them. As soon as the door closed, Ye Ling's smile vanished, replaced by sharp eyes. Luck was clearly just an excuse. Ye Ling was in the room, holding the storage ring he had just looted with an excited expression. Let's see what interesting things are inside. A virtual screen appeared, displaying a trove of high-quality items. Experience gems, dragon scales, siren's eye, all high-level evolution materials. Ye Ling was confident that Shuio and Feng Ju would break through in power this time. The scene shifted to Calamity City, a dark castle shrouded in black clouds, where someone was shocked by the bad news they had just received. Inside the Grand Hall, a demonic subordinate knelt to report to the Scourge leader, who sat on his throne. Li Wei's operation has failed. The subordinate added a fatal blow, his expression cold. Furthermore, no trace of Li Wei's remains could be found. The Scourge leader snarled, unable to believe his subordinate had been annihilated, but the subordinate affirmed that Li Wei had likely been dealt with by the Divine Phoenix. The leader on the bone throne showed disdain. Li Wei, one of my comrades from 100 years ago, yet such a good-for-nothing. I told him not to provoke that bird, but he wouldn't listen. The subordinate then reported that the black-robed guide had brought a young man for an audience, and the leader granted permission to enter. A black-robed man led a young man to the giant door, instructing him to be careful with his words when meeting the leader, and the young man trembled and agreed. The heavy door opened, and the black-robed guide introduced the newcomer as the son of the Liu family, Liu Wu, whose face was drained of all color. In the dark, grand hall, the black-robed guide reported to the scourge leader, who was sitting on his throne. This brat wishes to join our organization. The one introduced was none other than Liu Wu, the former young master of the Liu family, now a failure looking for a way to survive. The scourge leader exuded a dark purple aura, declaring chillingly, "Welcome to our organization." Liu Wu was overjoyed, quickly kneeling down in gratitude, promising everything like a loyal dog. But the scourge leader interrupted, his tone full of hidden meaning, making Liu Wu freeze, sensing something ominous. He explained the rules of the game, 2 snake-like energy currents coiling around his body. Anyone who joins the Scourge organization must pay a price. Just as he finished speaking, a serpentine dark energy shot straight into Liu Wu's chest, embedding a fatal mark on him. Liu Wu screamed in pain, tormented by the mark, while the Scourge leader explained, "This is the price of infinite power, but if you dare to betray me..." The Scourge leader's bony face appeared. His glowing red eyes growled, "You will be condemned to eternal hell." Scene change. Yahello had just returned to the enormous villa the Academy provided and could only exclaim, "Wow." Perched on the chair, Yahello gleefully examined the pile of newly acquired treasures, which included a ring and a card. Here is the good stuff. The life-saving ring, exclusive to its owner, can block 1 fatal attack, with a 1-month cooldown. It's practically an extra life. Next is the transformation card, an incredibly powerful item that allows a spirit beast to transform into human form. Its appearance will be fixed after the first use. Yahello immediately called his phoenix. "Jiu, come here." And the giant firebird landed, asking what was wrong. He got straight to the point. "Jiu, do you want a human body like mine?" Which stunned the phoenix. "What did you say? You can turn me into a human?" Yahello smirked triumphantly, held out the card, and explained that with this, the phoenix could transform into human form. Fengjiu was both happy and worried, fearing that transforming into a human would mean she couldn't protect her master, but Yahello reassured her that she could freely switch between the 2 forms. Hearing this, the phoenix's eyes shone brightly, and she urged with extreme excitement, "Really? Then help me transform now." Yahello nodded, ready to activate the card when the system panel popped up, asking, "Do you want to use the transformation card to turn Phoenix Jiu into a human?" Yahello raised the card high, activating the transformation ability for Fengjiu, who was swooping down. With a whoosh, Fengjiu transformed into a brilliant golden orb of light, and the metamorphosis officially began. The dazzling light exploded, forcing Yahello to shield his eyes. The effect seemed to be even greater than expected. Within the light, a human form with wings gradually appeared, making Yahello think to himself, "Does this transformation really need to be so flashy?" As the light faded, a stunning red-haired maiden hovered in midair, leaving Yahello stunned because the result was completely different from what he'd imagined. Fengjiu gently landed, her voice full of anticipation. "Yahello, what do you think?" She playfully struck a pose, asking with a suggestive tone, "Don't you think him even more?" Yahello's face turned pale, a nosebleed about to gush out. "Amazing now?" The moment she finished speaking, Yahello immediately spurted a nosebleed like a fountain from the critical damage. Yahello collapsed unconscious onto the sofa, while Fengjiu looked bewildered, not understanding what happened, only thinking, "This girl is a bit hard to deal with." Scene change. A high-tech airship was landing in a modern city called Holy City. The mission was finally over. Li Xingyue gave everyone a day off, and Yahello breathed a sigh of relief, looking forward to a good long sleep. Li Xingyue advised Yahello to rest and recover, but the young man had other plans, reporting that he would stop by the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion first. Waving goodbye to the teacher, Yahello mumbled, calculating his spoils. This mission was a bit of a bust, but he farmed a ton of good stuff in return. Thanks to the monster farming rewards in the system, both Shuio and Fengjiu had received significant power buffs. The moment he stepped into the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion, the manager eagerly came out to greet him, immediately recognizing a VIP, while Yahello got straight to the point. "I'm here to sell some items." Yahello nonchalantly declared that this time the quantity of goods was quite large and requested a spacious enough area, making the manager nod profusely and lead the way. The manager led Yahello deeper inside, to a more private area for the transaction. Upon arrival, Ye Ling immediately complained that the transaction room was too small, not having enough space for his items, making the manager break out in a sweat, wondering how many tons of goods this young man had brought. Helpless, the manager had no choice but to lead Ye Ling to a super spacious courtyard and asked if it was big enough. Ye Ling nodded in satisfaction, raised his storage ring, and prepared to unload. This place is fine. Let me show you this time's spoils. There's quite a lot, so try not to be too shocked. Crash! Ye Ling unloaded, and a mountain of spoils, monster carcasses, armor, weapons, and gemstones poured onto the courtyard, leaving the manager stunned. The manager, dizzy, mumbled that this pile of goods was enough for the entire Heavenly Blessing Pavilion to recycle for a month, secretly acknowledging that the Vermilion Bird Academy's first male student was truly formidable. Still in shock, the manager told Ye Ling that she would have to call in more people to inventory everything because the quantity was too immense, assuring him to wait patiently. A voice rang out from behind. A cool, blonde-haired girl appeared, asking Ye Ling where he got all these items, saying it looked like he had just robbed the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion. The manager quickly bowed, and Ye Ling politely replied that no one would dare rob the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion, and the girl agreed. Shen Mengyao ordered the manager to quickly inventory the items because she still had to attend the auction, which Ye Ling overheard and sparked an idea. Ye Ling quickly greeted her and asked to tag along to the auction with his senior sister. Shen Mengyao turned, a lollipop in her mouth, and teased him, asking why she should take him along. Ye Ling immediately held out a small vial, making an offer. If senior sister takes me along, I'll give you this. But Shen Mengyao looked disdainful, thinking it was just a trivial glass bottle. Ye Ling sneered, nonchalantly saying it was Fire Dragon Essence Blood, and it seemed senior sister didn't need it, which made Shen Mengyao, who was still sucking her lollipop, freeze, her eyes lighting up. Shen Mengyao was utterly shocked, shouting, "What? This is Fire Dragon Essence Blood?" While Ye Ling maintained his nonchalant expression, holding the valuable item. Ye Ling was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when a pair of hands grabbed his head. Shen Mengyao, utterly thrilled, grabbed Ye Ling's head and pressed it straight into her chest, making him yelp. "Senior sister, I can't breathe if you hold me like this." The manager froze, stammering, "Oh my, young miss." As she witnessed the awkward scene before her, the manager quickly turned away, muttering, "So soft, so big, so bouncy," then reassured herself, "I didn't see anything." While Ye Ling was still held tightly, Shen Mengyao regained her composure, tossed the vial of essence blood to the manager, and ordered, "Hurry up and help me verify if this is Fire Dragon Essence Blood." After confirmation, Shen Mengyao turned to look at Ye Ling with a completely different gaze, calling out junior brother Ye Ling with a meaningful tone. She thumped her chest, promising, "If it truly is Fire Dragon Essence Blood, I owe you a huge favor. If anything happens in the future, just come find me. I'll cover you." Ye Ling seized the opportunity, smiling brightly as he suggested, "Then, senior sister, would you mind taking me to look at spirit beast eggs? I want to buy one." Shen Mengyao immediately agreed cheerfully. "Spirit beast eggs? No problem, follow me. The Heavenly Blessing Pavilion has at least 10,000 of them." Shen Mengyao led Ye Ling into a colossal warehouse, introducing it as the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion's Spirit Beast Egg Sales area. She patted Ye Ling's shoulder, making an incredibly sweet offer. "All information is transparent, little brother. Feel free to choose. It'll give you a 40% discount." Ye Ling began to wander between the rows of shelves, his eyes scanning thousands of eggs in search of a special item. Even though rare items surrounded him, Ye Ling still shook his head, indicating that these eggs weren't good enough to catch his eye. Just then, the manager rushed out, shouting excitedly to confirm the good news. "Young miss, it's real. It truly is Fire Dragon Essence Blood." Shen Mengyao went wild with joy, yelling about her fire-winged dragon being upgraded soon, and rushed towards Ye Ling like a whirlwind. Ye Ling suddenly stopped, pointing towards an egg display area with a look of utter astonishment, as if he had discovered something. Overjoyed, Shen Mengyao grabbed Ye Ling, pressed his face into her chest, and yelled, "Junior brother Ye Ling, I could just die for you," making the young man quickly try to stop her. The consequence of the sudden attack was Ye Ling's nose bleeding profusely, as he mumbled about almost fading away from blood loss, while Shen Mengyao frantically supported him. After recovering, Ye Ling explained to a worried Shen Mengyao that all the eggs here were ordinary, and there wasn't a single one he truly wanted. Seeing Ye Ling dismiss the spirit beast eggs as not good enough, Shen Mengyao immediately offered to take him to the auction house to try his luck, and he agreed at once. The two arrived at an extremely luxurious-looking auction house. Shen Mengyao hinted that rare items could be found here. Inside, she warned Ye Ling not to get his hopes up, because although the items here were excellent, the prices were also outrageously high. Ye Ling nonchalantly replied that his funds were limited and he was only here to hunt for bargains, whereupon Shen Mengyao led him straight to her private VIP room. In the VIP room, the manager announced that the auction would begin in 20 minutes, and Shen Mengyao immediately asked what good items were available today. The manager revealed there was an extremely rare spirit beast egg with unknown information, and it seemed the entire hall was eyeing it, which immediately caught Ye Ling's attention. The list only contained a crude sketch of the egg, and the manager confirmed that information about it was almost non-existent. Seeing Ye Ling seemed impatient, Shen Mengyao reassured him to calm down, saying the auction was about to start, and they would know soon enough. From the VIP room, they both looked down at the main stage where the auction was about to commence. The female auctioneer, Linglong, stepped onto the stage, welcomed everyone, and officially declared the start of the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion's auction. Auctioneer Linglong pulled back the covering cloth, grandly announcing that she would present the first auction item. The hot item was revealed: the Crimson Blood Flower, a medicinal herb that helps spirit beasts increase fire resistance and fire element control. Linglong shouted, an incredibly steep starting price for the first item: 1 million federal credits. Ye Ling checked the system information, confirming it was a genuine item, but the price of 1 million for a single flower left him stunned. The crowd below plunged into a bidding frenzy, and the price instantly soared past 11 million. Ye Ling wondered why a single-use item was so expensive. Shen Mengyao explained that to those who needed it, it was priceless, but there were also quite a few people deliberately driving up the price for fun. After the first item found its owner, Linglong moved on to the main event, announcing that today's most incredible item was about to be unveiled. The cloth was pulled back, revealing a mysterious spirit beast egg glowing with a shimmering blue light, captivating all eyes. Linglong declared it a unique item, impossible to appraise, not in any database, and then announced an even more shocking starting price: 3 million credit points. The crowd below began to murmur, deeming it a gamble since there was no information. It could be a treasure or utterly worthless. Ye Ling stared at the egg, muttering calculations. The shell is beautiful like jade, transparent, but if 3 million results in a trash pet, it'll be a huge loss. Without further ado, Ye Ling stood up abruptly from the VIP room, decisively raised his hand, and shouted, 3 million. Ye Ling's face was full of confidence, closing the starting bid to the astonishment of the entire hall. The crowd below began to whisper, a red-haired bidder sneering, wow, someone's actually stupid enough to spend 3 million on an egg of unknown origin? The red-haired bidder continued to analyze as if he knew everything, claiming that VIP room no. One belonged to the Shen family, and they were surely buying it themselves to save face, not wanting the item to go unsold. Seeing no one dared to follow the price, Linglong struck the gavel, congratulating the guest in VIP room no. 1 for successfully acquiring the mysterious spirit beast egg. Shen Mengyao turned to question Ye Ling, her voice full of helplessness. Junior brother, what were you thinking? With so many good eggs, you chose to buy this gamble? Ye Ling grinned mischievously, teasing back. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I just enjoy the thrill of opening items of unknown origin. He smirked to himself, thinking triumphantly, heh, you clueless fools. How could you know I've already scrutinized this egg with my eye of truth? On stage, Linglong quickly moved to the next item, introducing a sparkling ice sea pearl. Auctioneer Linglong introduced the next item, the ice sea pearl, a gem that is not only beautiful but also capable of summoning an 8th grade ice element demonic beast. She announced the starting price, leaving the entire hall stunned. Starting price: 20 million contribution points. Shen Mengyao turned to ask Ye Ling's opinion, and he bluntly stated, it looks pretty, but it's useless, not worth the money. Despite the criticism, the wealthy bidders below plunged into a money war, pushing the price to 35 million in the blink of an eye. Amidst the chaos, a green-haired young master shouted loudly, silencing all noise. 70 million. The entire hall was once again stunned, whispering about which madman dared to spend 70 million on such an item. Shen Mengyao curled her lip in disdain, recognizing the person as Sun Hao, a spoiled young master from the Sun family who loved to show off his wealth, then urged Ye Ling to leave. Ye Ling agreed, announcing he was going to retrieve his spirit beast egg, not forgetting to quip. Oh, it seems senior sister doesn't like him much, does she? No sooner had he finished speaking than Sun Hao arrived uninvited at the VIP room, calling out loudly, Miss Shen Mengyao, I'm here, making Shen Mengyao's face darken. Sun Hao? Who let you in here? Sun Hao arrogantly held out the ice sea pearl, declaring bluntly, "I'm here to give you this 70 million gem." Sun Hao arrogantly asked who Ye Ling was, and Shen Mengyao immediately snapped back. "Sun Hao, do I need your permission to go with someone? Who do you think you are?" Humiliated, Sun Hao roared furiously, pointing directly at Ye Ling. "You brat, who are you?" The young master stepped forward, his face grim as he threatened Ye Ling. "You dare to be with Meng Yao? I'll break your legs." But Ye Ling calmly replied, "My friend, why so angry? Anger solves nothing." Shen Mengjiao tried to pull Ye Ling away, but Sun Hao blocked their path, declaring he wouldn't let this brat go anywhere. Ye Ling leaned close to Shen Mengjiao's ear, whispering meaningfully, "Senior sister, you've been annoyed by this guy for a long time, haven't you? Then cooperate with me a little." With that, Ye Ling unexpectedly pulled Shen Mengjiao into his arms in an extremely intimate pose, leaving Sun Hao frozen in shock and furious. "You brat, how dare you?" Ye Ling even leaned in as if to kiss her, causing Sun Hao to completely lose control, screaming like a madman, "You dare to kiss my Meng Yao, I want you dead. Kill him for me." Immediately, Sun Hao's bodyguards surrounded Ye Ling and Shen Mengyao, ready to fight. Ye Ling calmly assessed his opponents, calculating there were 2 grade 5 spiritual envoys and 1 grade 7. While Shen Mengjiao growled a warning. "What are you trying to do? This is the Shen family's territory. Do you dare cause trouble here?" Sun Hao's advisor quickly whispered in his ear, reminding him that this was the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion's auction, not a place for the young master to act recklessly, causing the young master to freeze. Sun Hao was livid, smashing a gem on the floor, growling, "You punk! You're good! Just you wait!" Ye Ling calmly pulled Shen Mengyao away, leaving Sun Hao screaming in helpless rage behind them. The advisor reported urgently, "Young master, I've just found out. His name is Ye Ling, the only male student at Vermilion Bird Academy, and also the only one in the Federation to have formed a contract with a divine phoenix." Sun Hao roared, cutting off his subordinate, "I don't care. No matter the cost, I will take his life." After escaping the crowd, Ye Ling turned to Shen Mengyao. "Senior sister, I think that Sun Hao won't bother you anymore from now on." Shen Mengyao quickly pushed Ye Ling's hand away, her face flushed. "Let go. Everyone's gone." Ye Ling feigned ignorance. "Miss, I don't see anything." Shen Mengyao covered her face in embarrassment, screaming internally, "My first kiss. Could it be an old ox eating young grass? Bah, I'm not an ox." Too ashamed, Shen Mengyao quickly said, "I'm leaving first. Be careful, and get back to the academy soon," then turned and ran away. Ye Ling received a call, thinking in surprise, "I didn't expect this young lady to be so adorably shy sometimes." The scene shifted to Vermilion Bird Academy, a magnificent and modern building bathed in brilliant sunlight. Back in his room, Ye Ling immediately placed the newly acquired egg on the table, while Fengju muttered, "Oh, master has a new pet now." Ye Ling chuckled, declaring, "Next, witness a miracle." Then placed his hand on the egg. He exerted his strength, channeling a stream of golden energy into the egg, causing it to glow intensely, while the other 2 spirit beasts could only watch. Crack! The egg began to crack under the overwhelming energy. A pure white creature with a red flame-shaped mark slowly emerged from the broken shell. A super adorable mutated 3-tailed spirit fox appeared. The system reporting its stats. Grade 3. Rank 3. Possessing the charm talent and low-level mental immunity. Ye Ling raised his hand to greet the new team member. "Hello, little one." He reached out to pat its head, but the little fox immediately dodged, showing clear vigilance. Suddenly, the little fox leaped straight onto Ye Ling's head, making itself at home, while Fengju and Shueyo behind him cried out in protest. Fengju exploded, openly jealous that the new pet had stolen her exclusive spot on Master's head. "That's my spot. How dare you take it?" Ye Ling calmly soothed her, his hand still stroking the little fox on his shoulder. "Come on, Ajiu, you're in human form now. Don't be so petty." Fengju shrieked, questioning if Ye Ling was the type to abandon the old for the new, leaving him speechless at her unreasonable jealousy. Ye Ling broke out in a cold sweat at his chaotic harem, muttering, "It's really lively." While Fengju pouted angrily behind him, Ye Ling tried to mediate, suggesting the team name the 3-tailed fox together, but Fengju retorted sharply, just call it Wang Kai." Ye Ling's face twisted as he complained that the name Wang Kai was too common, while the little fox eagerly rubbed against its new master. Ye Ling admired his new pet, praising its whiteness and cleverness. Ignoring his 2 wives' glaring daggers behind him, he decided to name it Bailin, with the nickname Xiao Bai, and the little fox immediately let out a delighted yelp. Feng Jiu was still sulking, complaining that the name Balin didn't sound good either, but Ye Ling ignored her, declaring that the whole family must live in harmony from now on. After settling his harem, Ye Ling decided to prioritize leveling up his new pet, Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Blessing Pavilion, Patriarch Shen Feiyun smugly praised his beloved daughter Shen Mengyao for dealing with the trashy Sun family. Asserting that his daughter was not one to be easily bullied, Shen Feiyun turned to his daughter, saying that from her account, he found this young man Ye Ling to be truly exceptional. Perhaps even the only male student Vermilion Bird Academy had made an exception to admit. Suddenly, Shen Feiyun noticed something unusual and asked directly, "Mengyao, why is your face so red?" Struck where it hurt, Shen Mengyao immediately denied it vehemently. Her face flushed, but her mouth still firm. "What are you talking about, Dad? I'm not blushing." Shen Feiyun burst out laughing, leaning forward to tease her. "Haha, my dear daughter. Could it be that you've fallen head over heels for that junior brother Ye Ling?" Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Shen Mengyao yelled at her dad to stop talking nonsense, then ran back to her room, secretly cursing Ye Ling for making her lose face. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Shen Feiyun smiled meaningfully, muttering that the kid who could make his precious daughter blush was certainly no ordinary person. He had to find an opportunity to meet him. A week later, the scene shifted to a modern and magnificent academy building. The moment he set foot in the academy, Ye Ling was stopped by senior sister Zhao Siyu, who affectionately called out, "Junior brother Ye Ling." Yi Ling greeted senior sister Siyu back, while she remarked that his strength seemed to have advanced by leaps and bounds since they last met. Without beating around the bush, Ye Ling took a stance and declared bluntly, "Today, I've come to challenge you." The shocking news spread, and Chen Zhu and the gossiping students roared loudly, unable to believe that the new kid dared to make such a big move, challenging the second year's final boss, Zhao Siyu. The crowd began to chatter, one side praising Zhao Siyu's strength, believing she was about to break through to the third year, while the other cautiously reminded them that Ye Ling was now also ranked third. Yi Ling broke the argument with an arrogant question, "What if I win?" Then urged Zhao Siyu to start the match immediately. Zhao Siyu crossed her arms, a smirk of interest on her face, accepting the challenge and declaring that she was also eager to see how much he had improved. True to her word, Zhao Siyu showed no mercy, immediately getting to business, growling as she summoned her two trump card spirit beasts, Storm Dragon, Diamond Ape. Instantly, a colossal Storm Dragon and a Diamond Ape appeared, their overwhelming presence making the crowd marvel at the sheer power of this match. The crowd started whispering. The clear favorite was the second-year boss, Zhao Siyu, but some also feared that if Ye Ling won, the entire second-year cohort would be trampled by this newcomer. Facing the two formidable pets, Ye Ling simply waved his hand, calling out his trump card, Shuio, to the arena, causing one male student to exclaim that his spirit beast was incredibly beautiful. Shuio's beauty immediately caused a stir, the male students openly jealous, shouting why they didn't have such a high-quality waifu spirit beast. Seeing Ye Ling only summon one pet, Zhao Siyu snapped, thinking he was looking down on her by not using his divine phoenix. Ye Ling merely smiled confidently, gesturing for his senior sister to attack. "Senior sister Siyu, don't worry. Just come at me." Without further ado, Zhao Siyu ordered a full-scale attack, having the Storm Dragon and Diamond Ape charge at Ye Ling simultaneously to finish him off. Whoosh! The Diamond Ape unleashed a devastating punch, powerful enough to crush everything in its path. Crash! Ye Ling dodged the blow by a hair's breadth. The Diamond Ape's punch only managed to shatter the ground where he had just stood. Just as Ye Ling evaded the ground attack, the Storm Dragon from above locked onto its target and fired a deadly vortex of wind energy. Seeing her opponent remain unfazed, Zhao Siyu snapped an order. "Storm Dragon, show it what you've got." Whoosh! The Storm Dragon immediately unleashed a deadly wind vortex, aiming straight for its target. While Shuio gracefully glided past the attack, Ye Ling commanded, "Shuio, try out your new skill." "Death Gaze." Shuio replied crisply, "Understood," her eyes sharp, ready for battle. At the same time, the Diamond Ape descended from the sky with an earth-shattering punch aimed at Shuio. But Shuio was even faster. She slipped past the colossal ape as light as a feather, causing it to miss its punch. Zhao Siyu froze, not understanding what was happening. Huh? What kind of skill is that? Why did the Diamond Ape's speed suddenly drop? Afflicted by the debuff, the colossal Diamond Ape lost its balance, staggering like a drunkard, completely exposing its weakness. Seizing the golden opportunity, Shuio unleashed a sharp slash, ending the performance.